what development projects were accomplished, how much they generated for grand list, how much we still anticipate, and what projects we've completed, and how much they cost, and what projects we still anticipate. So we've done that, and that's what this is. It's basically house cleaning to basically true up what the present state of affairs is in the district. We report to VEPC every year anyway, but the plan itself just needed to be brought current with our reporting. With that, I think we're happy to answer any questions, but the document sort of walks you through the changes, and the numbers still work, and we will be presenting, assuming you authorize us to go forward with presenting to VEPC at the end of the month. Grace and I would go to VEPC, submit this report, would be submitted later this week. It has to be signed by President Tracy and Catherine Shad is the CAO, making the request for VEPC to allow the changes to the plan and bring it current.
Yes, Councillor Pine, and then I will turn it over to Mayor Weinberger.
Actually, I could probably wait if the mayor wants to go first, and then I can, and I may still have this question, so go ahead.
Hello, everybody. No, Councilor Pine, I don't really have anything to add to the discussion at this point. I'm just, I am here and ready to.
Yeah. Sorry for any confusion. I was just going to turn over facilitation. Feel free to ask your question, Councillor Pine.
Great. So Richard and I are probably the sole survivors from this TIF district, creating this district. So he probably doesn't want to get me to go too far down the rabbit hole and getting into the detail. But how much increment has been generated, and how much is still available to service debt? Is that a number you can distill? There was more attachments perhaps to this item on the agenda than I've seen in a long time. So.
Well, first of all, the attachments are there because the table itself works off an Excel sheet, and when you make any change, it generates changes in other tables. So we had to PDF them all in. The actual increment that has been generated is, I believe, found on, well, I'm working off of an iPhone, an iPad, and a computer here. Let me say, I believe so far it's in the neighborhood of about $45 to $50 million of increment. We project an additional $13 million for what would essentially be the hotel at the Burlington Y. We're not relying on that. We actually have sufficient increment just off of the projects that have already been completed to service the debt for the phase one projected improvements. In the narrative, we explain that if we vary from what was approved by VEPC, we would have to go back presumably next year if we wanted to do additional streets on South Winooski or additional streets on Main, for example, beyond the original 8 streets that were approved. But the projections found in the tables show that the district would projects to generate some $30 million worth of debt service for improvements that we are estimating at approximately 20 million.
Okay, so do we estimate in that number, are we including anything for Memorial, or is Memorial left out of that math you just gave us?
There are no improvements projected. There are Main Street improvements projected from South Union down to Pine. That was approved by VEPC. But there are not any projected improvements of the memorial building itself. That would all have to go through a substantial change. We would have to generate all sorts of new data to show what the projected increment for the building was and whether or not we could, if we were doing, for example, brownfields work at Memorial, that would be part of a new phase filing with VEPC, and we would have to go through the whole. Brian, you actually recall the phase filing where you would have to show the specifics of the construction, the private development, the public infrastructure costs, and how the two work hand in hand to make sure that the city is getting enough increment from the project.
So then my last question is, nothing we're doing tonight or being asked to do tonight will impact our ability down the road to take that path, correct? Is that true?
No,
Right.
We aren't committing to, in fact, the narrative itself speaks to the fact that we understand that right now all we're doing is truing up for what VEPC has already approved, and that we understand if we're going to vary from that, we would have to go back and run the numbers for them and make them, allow them to analyze and make a determination that what we were proposing was financially viable. Everything that's already, that we're trued up here, was found viable by VEPC and remains viable based on what we're submitting.
Thank you. And actually, I just need to ask before I forget, what is the deadline for incurring debt in this current scenario?
Assuming that Governor Scott signs, I believe it was the miscellaneous tax bill, that our 1-year extension was included in, so our date for debt incurrence is expected to be March 31st, 2022.
Okay, thank you. Well done, thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Pine. Any additional questions? President Tracy.
Yeah, so I believe that the city had already provided another substantial update to VEPC with regards to the mall project. Is that correct?
That is correct. Are you just asking what the status of that is?
Yeah, so I guess I'm just wondering because you all had I remember this was a prior update that was provided communicating the delays and some of the changes that had been forecasted based on the changes in the mall construction timeline. And so I guess I'm just wondering, when you do file and provide this update to VEPC, do they give feedback or do they respond to you in any way? And if so, what was their response and their feedback with regards to what they had approved on the mall and the work that was supposed to take place there?
I'm sorry, I thought we had submitted a communication that there was, until they basically indicated that we would have to supply them with a amended development agreement and the terms of that amended development agreement in order for them to further consider the substantial change for the waterfront TIF district, because the terms were unclear and we were that was Mr. Glassberg and I had and Grace had gone to VEPC with that, and they indicated that that we were welcome to come back with an amended development agreement, but without the terms and conditions of an amended development agreement, they felt like they didn't have all the information necessary to even consider. So that's all on hold until or unless there's an amended development agreement.
Okay, thank you.
We just to follow up on that, we will certainly supply the full council and I guess a communication to the council and give you specifically a heads up as to the outcome of this. The request we would need your signature on so that we could submit it by Friday the 9th, and then the hearing, I believe, is Thursday, October the 29th.
Okay.
In the past, they have, if they take it under consideration, they usually would issue a decision. I mean, they usually would give feedback at the hearing and then follow up within a written decision within a couple of weeks.
Okay, all right. I'm certainly happy to coordinate getting that signature. Should I come to you or Grace or who?
I think if Grace is now actually our official point of contact, so if Grace can work with you and Catherine to secure the signatures, then she can submit it, and I'll work with her on that since I've done it before.
Cool, thank you.
Okay, do we have a motion on this item in a second? Okay, so are we,
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor. I meant there is a motion that needs to be made. No one has made it yet. I apologize. That was not clear.
No worries. Are we ready? I would welcome if anyone is ready to make a motion at this point. So, Councilor Pine, I believe you're muted.
There we go. Move to approve the substantial change request to VEPSI for the downtown TIF district and authorize City Council President Max Tracy and CAO Catherine Shad to execute the attached formal request letter.
Thank you, Councilor Pine, seconded by Councilor Paul. Further discussion? Okay, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, and that brings us to.
Excuse me, Mayor, could I just clarify one thing? This still goes on the consent agenda, so that it still would require the city council to actually pass this on the consent agenda.
Yes, good. I think we're all set there, right?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Sorry. All right. So the next item, just catching up here, is 5.01. Am I correct?
Yep.
So 5.01, Church Street Marketplace snow removal authorization to award contract. How would the board like to proceed here? Are we ready for a motion? Thank you, Kara, for joining us. Councilor Pine.
Just to get the process going here, I would move to approve and recommend the City Council to authorize the Church Street Marketplace Director to execute a 3-year contract with J. Lebrec LLC for snow plowing services for a total of $153,515, subject to final review and approval by the City Attorney's Office.
Thank you, Councilor Pine. Is there a second? I saw President Tracy there. Thank you. Further discussion? Questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you. And that brings us to authorization to award contract for Queen City Park Road construction, DPW item. Thank you, Kara, for joining us. Welcome, Laura, now. How would the board like to proceed here? Are we ready for a motion? President Tracy.
I move to approve and recommend that the City Council authorize that the Director of Department of Public Works to execute and amend a construction contract with Pike Industries Incorporated with the amount of $369,147.25 with an additional $50,000 in contingency funds for the Queen City Park reconstruction for a total of $419,147.25, subject to the final review and approval of the Office of the City Attorney.
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Pine and President Tracy. Discussion of the motion. Okay, seeing none, we will go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I believe the motion carries unanimously. And thank you, Laura. This brings us to 5.03, reclassification and staffing updates. Also DPW item. Thank you for joining us, Chapin. Chapin, you want to give a quick summary here?
Sure, Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity. Back in the winter of last year, there was a comprehensive staffing adjustment plan that we were bringing forward to really secure DPW's resiliency for the future, given a number of drivers that you saw in the memo. The drivers include your commitment to enhance capital reinvestment in the city and those additional capital projects, to the council's and the mayor's administration's leadership on the climate crisis and strengthening our multimodal transportation system. 3 is just the enhanced technological ways of communicating with the public. 4, the increasing regulatory obligations that we're facing, both in the water realm and beyond, and the department's changing focus due to permit reform. We had a very large reorganization plan that was suspended due to COVID in March of 2020. There were approximately 12 different adjustments at that point based on conversations with the administration and what can be feasibly brought forward at this time. We are proposing to bring forward 4 actions. 1 is a reduction in hours for DPW customer service, transitioning 1 full-time employee position down to part-time. That position is currently vacant. And 3 positions that would transition from limited service to regular service. Now, we took great care at evaluating these 3 positions. There are 3 employees who are all an instrumental part of our team and are critical in our minds to proceeding ahead with the department's mission. And as a result, we've brought them forward for your consideration. In balance, the net cost of this package in front of you is a net savings of $350 a year. Happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Chapin. The floor is open for questions or a motion. Councilor Jang.
Yes, I was just wondering if we wanted to vote separately on those positions, how would we do that instead of voting on the slate itself?
You're saying of the 4 positions, you're interested in taking action on some, but not all of them?
No, I was just wondering if we wanted to do so, is it possible? So maybe ask the question differently. Why did it all come in like a slate instead of one by one?
Councilor Chapin, would you like to speak to that?
Sure. They were originally part of a larger reorganization that was even much larger than this. Due to COVID, we brought forward the limited 4 actions here. Certainly, I think the city attorney could advise you, but my understanding is that the actions could be split, or the resolution in particular that's going to the full council could be adjusted. as I understand, it's the resolution that really drives the action of the council at the meeting.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead, Councilor Jang.
Yes, yeah, so it was just a question, but I also just wanted to add the public information manager. I mean, I think he has been an instrumental city staff, not only doing communication, but also a field person. He's present in the field, trying to communicate effectively directly with the community. And I think he definitely needs this upgrade and also become a full-time exempt union. So I would want to make the motion then for the council to approve and authorize the reclassification of position updates described below, and these changes shall be effective upon signatures of the mayor.
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Pine. Further discussion. Councilor Paul.
Thank you. I noticed that 3 of these are limited service, are currently limited service. I've been very consistent in my time on the council that I'm not in favor of limited service positions for anything other than what really should be limited service. How long have these positions been limited service?
I have on the call with me Lynn Reagan from HR. Lynn, do you have that information? I have a general guess, but you may have the data in front of you.
Well, you can ballpark it if you need to. I understand you may not have it all right here.
The public information manager has been here 3 years. The associate engineer has been here approximately 2. And the last position, which is the capital projects manager, has been here between 2 and 3 years. So they're all over 2, and one is just over 3.
Okay, and try to remember with limited service, isn't the full, is it 36 months that, if you could just say, I believe that's what it is, Lynn, is that correct? That
is
anything
correct.
over 36 months should not be limited service.
Correct. And we do have, they go up to, 0 to 3 years. We had one position in this packet that came close to running over on the anniversary date, but to Chapin's point in the beginning of his presentation, we attempted to try to move that forward before COVID, and therefore the package got stalled at that time.
Well, of course, that's, listen, we're all living under extraordinary circumstances. I'm happy to approve this. I would be interested in knowing, and just simply since DPW, since you're here, Chapin, if you do have any other limited service positions that are getting close to the 36 months.
There is, to my knowledge, one limited service position of a recent hire. Lynn, is there anything else that I'm missing?
I don't believe so, but I will just point out for Karen, that is something that the HR department just does monitor, and we do track those internally. So when they are getting close, we start to reach out to the departments to determine what the need is going forward.
Okay, because as we all know, limited service does mean some limitations. There are limitations on for the employee's future when it comes to limited service, and if by 2.5 years we can be looking at those, I know I would feel better about it. But I'm happy to support this, and would agree with Councilor Jang. The public information manager has been great. So, not that the others haven't been, but that one has been great. They all probably have, but you know what I mean. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's, sounds like we're ready for a vote. I'm seeing nodding heads. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you
very much.
On that. And thank you, Lynn and Chapin, for the clear presentation. Okay, we've got a ways to go here. We're about halfway through the meeting. 5.04, authorization for temporary easement for the College Street Congregational Church to create an egress connecting to Memorial Auditorium parking lot, DPW item. Councilor Paul.
Thank you, Mayor. I would make a motion to recommend the City Council approve the attached resolution.
Excellent. Thank you. Seconded by Councilor Pine. Discussion. We'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Here is an item that has been a long time coming. 5.05, authorization for acceptance of streets, Franklin Square and Red Maple Lane. Director Tracy, Spencer, can you just quickly summarize for people? This is this item.
Sure. Hard to summarize 44 years in a few minutes, but I will do my best. The Burlington Housing Authority constructed Franklin Square back approximately 45 years ago. In 1975, the city engineer and the city council took an action to accept the street as public right-of-way, but there is a necessary action where the owner of the street needs to dedicate the street, and then the city accepts. And so while there was an apparent acceptance back in 1975, there was not a dedication. As a result, for over 4 decades, there's been a lot of uncertainty over who owns the street. And as a result of the uncertainty, there's been an unfortunate underinvestment in the assets at Franklin Square. That burden has fallen heavily on the residents themselves. And that is something in an affordable housing project that that we need to resolve. And thanks to a great team at Public Works, thanks to Councilor Jang's leadership, thanks to the review of the TUC, and a cooperative partner with Burlington Housing Authority, what had historically under many administrations been a back and forth of lawyers and threatened litigation, tonight is a path forward where we are seeking the council's acceptance of the street. And our team is ready this coming month to restripe the parking lot, put up the parking ban signs, put up city regulatory materials, and plan for the reinvestment in the assets around Franklin Square that are now, after many years since 1975, when the city engineer deemed them up to standard, they are no longer up to standard. And we will prioritize them as in with all other city assets.
Thank you, Chapin. Let me echo appreciation for Councilor Jang and the collaboration on this and getting to this point. President Tracy, go ahead.
Just curious, you outlined a number of costs in terms of what's required to bring the street up to a decent standard, and they're quite substantial. And I'm wondering if how you're going to fit all of those costs into the capital plan, because with the way that you do streets now, for instance, there's both stormwater and street reconstruction, and you've moved towards a model where you do both at the same time, sort of a full reconstruction, which makes a lot of sense. And so how, given the not only the cost of the street reconstruction, which was north of $400,000, but then there was additional stormwater work, how is that all going to fit into the capital plan? Like, is there additional contingency or flexibility within the capital plan to cover that?
Thank you. And we do have other members of staff here who can jump on if anybody wants. But the ultimate answer, President Tracy, is that the capital budget is constrained, certainly in the general fund. $400,000 worth of paving is approximately 15 to 20% of our annual regular level of paving. It is going to be a challenge. That said, the stormwater elements would come from our stormwater utility. And we will be looking to have BED evaluate and make any lighting upgrades necessary. and parks to take care of the vegetation. So it's going to take many hands, but to your point, it is difficult enough to maintain the city's 95 miles of street under normal circumstances, and these are not normal times. That said, I feel firmly that the residents of this neighborhood in Burlington did have an expectation when the council acted in 1975 that this street would be accepted. And we as a community, and working with you and the Transportation, Energy, and Utilities Committee, are going to need to find a path forward to bring this street up to a reasonable level of care.
Okay, great. Yeah, no, I think that makes a lot of sense, and I really hope that we can find that funding, just because, you know, I don't want to accept the street and then leave it in its current condition, which is unacceptably bad.
Got Councilor Jang and then Councilor Pine.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I think this it is all about empathy. You know, I think since the 90s, those residents has been very, very patient. And I think the first time I spoke to the mayor about this, he definitely got the ball rolling. And I think Miro Weinberger, you provided leadership on this. Thank you so much for doing that, as well as Chapin and team. Even before the acceptance or the process in getting there, they were also responding already to some needs about the lighting upgrade, filling up the holes. And I think those neighborhoods really appreciate this. And yes, thank you so much. And if I can make the motion and we continue the discussion, I think that would be great. And thank you again, Mr. Mayor. So I would like to make the motion to approve and recommend to the City Council to adopt the attached resolution relating to the authorization for acceptance of streets, Franklin Square and Red Maple Lane.
By Councilor Pine, I believe. Further discussion. Councilor Pine.
Could you just clarify, maybe Councilor Jang or Chapin, if the term Red Maple Lane is going away, or is it going to remain and it will be known as Franklin Square and Red Maple Lane? That was just a little confusing.
Yes, the intention here is we've been working with the city's E911 coordinator and others to transition to have the entire street known as Franklin Square. It is important to us for clarity, simplicity, especially in times of emergency response, to have a simple way to help people. And it is very confusing that you think you're trying to go to Franklin Square, but you have to go to Red Maple Lane to find Franklin Square, when it really is just all owned and managed by Burlington Housing Authority. And we've worked cooperatively with them, and they agreed that made sense, and that is the plan.
Great, thank you. I really support this effort. I think it's a long time coming, but sometimes good things are worth waiting for.
Okay. All right. If there's no further discussion, let me just add my agreement to the sentiments just expressed. This is the right thing to do, and it's high time that we did it. And thank you for kind words, Councilor Jang, but also thank you for making sure that this issue got the attention that it has, and that we have figured out a clear path forward. Thank you for your role in that. With that, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Excellent.
Thank you so much, and
Brings us
thank
to
you to the staff.
5.07, authorization for, thank you, Chapin. Thank you for your hard work on this. Sorry, I know this is not, the reason this didn't happen sooner is in part that there were a lot of details to be ironed out, and it wasn't easy. So thank you and your team for pushing through them.
Thank you. Staff made it happen. Thank you.
All right, 5.07, authorization for 1.663 million.
Mayor, you skipped, I think, 5.06, the North Ave.
You're right, sorry. 5.06, 33 North Avenue, slope water rehabilitation project authorization to award, as well as authorization to approve an easement. Thank you for making sure we didn't miss that. Welcome, Martin. The floor is open. Councilor Pine.
I'm just going to move it at this point if I could. Yep. I'd like to move to approve and recommend the city council to authorize the DPW director to execute an amendment to the construction agreement with ECI to increase the maximum limiting amount to $244,000 for stormwater infrastructure improvements in the right-of-way and upon private property at 33 North Avenue, and to execute any necessary related change orders and amendments to the contract term subject to the prior review and approval of the city attorney. There's actually a two parts. I need to read the next part. To approve and recommend city council accept easements in substantial conformity with the attached easements affecting the 33 North Avenue parcel, thereby allowing DPW to both access and conduct necessary stormwater infrastructure improvements subject to approval by the city attorney's office.
Great. Thank you, Councilor Pine. Is there a second? President Tracy. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? We'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 The motion carries unanimously. Now we'll move to the authorization for the $1.6 million loan from the Vermont Clean Water State Revolving Fund and construction contract with SD Ireland for $1.227765 for the upgrade of the Flynn Avenue and Fletcher Place pump stations. The floor is open. Councilors. Councilor Jang.
Yes, was just wondering if we can get a quick overview, especially about that loan
Great.
from the city staff.
Excellent. Megan, can you help us out there? Welcome.
Sure thing. So this is one of many loans that we have been bringing forward to the Board of Finance and the City Council. To date, the City Council has authorized almost $10 million of our $30 million bond, of which about $3.1 million is under active construction. This construction loan was actually previously approved in either March or June of this year, I believe March. As we are finding with many of our projects, when we went out to bid, the prices came back higher, which is why we had to come back to you for revised loan amounts. It's not that much more. I think it ends up being about $100,000 more, as well as authorization to award the contracts to the construction contractor. As a reminder, SRF loans, while they are paperwork heavy, they are good in that you don't have to pay them back until a year after construction is complete, and it's at a 2% interest or admin fee, which is quite low compared to other methods of borrowing.
Wonderful. Thank you. And I think it will be important also, Megan, to mention that your team also, the great work that they're doing in neighborhoods, in trying to communicate effectively with community members about the stormwater, etc. And I think this is just amazing. And your presentation, what you just talked about, this is part of the 30 million bond that the voters already approved, right?
We can only go for construction with that approval. Yep.
Okay. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Yeah, this is good.
Great. Councilor Pine.
I would move to approve and recommend that the city council adopt the attached resolution relating to authorization of $1,663,802 loan from the Vermont Clean Water State Revolving Fund and construction contract with SD Ireland for $1,227,765 for the upgrade of the Flynn Avenue and Fletcher Place pump stations.
Thank you, Councilor Jang. Seconds. Further discussion? Seeing no hands, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
All right.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Great. Thank you, Megan. It's always, these are some of the most encouraging contracts to approve. We know this work is needed, and glad to see it moving forward. 5.08 authorization. We got one more for $350,000 planning loan from the Vermont Clean Water State Revolving Fund and contract with Hoyle Tanner and Associates for $300,000 for planning and upgrade of 9 pump stations.
I was going to give you a little context. So we just did the construction. The 2 pump stations that we're upgrading now are the worst of the worst. We have 9 remaining of the original 11 that need to be evaluated and then probably reprioritized, given that it's possible we may not get all 9 upgraded with the money that we borrowed because of the costs are becoming more. So this is to do the necessary planning so that we can access and unlock other money for construction from the state.
Good.
Move approval.
Councilor Pine.
I'll move to approve and recommend the city council adopt the attached resolution relating to authorization for $350,000 planning loan from the Vermont Clean Water State Revolving Fund and contract with Hoyle Tanner and Associates for $300,000 for planning of upgrade of 9 pump stations.
Excellent. Seconded by Councilor Paul. Further discussion. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Megan.
Thank you.
For Board of Finance direct approval. Excuse me, 6.01 is for the purchase of additional modules for NeoGov data management system. It's a racial equity, inclusion, and belonging item. Welcome, Taisha and Vanessa. How would the board like to proceed? Councilor Paul.
I'm certainly happy since to have a presentation. In the interest of time, just to get things started, would make a motion to approve the purchase by the Departments of Human Resources and Racial Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging for a 1 year of 3 modules of the NeoGov data management system at a cost of $64,462, plus the initial setup and training cost of $15,000 for a total of $79,462.
Thank you, Councilor Paul. Seconded by Councilor Jang. Further discussion.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I was just wondering if we can skip the presentation, knowing that this presentation has already been provided to members of the Racial Equity and Inclusion Belonging Committee. And 3 of those people are members of the Board of Finance. It's just a thought for the sake of time. Maybe get a quick overview to move us forward. And also wanted to comment how great it is written, this memo, and want to thank Vanessa for the incredible presentation she did last time, as well as Tisha's leadership around this too.
Thank you.
Councilor Paul.
Thank you. In fact, we did all 3 of us were in on an excellent presentation. I hope that, because I think this is very important, and I think it is, I think it would actually be very important for the entire council to hear it, that within the next month or so, President Tracy, we put this on the agenda, allowing Vanessa and Taisha, some time at a council meeting to really talk about what this software is going to be able to do. I think there would be great interest for that.
Thank you, Councilor Paul. So I believe we have a motion and a second. I certainly agree, no need for presentation if the board doesn't need further. So we can go to a vote, and we can follow up on the suggestion from Councilor Paul separately. So with that, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to reclassification of limited service HVAC technician to regular full-time, Department of Parks, Recreation and Waterfront. Welcome Cindy and Danielle. Look at that background. That is that's like a highly sensitive photo there. Unveiling, exciting. Are we ready for a motion, or how would the board like to proceed on this? Councilor Paul.
I'm happy to make a motion to approve the reclassification of the the Department of Parks, Recreation, Waterfront, HVAC technician position to a regular full-time non-exempt union grade 15 position.
Councilor Jang seconds. Discussion. We'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. And that brings us to the final item, also a parks item. Thank you, Danielle. North Beach Campground pump out and turnaround. Welcome, Max. The floor is open for discussion or a motion. Councilor Pine.
To move things along, I move to approve and authorize the execution of a contract with Bread Loaf Corporation for a price not to exceed $53,274 for the North Beach pump out and turnaround construction project, plus a project contingency of $6,726. And authorize Cindy White, Director of Parks, Recreation, and Waterfront, to execute the contract and any related documents needed to carry out the project, subject to the review of the City Attorney's Office.
Second by Councilor Paul. Discussion. Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Motion, any opposed? I don't believe so. The motion carries unanimously. And we did it with 4 minutes to spare. Thank you all. That concludes the Board of Finance. If there's no objection, we will adjourn as a Board of Finance at 5:56 p.m. and turn it over to you, President Tracy.
Thank you, Mayor Weinberger. I think we'll just wait a little bit, maybe 4 minutes, to just make sure that we have all the counselors on board. I believe that our guests who will be helping us with the training, I don't know if we have them with us yet. We have Leah Ernst, for staff attorney with the ACLU, and then Mike Donahue, who has a very long and storied journalistic career in Vermont, with us tonight. And so we'll get to them in just a moment, but I'll give folks a chance to join us. As I told the counselors, we'll also have, I believe, some members of the school board joining us who were also interested in just making sure that they were all brushed up on open meeting law as well. But I'll give folks just a brief second to get signed on, and a brief little break if you need it. great. Welcome, Mike and Leah. I really appreciate you joining us this evening. I see lots of colleagues from the school board joining us as well, which is very exciting. I'm glad that we're able to make good use of our experts here and make sure that we're getting as much information out to you all, and hopefully ensuring strong compliance with open meeting law, give folks a little bit more time to get on. We'll get started.
VIP syndrome is not just that VIP demand therapies, it's simply that they're treated differently. Questions persist about
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
To the republic which stands one nation, justice for all.
Okay, now our first item on the agenda before the presentation is the agenda. May I please have a motion on that? Councillor Paul, I'm sorry I didn't ask you in advance, but would you be willing to give a motion on the agenda?
I would as soon as I get it up. If somebody has it, they can certainly go ahead. I'm still on the Board of Finance.
Okay,
I can get
Councillor Stromberg, can you go ahead, please?
Yes, I apologize if there's a dishwasher in the background. I move to amend, adopt the agenda as follows. Note City of Burlington, Downtown TIF District, substantial change request narrative for agenda item 3.01 and 6.04 per CAO SHAD. Note draft grant of easement and maintenance agreement for consent agenda item 6.14 resolution. Harbor Watch Condominium Owner Association Incorporated easement agreement. Councillor Shannon. Per Assistant City Attorney St. James, add to the consent agenda item 6.19, communication Mary Ann Ficocello, sorry if I mispronounce, regarding fire pits with the action to waive the reading, accept the communication, and place it on file. Add to the consent agenda item 6.20, communication Mr. and Mrs. Fisher regarding skate park with the action to waive the reading, accept the communication, and place it on file. Add to the consent agenda item 6.21, communication Selena M. Nickerson regarding fire pits with the action to waive the reading, accept the communication, and place it on file. Add to the consent agenda item 6.22, communication Amy M. Tree regarding backyard fire pits in our city with the action to waive the reading, accept the communication, and place it on file. Add to the consent agenda item 6.23, communication Kelly Devine, Director BBA regarding downtown business environment with the action to waive the reading, accept the communication, and place on file per City Council President Tracy. Note final version of agenda item 7.01 presentation trends in racial disparities in Burlington traffic stops per City Council President Tracy, per Dr. Stephanie Seguino. Add Councillor Jang as a co-sponsor for agenda item 7.05, resolution, allow permits for safe operation of contained outdoor fires during COVID-19 winter. Councillor Shannon, Paul, Mason, Carpenter, Per, Councillor Jang. Note written materials for agenda item 7.06, resolution extending COVID-19 emergency order, limits on gathering size. Councillor Mason, per city attorney's office and mayor's office. Note sponsor and written materials for agenda item 7.07, resolution COVID-19 emergency order regarding use of Champlain Inn by a new place by Councillor Shannon, per city attorney's office, and Grace Chiclow.
Thank you very much. That was certainly a mouthful. I very much appreciate that. We have a motion on the agenda. Is there a second? Seconded from Councillor Pine. Any discussion on our agenda? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of our agenda, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, hearing none, that passes it unanimously, and we have our agenda. That brings us to item number 2, which is our presentation and work session with regards to open meeting law. This presentation came about as a result of the acceptance of the cure that was to the open meeting law complaint filed by 7 days. The council had stated that we had violated open meeting law, and as part of curing that violation, we said that we would undergo training on open meeting law. The Vermont Press Association was very generous to reach out and offer training potential trainers who have significant experience from multiple different perspectives on open meeting law. And today we have 2 very experienced and seasoned professionals in different areas who will be bringing us a variety of information on open meeting law and how we can be in better compliance of open meeting law moving forward. With us, we have Leah Ernst, who is a senior staff attorney with the ACLU, who does significant civil liberties work, as well as public policy advocacy and touching both state and municipal matters. So very much appreciate having that legal perspective with us today, as well as the civil liberties focus that comes from having someone who works with the ACLU. And then we also have Mike Donahue with us who has who has a long and storied journalistic career. Many of you probably remember Mike for having had an award-winning journalistic career with the Burlington Free Press, where he worked for over 40 years. Since 1979, he has been with the Vermont Press Bureau, where he's held a variety of officer and even executive director positions. So we have some great experts with us today. I just want to really thank both of you for being willing to share your time with us. I also want to welcome our colleagues from the school board who I know you all have a lot on your plate as well, and have had some very trying times in recent months as well. So I appreciate you making the time to join us as well and brush up on open meeting law with an eye towards compliance yourselves. That was a request that came from School Commissioner Waltz, and I just want to thank you, Jeannie, for helping with just getting that, facilitating that and communicating with your colleagues as well, because it makes total sense that we would also involve them as well with an eye towards, again, making sure that we are all compliant with this important law. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mike and Leah to share a presentation. I've also, if Attorney Blackwood, if you have other things from your perspective that you'd like to add, it's certainly welcome you to provide your perspectives at any point, given that I know that you also have significant experience with this, but the idea would be for them to have a presentation, and then we'll leave significant time for question and answer from any counselors. And I would say we should probably, because we have so many folks on, I don't know that I can see you all on the same screen. So if when we get to that point, you can just use the raise hand function on Zoom. That way I can just make sure that I'm tracking everybody appropriately. Okay, I will now turn it over to Leah and Mike for their presentation. But thanks again for being with us.
Great. Thanks very much, Mr. President. Good evening to members of the City Council and the School Board and other city officials, interested parties. Leah Ernst and myself are excited to be here. We both also serve on the New England First Amendment Coalition. So definitely interested. What we thought we would do is sort of tag team this a little bit, alternate. We've got 6 major talking points, and we will flip flop back and forth with that. But I don't know if Leah, if you've got any opening comments before we get into this at all, but.
Sure. Thanks, Mike, and thank you for inviting us in today. Hopefully we'll have a really engaging discussion, and we welcome your questions throughout, and there will, of course, be time at the end for questions that we may have missed. I would just say, as sort of an overarching theme of this presentation and the open meeting law, is that it's guided by the policy that public agencies in this state exist to aid in the conducts of the people's business and are accountable to them pursuant to the Vermont Constitution. And so with that in mind, what we always encourage, whether it's a question under the open meeting law or the Public Records Act, is in case of doubt, always err on the side of more openness, more accountability, more transparency. These 2 laws are absolutely critical to the functioning of our democracy, and we applaud the council's interest in learning this information and hopefully applying it going forward. We do have a handout that we're going to walk through. I don't know that it's been provided yet to the council, but I'll be happy to either screen share or provide it after the fact for inclusion with the minutes, or if you have some other way that would be most useful, I'm happy to do whatever that may be.
So
I did send it out, but it got hung up in my outbox, and I sent it within the last half hour to the president. So I don't know if he's seen it in his inbox. Hopefully.
yeah, I was in Board of Finance, so
No,
I
no.
wasn't able to get it up. But if you could, in that case, if you could just screen share, it can be difficult. So, you know, for to do the calling on people. So if we can just screen share it and describe it as you need it, but let's try not to stay in screen share mode for too long, because if folks have questions or other things, then it can be hard to manage to see everybody in that case.
Sure. So
Okay.
I can pop in and out of screen share pretty easily. But if there's a moment where I'm in it where you would like me to get out of it, obviously just let me know, and I'm happy to do so.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Sure.
So I guess I'll start in jumping off from what Leah had said. There is Article 6 of the Vermont Constitution specifically says that all power.
Mike, you're a bit soft.
I've got a new computer, and I've been told that sometimes I go in and out. So is that any better?
A little. It's still a little bit hard to hear.
Any better? Worse? Let me just check on one thing here. Is that any better?
It still sounds a bit muffled. You were fine initially.
Huh. Is that any better?
It's a little bit better.
Well, let me go through and try to
That's
back
good.
up a little bit.
That's good. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. So Article 6 of the Vermont Constitution says all power being originally inherent in and consequently derived from the people. Therefore, all officers of government, whether legislative or executive, are their trustees and servants, and at all times, in a legal way, accountable to them. So that's sort of what the Vermont Constitution says. It's sort of repeated in the open meeting law, where it says that commissions, boards, councils exist and aid in the conduct of the people's business and are accountable to them pursuant to the Constitution. So it's repeated again. So, so the first item is, when you're having a meeting, is the entity holding the gathering a public body? That's the first question that has to be answered. Yes, if it is any board, council, commission of the state, or one or more of its municipalities, any board, council, or commission of any agency, authority, or instrumentality of the state, or one or more of its municipalities. That's a long way of saying basically just about every state and city board and commission is subject to the open meeting law. One exemption is the governor's advisory commissions, which ironically in COVID, we found a little frustrating because Governor Scott did have several advisory committees, which we thought should have public review or at least be able to hear, because I know the restaurants were fighting over whether to open or remain closed, and there was two diverse opinions, but we never really heard what they were. So here's a couple of examples as to whether somebody is a public body. Obviously, a municipal governing board like the select board, city council, or village trustees, yes. The governor's snowmobile advisory commission, no, that would not be. Green Mountain Care Board, yes. The city council's Green Up Day Planning Committee, that would be part of it. And when we talk about meetings, we talk about all those other terms that are used. Budget sessions, workshops, tonight for training, retreats, board retreats, public forums, whatever. So that's what constitutes a meeting, or excuse me, a public body as to who is involved. And just to be clear, when the mayor has a meeting in his office with various people, he's not covered by the open meeting law. The police chief, the fire chief, the planning office, people like that are not covered. It's only boards and commissions. So that is what constitutes a public body. So I will turn it over to Leah to talk about point 2, unless she has anything on point 1 she wants to add.
No, thank you, Mike. That was all I had on that first point. The second is where the rubber really starts meeting the road, because as you already know, when you meet, you are a public body. And so then the question becomes, is it a meeting? And there are 2 elements required for something to constitute a meeting. One is that there's a quorum of the public body, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. And second, that the meeting is held to discuss the business of the public body, or for the public body otherwise to take action. And the business of the public body is basically what you have jurisdiction over. Any of the elements in your charge, anything that you all have the ability to set policy or rules or take action on, that is the business of the public body. The quorum of the public body, it's a quorum of the members that constitute that body, not a quorum just of people who are present. So if you're a 7-member body and there are 2 vacancies, to have a quorum, you still need to have 4 people present. And that sometimes gets lost in translation for folks. So it's again, not just a majority of those who are present. It does not matter where you're meeting. If you should happen to, a quorum of a body should happen to be in the same restaurant at the same time and start talking about public business, that would be a meeting subject to the rules of the open meeting law. The one sort of exception to this is you can have a quorum of your body sending emails back and forth about setting the agenda, distributing materials for the agenda, that sort of thing. But if the emails involve a quorum of the public body and talks about the public business, then that is in fact a meeting, subject to the requirements of the open meeting law. The emails about agenda setting and all of that would be available under the Public Records Act, but they are not a meeting within the meaning of this law. And it can be a meeting that occurs not all at the same time. So if one member emails 4 others, say constituting a quorum, and then a fifth person joins later, and then, then 2 days later, someone replies all. If that becomes public business, that, becomes a meeting over time, even if it started out with agenda setting, even if it started out with fewer than a quorum of the body. Once you meet those two elements, it becomes a meeting. And so you need to be very careful about drawing those lines as you're emailing or on phone calls or whatever the case may be. And as Mike mentioned, there aren't exemptions or exceptions from the public meeting off for retreats or working session or however else a gathering might be termed. Just so long as these two elements are met, it's a meeting, whatever label might be slapped upon it. Another thing to be aware of is so-called serial communications, where let's say we have a 5-member body and person A calls person B and says, I'm going to vote yes on this proposition. And then person A calls person C and says, B and I are going to vote yes on this. And then person A calls person D and says the same. That would be a meeting because you've had the conversation among the requisite number of individuals, even if at no given time were a quorum of individuals discussing that matter of public business. So I'd like to just go through a few examples here quickly. 2 members of a 7-person city council bump into each other at the gas station and agree how they're going to vote on a particular zoning ordinance. That would not be a meeting because we do not have a quorum, even though the second element is met, that it was the public business. The Vermont Board of Cheese meets in a dairy barn to debate a rule on pasteurization. Yes, that is a meeting. It doesn't matter where they are, physical location or cyberspace or whatever. It can all be a meeting, even if it's not your regular meeting place. The school board gathers to have cake to celebrate the birth of the superintendent's child. That is not a meeting because celebrating the birth of the child is not the business of the school board within the sort of second element, even if the quorum element is met. Here we have the cyber example. Most of a solid waste district's commissioners trade emails talking about raising fees in the upcoming year. That is a meeting, even though no one was physically present and all the communications were happening at different times. And then the last example I'd like to touch on quickly. If a state agency holds a meeting to discuss American foreign policy, that is not a meeting, even if a quorum is met, because that agency doesn't have any jurisdiction over American foreign policy. It's not the business of the body because it has no control over that, that type of policy. I'd like to pause for a second to see if Mike had anything to add or there were any questions, anyone, and I'll take it off a screen share quickly so you can see if there's any questions.
Okay, do we have any
I'm
questions?
good. Nope, you've covered it. I think.
So I've got.
Sarah, go ahead. Yeah.
Sorry, I've got Councilor Carpenter with a hand raised. Go ahead, Councilor.
Yeah, if you can sort of clarify for me with more detail the difference between the business of the public or the public business and agenda setting. And this is particularly, I struggle with this in the context of committees. We have small committees. Most of our committees are 3 with 1 ex officio, the board president. And so, for example, if I want to say to my colleagues, I think next spring, we need to set up a plan to develop more homeownership in Burlington. Here's some really good ideas where they've done it in other towns. I'm just struggling with what's a meeting versus trading information without action. I mean, I get action, like you used. I just think an example where they were talking about action, but how do you deal with sort of trading information that would be put on a future agenda and could be the business of the public if you want to take it and run with it, but pre that discussion?
Yeah, it's a very good question, and I'll start with just the language of the statute, which says meetings does not mean communication for purpose of scheduling a meeting, organizing agenda, or distributing materials to discuss at a meeting. So, on that basis, if you wanted to say, here's a statute that this other, or here's an ordinance that this other municipality has, let's discuss it at the meeting, that's okay. That's not a meeting. If you start talking about what you think about that ordinance and why it might be a right ordinance for Burlington and why the council ought to take certain action, we've leapt over the meeting barrier at that point. And again, this as I'm imagining you will hear me say time and again, as I said in the introduction, in the case of ambiguity, I would always stress, less communication in private channels. They're not private, obviously, because they're subject to the Public Meetings Act, but less communication, less substantive communication in your non-public forum setting, the better. And so, once you start talking about what you think the body ought to do, then you've, to my mind, crossed the line into meeting.
But ought to do, adopted or not adopted, as opposed to we should talk about it, or, not offering an opinion, but offering information.
Yes, the council, it seems like the council would not be capable of setting an agenda without saying, this is something that should go on the agenda, right? And so that is encompassed in the agenda setting provision of this statute that doesn't constitute a meeting. As soon as we start getting into beyond the let's talk about, but here's what we think about, or here's what action we ought to consider taking, that's where I would say the line has been crossed. But if you're simply saying, here's something I think we should discuss at council, in our public meeting, then that is what is accepted from the definition of meeting under the statute.
So, Councilor. Okay, I got Councilor Hightower next, and then Commissioner Fisher to be followed by Councilor Hanson. Go ahead, Councilor Hightower.
Great, thank you, President Tracy. I actually had a separate question, but I'm going to follow up on Councilor Carpenter's question first, which is, I think, and these are both, especially on committees where we have 3 people, which I think very quickly starts to get into quorums. So what about when you start prioritizing things on the agenda? So when you have an email that says, oh, let's talk about this, and then somebody says, oh, that's, I think, less important, let's move that to another time, because that is a little bit subjective. So I guess I'll ask that question first.
Mike, are you trying to talk? We can't hear you. Still can't hear you, Mike.
Yeah, Mike, you're on mute.
And I think they may be frozen.
Well, I will take a stab at that question while Mike's working out his audio. When you're talking about this meeting or the next meeting, when will it go on the agenda? This one or the next? That's scheduling. To my mind, scheduling which meeting that topic will come up at. And there unfortunately is not a ton of case law on the open meeting law. And so a lot of these terms haven't been further defined by the court, unfortunately, for people like me who are trying to advise bodies about how best to carry out their responsibilities under the open meeting law, which is why, I'll be a broken record. Just always, if you're not sure, err on the side of caution. I know Attorney Blackwood has a lot of experience in this as well. I don't know if Attorney Blackwood, you wanted to jump in to add to that, but my bottom line would be, if it's simply about when something is going on to an agenda, that is within what's not called a meeting under the law.
Councilor Hightower, you still have the floor. Did we lose Councilor Hightower? Okay, I'm not seeing Councillor Hightower on. I can certainly circle back and I'll check in and make sure that she's able to get back on. But I have Commissioner Fisher next, to be followed by Councillor Hanson. If others are interested in asking questions, please let me know. I can see some of you via this way. The best way is to just use the raise hand function. I see you again, Councillor Carpenter. If others have questions, also feel free to ask. Go ahead, Commissioner Fisher.
Thank you, President Tracy. So, Leah, my question was around something you said around two commissioners or counselors having a conversation, and then another two, and then another two. And I understand that you can't carry on a conversation, right, outside of a meeting. So, you know, we've had a lot of talks about open meeting law, and you can't carry on an email conversation with the whole board. But can you also, a lot of times, commissioners and counselors have conversations with each other before getting into a meeting, feeling out each other on the issues, discussing the issues. What makes it prohibited when you have, let's say, two counselors having a discussion and then another two counselors having a discussion, then another two? What's the difference in talking through the issues in smaller groups outside of a meeting? What makes it a violation of open meeting law?
Yeah, it's a good question. Another really great resource that I've used before, and it talks about it in a helpful fashion with respect to this serial communications, is the Secretary of State's Guide to the Open Meeting Law. The most recent update was from January 2019. And what that office advises is that if the purpose of these sort of daisy chain conversations is to develop a consensus, that's where it converts, in a sense, the individual communications into a gathering, and that's where we get into the risky territory that that a court could say, yeah, that's a meeting. You've done this, you know, whether intentionally or not, but you've done this in order to create a consensus or determine the vote count or determine that you have enough votes to make something pass. Then that's where you've evaded what the intent and spirit and possibly letter of the open meeting law.
So you mentioned the serial part of that, right? So you're going through, like, you know, one at a time down the line. Is it okay for someone to act like a whip where they go and they poll each member individually? Hey, where do you stand on this?
I think.
Am I on?
You are now, Mike.
Oh, okay. I'd say I'd certainly encourage you to stay away from that, because you're basically counting noses, and that's circumventing the law, I think. The other thing I was going to back up when I was going to make my earlier comment. So I was at a board meeting in a town where 5 members were asked, what are our priorities for this year? And they were everybody said, well, why don't we each send each other our priorities, top 5 priorities, and we can be ready for next meeting and everything like that. And somebody pointed out, no, then you get into a meeting, because then you start commenting when you hit reply all. As soon as you hit reply all, that I like yours, but I don't think this one is, and everything, that then starts being the city's or the town's business and everything like that. One other thing about the issue about agenda setting, this is a relatively new add to the public meeting law. What happened is, in a lot of towns, there were a 3-member board, school board or select boards or something like that. So the chairman literally could not talk to another board member about whether to put somebody on the agenda or not, because that was conducting business. Do we put somebody on the agenda? Do we not? Do we put them on at 11 o'clock so nobody's around for it? Or do we put them on at 7:30 when the biggest crowd is going to have the greatest reaction? So the small boards went to the legislature and asked, can we get some sort of help here to help set the agenda? You guys, it's not so bad, because you don't have too many 3-member committees, I'm sure.
No, we have a lot.
More than I know. Okay.
20.
Commissioner Fisher, did you have further questions?
No, I yield. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. I see we have Councillor Hightower back with us. Councillor Hightower, I'll come back to you because I know you had other questions. Go ahead.
Right, apologies. This is a little bit of a unique situation, but talking on the shuttling, when I started on council, I had a lot of meetings with staff on things that had been maybe on a committee agenda before I started, and I was new to the committee. So then I had a lot of conversations with with staff members where they were like, oh, you know, like one of the other counselors on the committee feels this way or is voting this way. So I just wondered what the relationship or how staff factored into that shuttling, if at all.
It's
I guess I would just say, you know, it's one thing if somebody says so-and-so is opposed to it or something like that. As long as you don't call up the person and get into a debate with them, you know, you're going to hear things periodically that, oh, I hear so-and-so's in favor of of such and such to happen, or this appointment or something like that. You may hear it. Yeah, I mean, you can't be completely deaf, but you know, as long as you don't engage and call them up and go out of your way to conduct city business, I
Okay,
think you're okay.
but sorry, so follow up to question that then, but is it okay for me to not call them up, but to talk to staff and be like, oh, if we change it like this, do you think they'd still be okay with it? Like,
I think you can draw a clearer line between the your example was when you came newly on and you were learning sort of about historical fact about what the council had done and what committees had done in the past. And in that circumstance, I don't see a problem whatsoever, because you know, it's not action that the council is considering taking, but what the council has already done. And so in that instance, that doesn't strike me as posing any problems under the open meeting law.
okay, thank you.
Okay, I have Councillor Hanson to be followed by Councillor Jang. Councillor Hanson, go ahead.
Great. So kind of following up on what Commissioner Fisher had said. So if someone introduces a resolution, then can they not reach out to more than half the councilors to see where folks stand on that resolution? And if so, I guess I'm curious how, like, we've had resolutions that are actually co-sponsored by more than half the council. So I'm curious how that complies or doesn't when people are officially, like, maybe because it's public at that point, it's okay. I don't know. But so the co-sponsoring thing. And then my other question, so we operate with caucuses as well with our city council. So if you have a caucus of 6 members, that would it then be prohibited for a member of that caucus to then talk to someone else and who's not in the caucus, and they would say, oh, where does the caucus stand on this issue, or that sort of conversation? Would that then be prohibited as well?
So I think the best iteration of advice on this is that it's the more you take action like that, the more you're taking risk of committing a violation. And according to the Secretary of State's resource here, it says we generally recommend board members avoid engaging in successive interrelated private conversations about the board's business that taken together involve a quorum. And that's because the law allows for gathering over time. And so these communications can be risky. They can, and then again, especially if used to develop consensus, which sounds a little bit like what you're talking about, Commissioner Hanson. And so in that circumstance, you know, even with no intention of evading the requirements of the open meeting law, it does, and this is again in the Secretary of State's words, using these types of communications outside of a duly warned meeting may obscure the board's decision-making process, and thus interfere with the public's ability to participate and to hold government officials accountable. And so, you know, the purpose of the open meeting law is to allow the public to see how decisions are made. And if they're made in advance of the meeting and not in public session, that would circumvent the purpose of the open meeting law, or at least one of the many purposes of the open meeting law.
Okay. Yeah, I guess so. I'm just wondering then if these scenarios that we have had numerous times where an item will be on the agenda with co-sponsors that's greater than half, that would seem to then be a practice that should be discontinued potentially based on what you're saying, because it does essentially indicate even before the meeting happens that there's a majority supporting that item.
I mean, certainly a more transparent and better practice, to my mind, would be to have the sponsor put it on the agenda and then at the meeting invite co-sponsorships from other members.
Thank you.
Okay, I have Councillor Jang. I know Councillor Carpenter, you had raised your hand. I just want to make sure I get to folks on first round of questions. And do want to give our presenters some time to get into other matters as well. So maybe we can have a couple more questions and then get back into the presentation. So Councillor Jang, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, President Tracy, and thank you, Leah and Mike, for being here in front of us today. We much appreciate that. There is one aspect about open meeting law, which is the public record request, basically. So all of this we're talking about around meeting via emails, knowing that we are subject to respond effectively when a public request has been submitted. Then where is the violation there? Because there is nothing substantial that is being hidden, and it can be shared to the public when needed. So I just don't understand where violation is when councils are talking via email about how they will vote on.
I guess the question becomes, how do we know whether there's public records somewhere? And I can tell you from firsthand experience, government is not always willing to turn over their emails.
Yeah,
right, but I do think the first point that Mike made is the one that first jumped to my mind, is the public won't know to ask for those emails if they aren't otherwise made aware that those communications existed. And so the Public Records Act is not intended to be a substitute for the open meeting law. They're meant to work together and provide different types of access to different types of decision making.
I think both answers are good. And I think, Leah, you repeatedly talked about this aspect, which is way on the side of caution when you are not sure. You repeatedly talked about it today. And you also talked about how our city attorney also has expertise around all of this. But when we receive counsel from our city attorney that, for example, we can invite anyone we want in our executive session, right? Then, I mean, I don't know where is the open meeting law violation is there when we are legally exempt to invite people in our executive session. Can you speak to that?
We're going to be talking about that in just a minute, as a matter of fact. So if you can hang on to that thought.
Okay, was there anyone else on first round? Okay, Commissioner Carey, go ahead.
Yeah, I just have a quick question regarding the definition of a quorum. So the school board is 12, so a quorum is 6. Is that correct?
I believe it's half plus 1, but it's not defined in the public meeting law. Again, it just says a quorum, as if there's one unified definition that we can all agree to.
Mike just hand signaled what, Mike? 6?
I think he's saying 7.
7, okay. And the other question is, you're talking about restricting conversations among members of the council when it has achieved a quorum. But when it has not, either in person or by the chain mail, email, whatever system that's used, you're talking about restrictions of discussion of content contingent on having reached a quorum. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, the serial communications and other types of communication that might be one-on-one in multiple circumstances, that only risks becoming a meeting when there is a quorum of individuals involved in that discussion.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. That was my question. Great.
Thank you. I see Commissioner Ivancic. Go ahead.
Hi, I just want to piggyback a little bit on what Jack Hansen was talking about. So if you're writing a resolution with other commissioners and you want to bring this resolution to the full board, are you allowed to edit the resolution like on a Google Doc? Or I don't know, or is it better to discuss the resolution in your public committee meeting before bringing it to the board? And then also, or say if it's just a newspaper article that you're writing with other commissioners, what's the limit? Like, for example, when we were trying to get the public to accept the $70 million bond to the high school, only 3 or 4 of us were editing that document because we didn't think that a quorum was legal to edit the document.
That is consistent with the Secretary of State's guidance that if a quorum of members of the body collectively edit a document, that may well be a meeting. If it's less than a quorum, again, similar to the question asked by Commissioner Carey, then the meeting definition is not triggered if less than a quorum participates. But
and if you have like a 3-member subcommittee, then those 3 members can't necessarily edit a resolution in a Google Doc without publicly meeting.
That is, yes, that is the Secretary of State's interpretation, that if even on a subcommittee of only 3, if two members collectively edit, that could be a meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that. I'm going to come back to Councilor Carpenter real quick, and then let's go back to the presentation. Certainly we'll be able to come back for more questions in just a second, but I want to, if there are other issues that they'd like to raise, I want to get to those. So Councilor Carpenter, go ahead.
Well, this is sort of that same issue with the small committee meetings, and you may get into this. Are you required to have a public forum at every meeting? I mean, you're telling us it's a meeting, then you'd have to notice it, but you have a specific work task, or maybe it's just a very check-in meeting. Do you have to have a public forum at that meeting every time you meet? For example, in Monica's, every time she meets to edit a Google Doc, does she have to have a public forum?
You're supposed to allow at least some chance for the public to participate in the meeting. Now, it's probably the 2 of you meeting maybe and editing something, and if you're sitting in a coffee shop, you can yell around. Anybody want to comment?
Yeah.
But technically, it's just like every meeting is supposed to start with additions or deletions of an agenda. And
But
that's
if you've noticed it, I mean, someone's going to know where you are. When you say 24 hours from now, and in this environment, it's all Zoom. 24 hours from now, I'm going to get together with Monica and edit a document. So somebody will know it, but we have a very discrete task. I'm just struggling with how much time you have to put around something with, or let's say a committee has a standing meeting just because they want to talk about work, a work plan or something like that. I mean, I'm just.
You can limit participation, public participation, as to how long the public is allowed to talk or something like that. That, I've seen a meeting where 100 people showed up and the select board said, we're going to limit comments to a half hour or something like that. And that wasn't really fair, or it was a little ridiculous, to be honest. But, if it's a committee of 2, why not let somebody chime in if they've come down to the coffee shop or Zoomed in for you?
Okay, let's take a little break on questions here. We can get back into those in just a second. I see you, Commissioner Fisher. I can get back into that in just a minute. I just want to make sure we cover what they had set out to. So go, Mike and Leah, if you have other, please feel free to continue with your presentation.
Okay, thank you. So number 3, must the agency publicly announce the meeting ahead of time? I think we all know that yes. And for regularly occurring meetings, their scheduled time and place is normally established by statute, regulation, ordinance, or some sort of order. Usually when you organize after town meeting day, city councils, select boards, whatever, usually declare that they are going to meet on the first and third Mondays or Tuesdays or Wednesdays. Same with school boards, that we're going to start at 7 or 7:30, that where we're going to meet. And so people will know that the regular meetings are handled there. Those agendas for those meetings have to be posted at least 48 hours in advance. They also have to be put up on the website at least 48 hours in advance. If you are having special meetings, those have to be publicly announced. The agenda is posted 24 hours in advance. And usually there's a posting in the clerk's office and at least 2 other predetermined public places in the municipality. For an emergency meeting, normal public notifications under the law are waived, but the law does say there must be some public notice given as soon as possible before any such meeting. I've seen a lot of towns get jammed up after the fact, after an emergency meeting, that taxpayers come in and say, you never notified us about this meeting. Apparently it was an emergency meeting. You know, nobody had a chance to comment. You know, you're doing things behind our backs and everything like that. I would encourage you if you're going to have a quote emergency meeting, the smartest way to avoid that accusation being filed against you is to notify the people who regularly cover you in the media. So send a notice over to 7 days, send it over to Channel 5, send it over Channel 3, the Free Press, whoever, that you give media notices to. So if somebody comes in later and says you tried to hide this action, you can point out that in fact you sent it to the media. And if we were trying to hide it, why would we send it to the media? So that's just one little suggestion I'd make. The public can ask for agendas to be sent for your meetings, and they have to be shipped over in some format. You can't tell somebody to go to a website and look for it. It's like a public records request. You can't just say, oh, go look at our website. It's posted up there. As we know, 25% of Vermont doesn't even have access to the internet or has a computer or whatever. So make sure that you make your agendas available. Some examples on our announcements sufficient. The legislature passes a statute setting the Public Service Board meetings on the first Tuesday of each month. That is sufficient. The Select Board holds a scheduled meeting Monday on Saturday instead and calls it an emergency meeting because Tom Brady was just traded back to the Patriots. And now that Monday Night Football game against the Bills is going to be so sweet that everybody's going to want to go watch Monday Night Football. That's not an emergency. The school board calls an emergency meeting because town meeting day is coming up fast and the board hasn't proposed a budget yet. That's not an emergency. They had plenty of time to do it. So an emergency meeting is less than 24 hours notice and everything like that. When I can tell you, when Tropical Storm Irene hit, a lot of towns in Vermont had emergency meetings because the bridges were washed out, roads were washed out. They were trying to figure out how to spend and authorize spending for gravel, stone, whatever that they needed, steel for the bridges. So that's an emergency. The fact that somebody didn't submit their liquor license, they forgot to submit it, the application on time, isn't really an emergency. It is maybe for the business owner, but it's not for the government business. So I just offer those comments as to, meetings, the three kinds and everything like that. I don't know if Leah, if you've got any comments to add.
No, I have nothing to add to that, and we can pause for questions on that section if there are any, or I'll move on to executive session.
You could go out of share just for,
sure.
I can just see more people. Okay, so were there questions on that section? Okay. Not seeing any questions on that section, so why don't we go right into the next session on executive session, which I think is relevant specifically to the cure for the violation to which we are trying to make. So.
Great. So executive session, as you know, public body can only go on into executive session on a majority vote in the case of a municipal body, or a 2/3 vote in the case of a state body. And the vote must specify the subject of the session. And when in executive session, the body is restricted to discussing only that which they went into executive session for. And as you're all too well aware, the permissible subject matter for going into executive session is limited to certain topics, including certain topics about which the public discussion would clearly place the public body or person involved at a substantial disadvantage. And then underneath that, it lists several types of discussions that might fall under that. And the one point I'd like to call your attention to there is that requires a specific finding that the body would be placed at a substantial disadvantage. And I would encourage you to take that obligation seriously. I see a lot of times where a public body will just recite the words that we are making a specific finding that it would place us at a substantial disadvantage, and thinking they discharged their duty by simply saying that, rather than providing sufficient information by which the public can judge whether, and by which the body members can vote on whether they believe that it will in fact place the body at a substantial disadvantage. It's not just a simple recitation of the magic words, but rather a requirement that a specific finding be made. I've also seen public bodies go into executive session and vote to go into executive session without knowing what they are going into executive session for, and sort of voting from a position of blindness about the topic of executive session, and that is not appropriate. And it's important for the public to know why you're going into executive session and is it justified, and the minutes should reflect that justification and the vote. Another common one is hiring and discipline or termination or evaluation of a public employee. I'm sure you've seen that one. Real estate transactions, academic records of students. You've seen the list. Imminent threats to public safety. When in executive session for any of these reasons, but for negotiating real estate transactions, no binding action can be taken. It is permissible to take a straw poll, but when you come out of executive session, if you're going to take action, the vote must be held in the public session, not in the executive session. And then this one, I'm sure you've had some occasion to think about recently, is attendance in the executive session. And you see the language from the statute here. It's the members of the body, and in the discretion of the public body, it's staff, clerical assistants, and legal counsel, and persons who are subjects of the discussion whose information is needed. What the statute does not make explicitly clear is, if we're leaving aside for the moment the staff, clerical assistants, and legal counsel, and talking about persons who are subject to the discussion or whose information is needed, does there need to be a threshold finding that that discussion or that information that they have that is needed itself qualifies under one of the justifications for going into a public meeting. And I think this is an unclear area of the law that the courts, to my knowledge, have not opined on. So I do think there's real ambiguity in the exercise of this discretion here. And I'll just bang that drum again, and to encourage where possible to resolve ambiguities in favor of more transparency and openness. I don't think it's appropriate for me to opine specifically on the issue that brought us to this point here today. I wasn't at that meeting. I've read accounts, and that's about it. And I don't know, and I don't know if it's resolved now with the complaint, or there's a possibility of litigation going forward. So I don't think I have enough information to opine specifically on that. And you've heard your city attorney give her very experienced legal advice on that matter. So I won't opine further on that. The statute does give the public body discretion about who to admit. And then the question is, under what circumstances do these people who are not part of the body itself or their assistants or staff, must there be a separate finding that their information that is needed for the body to act, must there be a separate finding that that information itself qualifies under one of the justifications for going into executive session? And I think personally, and unfortunately, I think the law is a little unclear on that point. So we have some examples here. Can the select board just have a standing agenda item of executive session without a vote? No. In each circumstance, when the body is going into executive session, that must be a distinct vote with a discrete and distinct justification. It can't just be every meeting at this time in the meeting we go into executive session. School board enters into a real estate lease in executive session, so not just discusses it, but actually enters into it. And yes, that's okay. That's the one type of binding action, real estate transactions, that can be taken in executive session. A fire district commissioners go into executive session to discuss a controversy because they fear that talking about it publicly might get us sued. That is not sufficient justification for going into executive session. Now, there are circumstances into which you can go into executive session to have discussion with your legal counsel, and that is a different rationale than just if we talk about it, we might get sued. Okay. City council goes into executive session whenever someone mentions the word lawyer. No, that's not quite good enough there either. And then finally, a student appeals disciplinary action taken by the school followed, and they discuss that in executive session. And then they take a public vote reversing the discipline. That is appropriate. That is the proper way to use executive session under the exemption for student academic records of a student. I suspect there may be questions here, so I will leave the screen share.
If I can just add one or two things. One, you probably know this, just because you can go into executive session doesn't mean you have to go into executive session. It's an opportunity, but you don't have to. The other thing that I've seen through my career in reporting is who is going into executive session with the city council, with the select board, with the school board, zoning board, whatever. A lot of places, actually, the people being invited in are actually part of the motion to make it clear who is being invited. I have seen towns where they go, okay, we're going into executive session, and it's a valid reason. And then they start saying, okay, we want the town manager, and we want the legal counsel, we want the secretary, let's see, we want so-and-so. we want the pizza maker, and we want somebody else. And those people should be considered in the motion. I mean, somebody may vote against the motion for executive session if certain people are going to be in or out. So what I've always heard is that motion to go into executive session should also list like the legal counsel and people like that. So it's clear who they are. And I know that that was sort of one of the things that I believe came up in your situation. The other thing, like Leah said, I mean, there should be an actual case, really, if you're going to talk about legal action. I was at a meeting the other night. They just said, we want to talk about legal action. And I asked what the name of the case was. And one select board member objected. This was for the Islander newspaper. And then the chairman said, hey, it's a pending legal case. It's not a secret, you know, and said the name of the case. So, and you might as well say it. Otherwise, you're going to get a public records request the next day asking for all the pending legal cases against the city of Burlington. So why not say which case you're going to be talking about? It's not going to be a surprise. It's on the docket. So you might as well give it out. The other thing that I would talk about executive sessions is, and this has happened a couple times, appointment, especially if there are, and not so much maybe it applies to you guys, but what happened recently, again, covering things for the Islander, both the town of Colchester and the town of North Hero were seeking to replace a select board member. And North Hero opted to have the interviews with the candidates in public. The town of Colchester opted to have them behind closed doors. Our contention was it should have been in the open. People vote on candidates, they know where they stand, they go to forums. Why would the select board not do those interviews in public? The law is somewhat silent or is a little unclear as to those kind of appointments. Why wouldn't you want the public to know the answers being given by some applicants for volunteer boards or whatever? So with that, questions, Mr. President.
Thank you. Commissioner Fisher, go ahead.
Thank you. I have a clarification and then a question. And if you don't mind, I'm going to share my screen. I think it's good for people to see this. This is the Vermont statute on executive session. And I only know this because I've spent a lot of time with it, unfortunately. But the idea of premature general knowledge would place the disadvantage, that is only for these A through F cases. It is not for every matter. So I think one of the questions that came up in the recent city council meeting is when is it okay to go into executive session if we want to? And we've had similar questions and very specifically looked at these items around, is there substantial disadvantage? The other ones are around the real estate purchases, the employment things. But I highly suggest you review this particular section. It's 313. So the question I have is really around when you announcing the topic of your executive session and specifically around personnel issues. So how detailed do we need to be? Should we be saying something like, we are going into executive session to talk about a potential disciplinary matter against the principal of Hunt Middle School?
As a reporter, I would have enjoyed that.
I bet you that I bet you the principal, Maddie, wouldn't have enjoyed it. Just to use her as an example, just an example.
Yeah, no. To be honest, I don't believe you technically have to identify who the subject of the discipline is, but you certainly do have to say that the board is contemplating discipline of a public official.
Okay.
You know, and you can't just say we're going into executive session for personnel. That's not a valid reason. You've got to be more specific. It's either we're going to consider the appointment of somebody, we're considering discipline of somebody, whatever.
But we don't have to name the position or the person.
I don't believe, I stand corrected by Leah, but I'm not sure that you actually have to name somebody.
I
Thank
I
you.
will tell you that I would often go to like the police commission meeting, and I would see the police officer there with his lawyer waiting to go into executive session. So we knew who they were considering disciplining.
Doesn't happen in the virtual meetings though.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Other questions on executive session? Okay, not seeing any, so let's keep moving in the presentation.
So number 5, what kind of minutes of the meeting are available? Minutes must be available within 5 calendar days, not business days, from the date of the meeting. If the public body has a website, the minutes must be posted on it within the 5-day period. Minutes must record names of the public body members who attend the meeting, all motions, proposals considered, and the results thereof. So if there's a motion and it doesn't get a second, that should be noted. If there's a motion, a second, and it gets passed 3-2 or 9-3 or whatever the vote is, it should be noted. And the minutes should also include the names of other active participants in the meeting. And I think that's maybe a little bit of, as little as I know of what has happened, that may have been a little bit of how you might have gotten whatever. I won't say jammed up, but why we're here tonight, I guess, is whatever. So a couple of examples. Town disables its entire website rather than learn how to post minutes online. That's okay, sadly, and that's what happened a couple of years ago when the 5-day posting on the website was actually added by the Vermont legislature. The League of Cities and Towns actually encouraged towns who couldn't put up their minutes to actually take down their websites, which actually turned into a disaster for a lot of the small towns, because then the town clerk had to field every question concerning how to register to vote, how to register for Little League, how to get all kinds of permits. School claims that minutes are available in 5 business days, not 5 calendar days. No, legislature has made it clear there's been several efforts to change it to business days. It is still calendar days. City Sewer Subcommittee claims that only voters may inspect the minutes. No, that's incorrect. Anybody, even out-of-staters, are allowed to look at minutes. So that's minutes. Leah, do you have anything, or anybody have any questions on minutes?
I would simply say this handout was adapted from one we've presented in a less formal circumstance, and I did not replace the nopes with nos, so I do apologize for that, for that bit of informality that I did not intend to bring to this session.
Okay, Commissioner Carey, did you have a question?
Yeah, just regarding minutes for committee meetings, not board meetings. They have to be made available within 5 days, even though they're in draft format.
Even though they're what?
Still in draft format. The minutes are only official once the board has looked at them and approved them.
And you raise a great point. These are draft minutes, have to be available. Obviously, most boards don't meet within that 5-day period of when they had that meeting. So these are actual drafts, and they may be changed. And I've seen somebody take an agenda and scribble notes next to it and put it up on a website. And that covers the draft until somebody can actually type the formal notices and everything like that. So
They do or do not have to be made available in draft format.
that's what that's what is supposed to be offered within the 5-day period. Draft of the minutes that will at some point conceivably be approved at a formal meeting, probably 2 weeks down the road, whenever, depending on when the boards meet. Some small select boards meet once a month. So the bottom line is they want to get minutes up within 5 days of a meeting. So.
And the law does specifically contemplate that draft meetings will go up that may then be substituted by the approved minutes later. And it says, except for draft minutes that have been substituted with updated minutes, posted minutes shall not be removed from the website sooner than 1 year from the date of the meeting. And so it does expressly contemplate that draft minutes will go up there until they can be ratified and approved at the next meeting.
When you say go up, what are you talking about? Where are they posted?
On a website or in the town offices or city offices in a 3-ring binder, have them available for public inspection.
Thank you.
Yep. And I've been told, but I still have yet to see this anywhere. I've repeatedly been told that technically minutes never have to actually be approved, that there's no place in the law. And I've actually gone through there and I'm not sure. I had a senator tell me that recently, and it's sort of an inference that they'll be approved at some point, but I'm not sure. So number 6.
It is, of course, good practice.
Yeah. So you actually know, especially, and the thing is with your minutes, I mean, you are writing the history of the city, technically. This is really one of the first drafts of what the city is doing. And so you want good minutes so that if somebody goes in 5, 10, 15 years from now, they'll actually know what actually happened, who was there, and who they can confer with and everything like that. So.
Okay, so we have about 15 minutes left until we have to get into our public forum. So just want to keep that in mind, but I'll let you finish up with number 6, and then maybe we can get some last questions from councilors and commissioners.
Great. So as you know, someone who, either the Attorney General or a member of the public who feels that the open meeting law has been violated can go to court seeking a declaration that the law was violated and an injunction against future violations. But before they do that, they first must provide the body notice in writing of the alleged violation, with a written description of the violation or the alleged violation. And then the body has 10 days to respond, 10 calendar days, by either saying, yep, we messed up, that was a problem, and we intend to cure within 14 calendar days, or no, we think nothing went wrong here, and therefore there's nothing to cure. In the first instance, if the body does intend to cure, the cure must meet 2 standards. It must both either ratify or void any binding action that was taken at a meeting in violation of open meeting law, either because it wasn't properly warned, or it was an improper, unauthorized executive session, or members of the public were improperly excluded from the meeting. So if any action was taken in any of those circumstances, that is void, and to cure it, the body must either ratify that action that was taken or void it altogether. So that's the first step. And then the second step is it must adopt specific measures that actually prevent future violations. And that's what we're doing here today, right? That's part of the cure that you have proposed, is getting this training on open meeting law, potentially among other things. And then only after that has happened, or if the body fails to do anything within the 14 days, then the individual can go to court. That happens in the county in which the violation is alleged to have occurred, in the Superior Court Civil Division. And there are circumstances under the open meeting law where if the plaintiff prevails, the court shall award the prevailing plaintiff reasonable attorney fees and litigation costs. Something you see less often even is that a knowing or willful violation of the open meeting law is a misdemeanor that is subject to a fine of up to $500. And this gets a little bit, I think, to what Commissioner Jang was referring to before about going into executive session with the city attorney's legal advice. And I think, one factor that would certainly be considered about whether a violation was knowing or willful would be if it was done on the advice of legal counsel. I think, it would be an unlikely scenario where a court would say, even though your legal counsel told you this was fine, it would be an unlikely scenario where the court would find that was willful or knowing violation of the open meeting law. I think I will take it off of screen share now for potentially the last time and see where we are with questions, knowing we only have 10 minutes left together. And Mike, I'm sorry, did you have anything to add to that section before we?
No, I think you covered it well. And I don't know if Eileen, you want to jump in or whatever, if you had anything to add, or anybody from the city attorney's office.
Just a couple of thoughts. I overall on the presentation, I guess one of the things I would say is that a lot of the questions around whether serial communications, the A talks to B to C, is a violation or not, haven't been determined by any court, and it's not specifically laid out in the law. It's the Secretary of State's opinion that serial communications could violate the open meeting law, but there haven't been test cases, and the law itself doesn't really talk about that. As we've always advised, we think there absolutely is a line at which with serial communications that you may cross over that line, and it would clearly be a violation of open meeting law. But I think part of the reason that it's hard for everyone to understand and to answer all those questions is just because I think that is still somewhat up in the air, and as far as the law goes. And then I think I'm looking at I took a couple of notes, so I'm looking at my notes to see if there's anything else I wanted to add. I do think that there always is, in addition, I think that both speakers have pointed out that there are a number of things where there are places that are still open to interpretation, because we haven't had a lot of case law really interpreting some of these issues. And I think as city councilors, our office is always open to talking through and working with you about whether and when things are and may be within or outside of the open meeting law. And we do try to work with you on going into executive session in only those limited instances, because I think this council has been very clear and careful that you don't want to go into executive session to discuss things unless it truly is something that needs that falls within one of the exemptions and needs to be discussed in executive session. So I guess those would be my comments on the panel. But thanks, Leah and Mike. I think it's really helpful to hear your thoughts on these things.
Thanks very much. One thing I was going to just add is when you do go into executive session, I know a lot of boards, and I've heard it from people on the boards themselves in executive sessions, that the boards stray into other areas. You got to be careful that you go in to discuss a contract that suddenly you don't start talking about something with the fire department or the police department or the sewer or something like that, that you strictly stay narrow on that one topic and get back out of executive session as quickly as you can so you don't stray.
let's open it back up to some questions. Commissioner Fisher, go ahead.
Thank you for indulging me, everyone. Thank you, President Tracy. One other item I think that's worth covering is identifying participants in the meeting. And so I know that that happened at the city council recently, but it also happened at the school board at a committee meeting, and people wanted to talk to school board commissioners, but they did not want to be identified for fear of reprisals. And so we consulted our attorney who came back and quoted the law that anybody who's an active participant must be recorded in the minutes. And so in our discussion, it was, if somebody wants to speak to a member of the body in a confidential way, it can't be at a meeting because the meeting is a public session. So I just thought that would be, that's a good nuance to this.
Yeah, we completely agree. It's, you know, you can take a phone call before the meeting. I don't want to talk during the meeting because the press is going to be there or my neighbor's going to be there, but I want you to know that. That's acceptable. But if they start talking at the meeting, they have to be identified.
Okay, Commissioner Ivanchich, go ahead.
Kind of along similar lines, I'm wondering, now that we have our meetings online, is there any restrictions or, like, you know, when people identify themselves in executive session? So like right here, there's a lot of people with their cameras off. And if we're in executive session, how do people running the meeting know that there's not other people listening in?
I think that's largely a function of the tech support for your meeting to ensure that there are ways to have individualized invitations that only the person who receives that invitation can come into the Zoom, or there's the waiting room feature, and if someone is calling in and you can't tell from, it's not a name, it's just a phone number and you don't know who it is, the person operating the technology can make inquiries of that person about whether they're someone who is or is not to be in the executive session. That also raises a good point that I wanted to leave you with, is that I would very strongly encourage you to make every effort to ensure that meetings still become as available to the public as they are in Zoom session, even when you are back to meeting in person. I think you've experienced a lot more public engagement because people can participate even if they can't make it downtown to attend the meeting. And so I would encourage you to try to find ways to make streaming and even possibly recording and posting available, even when the day comes that we are able to see each other face to face in the same room.
Excellent, thank you. Is there any additional questions? We got time for maybe one or two more. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone. So I really just want to thank both you, Leah, and Mike, for joining us this evening, as well as our colleagues from the school board. But I just really appreciate all this information. I think this will help us to be much more in compliance with the open meeting law, and certainly given us a lot of helpful tips and information, as well as scenarios to think about as we move forward as public bodies doing the work of this community.
Well, thank you for your time and attention. I really appreciate it.
Likewise, thank you for trying to be as transparent as you can be, and our contact information is around. If the President Max has it in the handout, if you want to forward it to them, it has our email and phone numbers on there if they have any questions or follow up or anything like that.
Yep,
Plus,
so
don't let her know, but the city attorney's pretty good too. She knows some things.
I agree. I appreciate that. So I did send that communication to the city clerk and asked that be posted to board docs, so you'll be able to find it on that on the public site in the agenda item. So if you want to go back and review that, and then but certainly appreciate you sharing your knowledge and resources with us as we navigate this important law.
Great.
Have a great night, everyone.
Thank
Be
you.
well.
Have a great night.
You as well. Thank you for joining us, commissioners. Look forward to our continued collaboration with all of you as well.
Great, thank you so much.
Okay, so we are now into item number 3 of our agenda, which is a little bit different than our regular public forum. I'll get to that in just a moment, but there is a public hearing regarding downtown tax increment financing district and a substantial change request to that. Before I open that public hearing, I would just ask, I believe we have Attorney Hessler on the line, or Grace Sifo from CEDO. If either of you could just give a brief just explanation of what this issue is before I go to the public on this particular hearing. I see Attorney Hessler, you've clicked your camera on. Go ahead and just provide.
Thank you, President. Thank you, President Tracy. My name is Richard Hessler. I'm Assistant City Attorney. I have been the point person for the city's TIF districts over the years, and Economic Progress Council, who is the entity that was set up by the Agency of Commerce to oversee tax increment financing districts statewide. It became apparent that when we set up our downtown TIF district in 2011, while we have annually reported on all of our financing and our debt service and our bondings and our investments and the development that has occurred in the district, that over a 9-year period, we really should, before we take any further action in terms of new votes or anything, and that we should update our TIF plan that was approved back in 2011. And so over the past few months, the folks at CEDO and I and the folks in the clerk treasurer's office have done a fairly extensive updating. Most of the tables in the plan did require some adjustments simply based on the fact that it had all been projecting estimates back in 2011. And at this point, we've accomplished quite a bit. We've done the blocks of St. Paul, we've done garage repairs, we've done brownfields work. At the same time, private developers have built certain projects. Other projects that we anticipated have taken longer than we thought, so we've adjusted those timelines. All of that is in the various packet items that have been set forth on the agenda tonight for public inspection. And at this point in time, really all we are asking to do is to take these materials to VEPC at the end of the month, and we have to submit them later this week. But before we do that, we have to make them publicly available, which we've done after a 15-day notice period, which we've done, and give the public an opportunity to ask any questions. So with that, Ms. Sifo and I are present, and I think, unless the council itself has, well, I think I leave it to you, President Tracy, as to how to open that public hearing, and but I'll be here, as Ms. Sifo will, to answer any questions the public might have.
Okay, yeah, we did hear this item at Board of Finance, and I did let the councilors know that we would be discussing it at Board of Finance as well. If there are members of the public who would like to comment specifically on this item that Attorney Hessler described, you can please use the raise hand function. I'll use the normal public forum process for the general public forum addressing other agenda items after this. However, if you are interested in speaking specifically to the TIF issue, please use the raise hand function. Okay, I am not seeing any members of the public using that function, so I'm going to go ahead and close the public forum. This item is also on our consent agenda for making the updates that you just described, Attorney Hessler. So appreciate that, and appreciate both you and Grace for being here and sharing with us. Thank you. Okay, so we'll close that item down.
Thank you, President Tracy. We, Ms. Sifo will, in the packet, there's a request letter that you and Catherine Shad, the CAO, will be asked to sign, and we'll be in touch with you in terms of accomplishing that.
Excellent. Okay.
Thanks very much.
Much appreciated. Thank you very much. Okay, so we will now move into our next item, which is the public forum. And for this item, if you are interested in commenting, the way that you can do so is to go to burlingtonvt.gov/city council, which is one word, /public forum, and that should bring you to a form that will then feed into the spreadsheet for that item. We will have a couple commenters signed up this evening for public forum, and as per usual, I'm prioritizing if folks have identified as people of color, I've prioritized that, and then also Burlington residents has been our practice of late. With that, if we could please get the timer up, I can get us into, I can locate our, I've located our first speaker. Our first speaker will be Al Larson, to be followed by Linda Patterson. Al, I'm enabling your microphone now, so you should be able to speak.
Okay. Okay, I'm speaking. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Okay. Is video enabled as well, or is that not part of how this works?
I've usually just have enabled microphones.
Oh, okay. All right. Can you restart the timer then? Or
yeah, absolutely. Please restart the timer. There you go. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Hello. Science-based public health perspective. According to the CDC, Vermont has the second highest rate of asthma in the nation. According to the EPA, wood smoke can, quote, make asthma symptoms worse and trigger asthma attacks. But can't we just stay inside with the windows closed? No. According to the American Lung Association, quote, closing windows will not prevent wood smoke from entering homes and affecting neighbors with respiratory conditions. Beyond that, there's a senior care facility on North Ave. As a public facility, their HVAC guidance for COVID is to keep windows open more than they usually would. I am opposed to this resolution. It has not been prepared with attention to the available research on public health. At a minimum, it requires a review of the established science by a public health professional. Do the work, commission the study, follow the science. Part 2, environmental justice perspective. What burden does this create for vulnerable individuals? We're told that people who are adversely affected can simply complain and get a neighbor's permit revoked. One neighbor's permit, another neighbor's permit. I don't know about your neighborhood, but there are a lot of homes in my neighborhood. A 12-year-old with asthma, home alone as the smoke rolls in, is supposed to go find the house and lodge a complaint? Really? If you do eventually do this, remove the enforcement burden from our most vulnerable populations. Blackout zones of a half mile around any grade school, senior care facility, or household with a vulnerable member. Require a separate permit for each instance of a recreational fire to limit the number on any given day. Look, it's the 21st century. We're in a global ecological crisis and a global respiratory pandemic, and we live in a state with one of the highest rates of asthma. If we want to find ways to commune outdoors, we have to do so in ways that don't contribute to and exacerbate the problems we already face.
Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. Our next commenter will be Linda Patterson, to be followed by Stella Mars. Linda, I found you and have enabled your microphone.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Burton has plans to build a hub on their Industrial Avenue property to include a 1,500 person, 500 vehicle concert venue. Burton once said this hub will be, quote, the likes of Ben and Jerry's in Waterbury, unquote. However, the Burton venue site does not abut a major state road such as Route 100. It abuts Home Avenue with all its stop signs and Queen City Park with its one-lane bridge. These streets lack the infrastructure to safely manage the onslaught of drivers, bikers, and walkers that this venue would bring. The DRB unanimously approved Burton's conditional use permit without requiring any new traffic infrastructure. They essentially turned a blind eye to the safety needs of bikers and walkers. They quietly overlooked the structural upgrades undeniably necessary for this venue to become anything less than chaotic. That the DRB accepted Burton's traffic study is either foolery or indicates it was not read thoroughly. Burlington knew it didn't have funds to pay for improvements of sidewalks, bike lanes, and crosswalks. Hence, rather than wait until they did, they chose to push Burton's permit through without stipulations. This is in total disregard of your constituents who travel on foot or by bike. The elephant in the room is that Burlington chose profits over people. This enormous concert venue must not open until Burlington can afford to build the necessary infrastructure needed for safety that was shockingly not flagged by the DRB. I urge you also to require concert goers to be bussed in from a major artery. This would alleviate congestion, heavy traffic, and parking on streets ill-equipped to handle it, and it would deter loitering of concert goers in nearby areas, thus reducing police presence and disruptions. We do not want a train wreck here. Slowing the process down to mitigate the long-term consequences is the right thing to do. There are solutions, and I urge you to slow down and consider your neighbors. Thank you.
Much appreciated. All right, our next commenter is Stella Mars. Stella, I'm not able to locate you. Next speaker after Stella is Tom Proctor. I'm not able to locate Tom. And then our next speaker after Tom is Andres Dorizo. Andres, I have located you and I'm going to enable your microphone. Andres, you should be able to speak now.
I am good. Yep.
Yep, go ahead.
So I'm speaking in regards to the proposal on the outdoor recreational wood burning fires. And if I could just quickly summarize, I did submit an email letter earlier today summarizing all my points. I'm not going to go through them all, but I just wanted to quickly highlight the concerns. First, I think that there's very well documented negative health effects with wood smoke, and also that there's also very clear air quality degradation. And I think that even in the winter, when people have their windows closed, most areas in Burlington, we live in the Five Sisters. It's a very tight neighborhood here, and there's definitely times of the year when there is temperature inversions where the smoke just will hang in the neighborhood. It doesn't dissipate. And I know that there's other areas of the city up on the hill or along the lakeshore where that's not as much of an issue, but it's definitely an issue here. I think that there's a inequality issue, really. I think that, recreational outdoor fires wouldn't be allowed for everybody. And I think it's inequitable in terms of the benefits received by only a few versus the negative health effects that would be experienced by many. We definitely have a concern for public safety, when recreational or outdoor fires are concerned. People are going to be inadvertently burning improper fuels, treated and painted wood, wet wet material, which is going to create heavy smoke, potentially toxic smoke. I think really Burlington's set really a leader environmentally, and I think honestly this is a step backwards thinking environmentally, allowing for recreational outdoor wood burning fires. You know, it's really, we should be aiming to improve our air quality, not degrade it. And I think that, you know, the EPA has really recognized the negative health effects of burning wood smoke and really trying to rein that in significantly. So I think it's a step backwards for the city. I think it's also potentially an unnecessary strain and risk on public resources. And I think, you know, one of the most critical things, I think there's potential COVID complications. And there's emerging research showing that people can more easily. Hello?
Your time is up. So if you could just please wrap up your thought.
Yep. I have just one more point related to the COVID. I think that there's a clear link, between between smoke and COVID. And, finally, just, related to the city's efforts trying to curb smoking on the mall, I just think it's, I think it would make sense to safeguard the ban on recreational outdoor fires. So that's, thank you very much for my time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right. I was able to locate Tom Proctor. Tom, I'm going to come back to you, and I've enabled your mic.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Tom Proctor. I'm a regional organizer with Rights and Democracy, and I've been working closely these past few months with the Burlington Tenants Union, CBOEO, and Legal Aid on just cause eviction. And I'm pleased to see it currently working through Charter Change Committee. Tonight, I want to address an issue that came to my attention last week regarding the chair of this committee, Councillor Joan Shannon. Emails have come to light showing that Councillor Shannon has been abusing her role as chair of the Charter Change Committee and instructed Bill Weld to use the city's database to contact all of Burlington's landlords and send them anti-just cause language and ensure these landlords appear en masse at the Charter Change meetings. This is concerning for a number of reasons. The first is the abuse of power and the abuse of the role of Charter Change chair of using her position to gain political advantage to kill a bill she does not like. Second is empowering a special interest group who already have the lion's share of power and influence over thousands of Burlingtonians with additional resources and access to power. Third is the pressuring of a city employee whom is empowered to inspect rental properties to contact landlords and muddy a line between neutral civil servant and political activist. Ultimately, I believe Joan has shown grave misjudgment in her actions, and I think it would be best for her to recuse herself as chair of the Charter Change Committee on this matter. I hope this does not indicate a trend from Democrats elected to the City Council, and I do hope that Democrats on the council will speak up to condemn these actions and urge Joan Shannon to recuse herself on matters involving just cause eviction, as she seems to be unable to colour within the lines on these matters as a Burlington landlord herself. Thank you for listening to this matter, and I'm keen to hear the council's response.
Thank you. All right. I still can't find Stella Mars, so I'm going to go to what I believe is our final speaker, Kelly Devine. Kelly, I've enabled your microphone.
Okay, great. Thank you. Just saw on the agenda tonight that the council was considering relaxing the early shutdown of bars in downtown and Church Street. And I think we've had a good amount of time to show that we're not going to see a rebound of cases from the return of the UVM students. I think the university is doing a really good job of monitoring their population. And so I would urge the council to support the end to the restriction on bar hours in Burlington. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly Devine is our final speaker. I do not have any other folks signed up for public forum. So I'm going to go ahead and close the public forum, and we will now move, appreciate Holly Bushnell's assistance and with the timer. I know that City Clerk Bovee is very, very busy with the election, and just want to thank Clerk Bovee and all the other folks in the city clerk's office for their hard work in preparing us for what promises to be a very busy election year. But thank you, Holly, for your work on the timer this evening. We'll move into our next item, which is number 5, climate emergency reports. For this item, we have a report from BED, and I'll start with that with BED Director or General Manager Darren Springer, and then we'll open it up should counselors have additional questions or not, should counselors have additional reports, I'm sorry. So General Manager Springer, Mayor Weinberger, are you looking to be recognized?
I am, President Tracy. Thank you. I'll turn it over to Darren in just a second, but did just want to kick this off. I think this initiative coming forward, we've had a lot of focus since March on the pandemic, a great deal of focus on racial justice over the course of the summer, rightly. We have done our best in the administration throughout these other emergencies and crises to keep our eye on the ball of moving forward with our net zero energy city goals and addressing the climate emergency. And what BED is bringing forward tonight, I think will go down as one of the most significant steps in our efforts to get to a net zero energy city by 2030. The proposal, the concept here is would really put us on a path towards dramatically reducing the amount of fossil fuel infrastructure that is built in the years to come. It would do so in a balanced way. It would do so in a way that recognizes that we have limitations on technology, and there are some areas where complete elimination doesn't kind of meet the proper balancing test. The cost of it and the cost to housing outweigh the benefits. But the proposal here would create a structure for getting that right, as well as for ensuring that as the technology advances, there is a way to ensure that anything that gets built now that is not 100% elimination of infrastructure, that there are structured check-ins to encourage that in the years to come. I think it's an exciting proposal. I think it's a groundbreaking proposal. I don't think any other city is doing anything quite like it. It is a science-based effort that tries to get these challenging issues right based on the cost of carbon. And I'm very appreciative of Darren's work and his team's work, and I'll turn it over to him to share further.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Good evening, councilors. If I may just share my screen for just a minute or two. I've got a couple of brief slides that I can walk through here to help describe this proposal. See if I can get this started. Okay, so just some background very briefly. The work on this policy proposal that we're bringing forward this evening is from Burlington Electric Department, as well as the Office of City Planning and the Department of Permitting and Inspections. And this work dates, I think, back really to when we launched the roadmap in September of 2019. The following month, in October of 2019, there was a council resolution supportive of looking at these issues around how can we have policy for new construction that is consistent with the roadmap goal, the net zero energy goal. There was further resolution in May of this year as well. And the focus here is primarily on new buildings. I will mention existing buildings towards the end, but I just want to be clear that what we're talking about here is about new construction facilities. And we were asked in the latest council resolution to look at a variety of things, including looking at a ban on new buildings connecting to fossil fuel infrastructure as one option. We did hold a public meeting on July 7th of this year, a virtual meeting over Zoom. We had a number of attendees. It was a well-attended meeting. And good number, I'd say the vast majority of attendees did support a ban on fossil fuel connections for new buildings. We've been working with a group called the Building Electrification Initiative. They help cities around the country explore policies and programs to help with electrification in buildings, to help with reducing fossil fuel use. And they've been assisting us with analysis and helping us look at what other communities have done relative to these types of approaches. So the policy proposal that we're bringing to you this evening that the mayor just highlighted would have a few elements. The first would be, if you were to enact this, that if a building was coming forward, new construction for a permit, and the building was not connecting to fossil fuel infrastructure and it met the applicable building energy code, it would satisfy this requirement. So if a building is not connecting to fossil fuel infrastructure, isn't using any fossil fuels, then there'd be no further requirements here. That building would be using electrification or renewable technologies already. If a building is coming forward and does wish to connect to fossil fuel infrastructure, the proposal here has two elements. One would be that there would be a building carbon fee using the $100 a ton that we use already in the city that the mayor's directed for the evaluation of fleet vehicle purchases and heating system replacements. We use that. The Public Utility Commission has used $100 a ton as well as an avoided cost figure for carbon. So what we would do here is look at the building energy model for the first 10 years of the building's operation and create an upfront fee that would cover the fossil fuel use that's expected in that building. And that would be paid at the time of permit. And the proposal here would be that the permit would be reopened after 10 years to look again at whether the building has reduced its fossil fuel use. And if not, or if it has, but it hasn't completely eliminated it, to assess a further carbon fee. I want to be real clear that we have not fully discussed this concept with the city attorney's office. So there needs to be further discussion of the mechanics of this proposal relative to how it's feasible from the standpoint of ordinance language. But that's the first part of the concept. The second part would be to have new buildings that are connecting to fossil fuel infrastructure be electric ready and have requirements to size their electric service, their panel, wiring, etc., to accommodate future electrification, whether that was heat pumps or geothermal systems or variable refrigerant systems or other renewable or efficient technologies that would require electric use. It's much cheaper to have that sized correctly up front than to pay for a retrofit later on. And this would help ensure that as new buildings are constructed, that they're compatible with our future net zero energy goals. Last slide here, just some additional specifics. The departments who were bringing this proposal forward believe that the revenues that could be derived from a carbon fee could be placed in the Municipal Green Revolving Fund as a means of supporting additional energy efficiency and renewable energy and electrification projects in municipal buildings to further reduce emissions and save all taxpayers money on energy use. We believe that if there was a further policy enacted at the state or regional or even the national level that priced carbon in the building sector, the thermal energy sector, that it would be appropriate to review this policy and see whether it made sense still or whether it was essentially superseded by the new policy at the state or regional or national level. And in terms of existing buildings, we do believe that there would be an opportunity to examine existing buildings, but that would be something that we would propose doing once policy work on the new building initiative here is complete. Existing buildings require a different set of strategies from a policy standpoint. And obviously Burlington Electric will continue to offer our incentives and programs to support retrofits in existing buildings during that period of time. I do just want to say, as the mayor noted, having a policy like this would certainly be unique in Vermont. I'm not aware of any other community or any state policy that would be this forward-looking in terms of dealing with fossil fuel use in new construction, dealing with the carbon impacts of new construction. I think there are policy considerations that we would want to work through during the ordinance committee consideration, including exactly which systems in a building would be subject to the fee, how we would treat contracts for renewable fuels that might be delivered using existing infrastructure, whether that's renewable gas or other types of renewable fuels. Those might need to be treated differently than fossil fuels, for example, when we evaluate the fee. And making sure that we are doing all of these things in a way that is compatible with existing technology and economic considerations. The Building Electrification Initiative review was helpful in looking at whether any communities in the United States that have our climate, that are a cold climate community, have gone this far. And we haven't seen any examples of communities with a similar climate to Burlington that have experience implementing a full ban on connecting new buildings to fossil fuel infrastructure. So with no other kind of model to look at in that regard, this model really does help provide a strong incentive to reduce fossil fuel use, while also being conscious that not every technology that will be developed over the next 10 years is completely ready today, and that there will be further development of technology as we go forward. Let me go ahead and unshare my screen. And there we go. Certainly be glad to answer any questions from the council if there are any.
We don't generally engage questions on this section of the agenda. I would just, if there's any brief or quick question, I would allow that this evening, understanding that this was a little bit more of a meaty presentation that we just received. Okay, seeing none, I will just thank you, GM Springer, for your presentation and for your work on this, and understand, councilors, that this is certainly not done for us, and that this will be that there will be continued work on this at the ordinance committee level. There certainly is additional work to be performed. Are there other councilors who have climate emergency reports to offer? Councilor Pine, go ahead.
I'll be very brief, but I worked with a constituent over the last few weeks to develop a proposal to be considered by the Energy Action Network to more thoroughly explore the idea of tariffed on-bill financing for residential energy efficiency investments. And we were not chosen in the pitch that we made, but it's being incorporated into other efforts. And if we are successful at getting some support from EAN, what will happen is it will be part of a larger discussion about how to accelerate energy efficiency investments through financing that is truly, it's transformative financing because it's truly inclusive for both homeowners and renters. So it's a really different way to finance energy investments that it doesn't put a burden on the residents because of the savings that are used to cover the payments. So we'll come back to it again, but I wanted to at least mention that a constituent and I put that proposal together. We didn't get chosen this time, but we're undaunted. So we'll keep working on it.
Great, thank you for that. Any other councilors wishing to offer a climate emergency report? Councilor Hanson, go ahead.
Yeah, just something. I was also at the EAN conference last week, which is a really cool annual event that if people aren't aware of, they should check it out. The Energy Action Network does really great work. But coming out of that, I learned about something exciting, which is that VEIC, Vermont Energy Investment Corporation, is considering characterizing fare-free transit as well as some other transportation measures in such a way where electric utilities would be able to incentivize these things as part of their compliance with the renewable energy standard. And so if this happens, if this moves forward, then utilities are going to be able to make a lot more investments in transportation related measures that will reduce emissions, which I think is really exciting because transportation is the biggest source of emissions by far in Vermont. And so this could really open the door to a lot of new funding. So I'm excited to talk to you all and talk to BED about it. And GM Springer helped when he was working for the state. He actually helped create the renewable energy standard, which is a really good policy that this is a part of. So it's exciting, and yeah, look forward to talking more about it.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Hanson. Any other councillors wishing to offer a climate emergency report? It's the most advantage we've seen folks take of that. Appreciate all those reports and the work that's going on. We'll go ahead and close that item, and we will then move into our next item, which is the consent agenda. Councillor Stromberg, may I please have a motion on the consent agenda?
Yep. I move to adopt the consent agenda and take the actions indicated.
Okay, we have a motion from Councillor Stromberg. Is there a second? Seconded by Councillor Paul. Any discussion on the consent agenda? Councillor Hanson, go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to note, I've been emailing on a chain with some of you all about item 6.11, which is basically what we just heard the presentation on. And I just want to be clear I want to make sure it's clear to other councillors and the public that the recommended action on that is waive the reading and accept the communication and place it on file. But as was mentioned, this is moving forward as recommended in the May resolution. And so this ordinance is being developed and is going to move to the ordinance committee as laid out in the resolution. So even though the action is place it on file, there are next steps that are happening related to this item. Just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further discussion on the consent agenda? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor of our consent agenda, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. We now move to our deliberative agenda and item 7.01, which is a presentation from Dr. Stephanie Seguino regarding trends in racial disparities in Burlington traffic stops. I believe we have Dr. Seguino on with us. Yep, I see Dr. Seguino's camera's on. Thank you for joining us. Very much appreciate your willingness, your work on this, and willingness to share it with us as a body.
Thank you. I'm going to share my screen. See if I do this right. How's that? Is that coming through to everybody?
I do not see it as of yet, Dr. Seguino.
Okay, try one more time. There we go.
There we go.
How's that?
Great.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for inviting us to present our results. My co-authors, Nancy Brooks and Pat Attilio, should be on the call if they aren't already. So I'm going to just start by saying that the original legislation that required traffic data collection was designed to detect whether there are notable racial disparities in policing in agencies in Vermont. And so this study that we did looks at a variety of different points in the traffic stop. And the data are for 2012 to 2019. So we have several different indicators that determine whether drivers are treated differently by race. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about some stop rate data that we have, racial differences in arrest and search rates. And we have some more detailed information around disparities by type of violation. And partly of greater interest is evaluating trends over time. So Burlington has been collecting traffic stop data since roughly 2009. Our data set starts a little later than that, but it is useful to look to see whether the collection of data and review of the data has helped to change practices and allow departments to kind of hone in on what the causes of disparities are and eliminate them. And I'm also going to present you some data that compares Burlington Police Department with some other large law enforcement agencies in Vermont in the set of studies that we just released. So I'm going to start with this issue of whether drivers of color are have a higher probability of being stopped than do white drivers. And so one way to approach that is to say, I'm going to take an example, and let's just say Asian drivers are 10% of Burlington's driving population. We would expect then that they would be roughly 10% of stop drivers. And that's assuming that there are no differences by racial group in terms of driving behavior. And the national evidence doesn't suggest that there is. And so what you see here is an indicator of whether there is over or under stopping or no disparity in stop rates. And the way that's calculated is we simply divide the racial share of stops for 2012, 2019 by the racial share of the driving population. And so if Asian drivers are 10% of the stops and they're 10% of the driving population, that number will equal 1. So anything close to 1 means there are no problems in terms of racial disparities. If the number is greater than 1, it means that a racial group is overstopped relative to its share of the driving population. And if that number is less than 1, it means they're understopped. So one of the issues that comes up in the national studies and in Vermont as well is, do we have good estimates of the driving population? Most studies in the United States use census data, and ACS here refers to census data, which is the American Community Survey. So this is data for people over the age of 15. People are sometimes critical of this because, of course, there are drivers in Burlington that are not just city residents. So we have out-of-towners and out-of-staters. On the other hand, it's useful to note that people of color tend to drive less frequently than whites. They are more likely to take cars or public transportation. So it's not a perfect measure. So an alternative measure is to look at accident data. When there's an accident in Burlington, officers are called to the scene. They will make an accident report and they indicate the race of the driver. So that might be, that will capture out-of-state drivers and out-of-town drivers. And so we use both of those estimates of the driving population, and they differ slightly. And so what you see here is that white drivers more or less are stopped relative to their share of the driving population. Asians and Hispanic drivers are understopped relative to their driving population share. And what we see is that Black drivers are overstopped by roughly 30% to 60%. We also found that for this period of 2012 to 2019, that Black drivers are more likely than other racial groups to be arrested. And in fact, other racial groups are arrested at approximately the same rate, and Black drivers are 67% more likely to be arrested. They also have a much higher probability of being searched, as do Hispanic drivers. So you can see here that the search rate of white drivers is 1.1%, but it's significantly higher for Black drivers at 4.2%. And you can see that Hispanic drivers also have a higher search rate, and Asians a lower search rate than white drivers. And I think one of the things really useful to note here is that Black drivers are almost 4 times more likely to be searched than white drivers, but they're 10 times more likely to be searched than Asian drivers. And I'll come back to why that might be so in a few minutes. This is something we just recently did in the last few days. We found that the 2017 Burlington data included violation codes. The law does not require this, but it's very helpful because what we really want to compare as apples to apples are drivers of different racial groups treated differently for the same driving behavior. And so these are the most frequent types of violations in Burlington from 2017. There were a few others, but these are some of the top violations. And what you see here is that white drivers tend to be treated more favorably than Black drivers for these violations. So for example, white drivers who are stopped because signals are required, the very bottom of this list here, 93% get a warning, 80% of Black drivers get a warning. And that means if you don't get a warning, you are getting either a ticket and perhaps an arrest. So you can see here there are variations, but in numerous of these cases, we see differential treatment for the same violation. We also did something new this time around in this, and that was try to really make more meaningful for the community and for policymakers around what the implications of this, of these differential treatment is. And it really, what's happening is that because of these numbers, what you see is that especially Black drivers have disproportionate contact with the police. And it may be hard to understand because the Black share of the population is relatively low. And we thought what would be useful is just to say, what would happen if a white driver in Burlington was treated the same as Black drivers? And so this is for the entire period 2012 to 2019. And what you see is that the number of actual stops of white drivers was over 28,000. But if white drivers were stopped at the same rate of Black drivers, using our estimates of the Black share of the driving population using accident data, you'd see that there'd be roughly more than 8,000 more stops. And if we use the census data, we could estimate that there would have been more than 16,000 more stops of white drivers during that period of time. That might be hard to understand from for an 8-year period of time. So I just did this just did this to look at what this means annually. So over this 9-year period of this 8-year period of time, the average number of white stops per year was 3,500. Had the white drivers been stopped at the same rate of Black drivers, there would have been roughly 1,000 to 2,000 more stops of white drivers. We can also do the same thing with search rates. So you have a group that is overstopped and it is also oversearched. And so if we assume that white drivers were overstopped and oversearched to the extent that Black drivers are, over this period of time, there were 345 searches of white drivers. If they had been treated like Black drivers, there would have been over 1,500 searches of white drivers. So I think it, maybe give you some indication of the disproportionate contact with the police that drivers of color have as a result of some of these outcomes, and the concern of the community around the dangerousness, if you will, of people of color when they do have interactions with the police. Here's some data on trends from 2012 to 2019. One of the things that we did here was to look at stop rates per 1,000 drivers or 1,000 residents. So we basically took the number of stops and divided by the population of the city and multiplied it by 1,000 to get this. And so what you see is, let's say, just take 2016, the stops per year were roughly 144 stops per 1,000 residents of Burlington. And as you can see, that's fallen quite dramatically since 2016, so that by 2019, Burlington Police Department is stopping roughly 52 drivers per 1,000 residents. And my understanding from the BPD's report is with very little impact on public safety. That is no negligible change in accident rates. And just so that you understand how Burlington fits with the national data, nationally, there are 86 stops per 1,000 residents in the United States in this 2015 DOJ study. So we were overstopping relative to the national average a few years ago, and now we're slightly understopping. So when we also wanted to look at what's happening with the Black stop rate, that is the Black stops for 1,000 Black residents compared to the white stops per 1,000 white residents or drivers. So again, in each of these cases, we use either the accident data or the census data. And so what you see here, these numbers are just the ratio of those stop rates. So the Black stop rate divided by the white stop rate. So if we look just in 2019, what we see is that Blacks are stopped at a rate that is roughly 20% higher than white drivers, greater than white drivers. And if we use the census data, it's double. So it's hard to determine the trend here because the numbers do differ. I think what is notable is that we continue to have overstopping relative to white drivers, and that continues to need to be addressed. This is what's happening with trends in arrest rates over time. As you can see, the white-black arrest rate disparity has increased since 2014-16. And I think it's self-explanatory. You can see that the white arrest rate has actually declined over time, but there's been almost a doubling of the white arrest rate since 2012, the black arrest rate, sorry. And with regard to search rates, we see that the black-white search rate disparities have also widened over time. Just a couple of things here. The black search rate has declined in 2017, 2019 from the previous 3-year period. And let me just talk about why we use these 3-year periods. So what you see here is that we combined all of the data for 2012, 13, and 14, then 2013, 14, and 15, and so on. And the reason we do this is because these events, arrests and searches, are less frequent, and we need a larger sample size in order to really be able to say something with statistical rigor. And the other issue is that the data often jump around, as they do in any kind of metric that you have. And so this kind of smooths the data over time. So as I mentioned, the search rate disparities have widened. And in this 2017-19 period, black drivers are still roughly 4 times more likely to be searched than white drivers. It is true that in 2019, there were very few searches of white drivers as well as black drivers. So there were actually no searches of black drivers. And I think there were roughly 9 searches of white drivers as the stop rate declined. So I think that's a positive trend, and hopefully that will continue. But nevertheless, looking at the data in these 3 years averages, we are doing, the disparities have worsened over time. I'm gonna skip this. I sort of repeats this. Maybe I will just mention this, that just in case you're curious about how do we compared to the national level. Well, as you can see here, 3.9 means that black drivers are 3.9 times more likely to be searched than white drivers. At the national average, it's roughly 2 times. So Burlington is doing twice as bad, if you will, as the national average, where there is also a disparity. One of the issues that I think is a relatively easy fix for the police department is that the data quality really requires greater attention. As you know, the categories of data that are collected are required by law, and yet Burlington continues to have a problem of a lot of missing data. So over here on the right, you see, for example, that the outcome of the stops, 7% of stops are missing that. That's really important information. It's whether there was a warning, an arrest, or a search. The stop reason is very helpful for us. It's missing in 12% of the cases in 2019. And this compares to other agencies in Vermont that have reduced missing data to 0. So I think it's feasible to do it, and I hope that the department can work on that. It is concerning to me that in 4% of stops that the race of driver is missing, and that's about 25% of the people of color in the sample. So if we knew who those 4% were, maybe the results wouldn't change. Maybe they would be worse, and maybe they would be better, but we won't know until we successfully ensure that every single stop includes the race of the driver. And one of the reasons I think this is important is that this is an issue, I think, of community trust and transparency. This was one of the purposes of the data being collected, and the quality of the data really can reinforce whether there is transparency, and it really can increase community trust of the results that are presented. I'm gonna, let's see here. I just want to show you some data comparing Burlington to other agencies that we just issued reports on. So let me just start with this one, that Burlington has a second lowest black to white stop rate disparity. So this is the ratio of the black stop rate to the white stop rate. And it says that that the blacks are stopped at a rate that is 82% higher than white drivers. These are for 2017, 2019. I wanted to focus on the last few years rather than going back too far. And so you can, as you can see, there is a great disparity across agencies and differences in policing. Our rate is high, and you can see that some are actually significantly higher. Let me take a moment to talk about this. One of the things about Burlington is it has a higher rate of pretextual stops than most agencies. So you can think of traffic stops, that is the reason for the stop as being a safety stop for public safety reasons, that the driver is speeding, that they might be driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs. Those we would call safety stops. There's another set of stops, what are called investigatory stops. That is, there's no obvious behavior, but there may be a suspicion of criminal activity, and the officer stops the vehicle to investigate further. Another type of stop is a vehicle equipment stop. So failure to signal, maybe a tail light that is out and so forth. That is also called a pretextual stop because that's typically the reason for the stop given if the officer, again, is suspicious and wants to get a look inside the vehicle. Pretextual stops are legal under the law. And I don't want to suggest to you that all vehicle equipment stops are pretextual. Some, are very valid, but not all of them are. And the concern is that these are more prone to racial bias because suspicion is activated by our racial stereotypes. And so you can see here that Burlington has one of the higher rates of pretextual stops. What that means is that 33% are either due to vehicle equipment or investigatory stops, and the remaining 67% are what we would call safety stops. Burlington also has one of the highest black-white arrest rate disparities in the state, followed only by Brattleboro, and it also has one of the highest search rate disparities. It would look much higher, but as you can see, Brattleboro is really excessive. Black drivers are almost 10 times more likely to be searched than white drivers in Brattleboro. Here in Burlington, as you've seen, this is roughly similar to some of the earlier data, is that they are roughly 4 times more likely to be searched compared to some of the other larger agencies in Vermont. I want to end this by referring to some of the questions that I often get when I talk to police chiefs and community groups around the states. And is there anything that can be done to end racial disparities in traffic stops or to eliminate them? And so I wanted to share this with you. This is an article by Neil Gross. He did an op-ed recently in the New York Times that you can Google. He's a sociology professor at Colby College in Maine. And what was of great interest to me is that he's also a former police officer. And so in this article, what he talks about is an evidence-based approach to what the research tells us is what is effective in reducing racial disparities in traffic policing. One of those that he mentions is banning pretextual stops that I've just discussed. Another is requiring written consent for searches that usually will kind of result in the driver being more aware of their rights, but also perhaps raise the bar of evidence that the officer uses to initiate a search. And finally, holding supervisors accountable for inequitable behavior of their officers. And on that point, let me just speak about what Vermont State Police does with these data. They routinely look at the data. They look at how the troopers' performance in terms of racial disparities periodically. And if they find that an officer's data or a trooper's data is sort of an outlier and seems excessively high, for example, they'll call the trooper in. And it's an opportunity to initiate a discussion about what might be the cause of this. And I think it demonstrates that there's a concern about racial bias in policing, but it also, from my experience of this and the ride-alongs that I've done and so forth is that an officer isn't always aware of the patterns of their policing practices. And so having the data makes them more conscious of the decisions they're making and allows them the opportunity to reevaluate. And one of the things that I've seen with Vermont State Police is instituting some of these practices has led to a decline in racial disparities over the last several years. So I'm going to leave it at that. Happy to answer any questions that you have, and I'll stop sharing my screen.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sequino. Certainly appreciate all that information. I will now open the floor to questions and comments from counselors. I see Counselor Paulino to be followed by Counselor Hightower and Shannon. Go ahead, Counselor Paulino.
I just want to say thank you for your presentation. I think one slide I found particularly informative was the one you mentioned about the 4 different motor vehicle violations that aren't moving violations. I found that to be very helpful. I think we talked about that last time, and your point about how those are treated in, between different races. My question to you was, you mentioned about the missing data. Is Burlington's percentage of stops, arrests, where race was not reported in line with other agencies? You said some agencies it's down to 0. Do we know why that is, or how we can fix that? Do you have any recommendations on that?
Yeah, one of my co-authors, Pat, is here as well. As I recall, Burlington's missing race data is probably amongst the highest of the agencies that we looked at. I believe South Burlington and Vermont State Police is down to 0. I think it's simply a question of just taking the data seriously. And, what I understand from those agencies is that their dispatcher sends the, I don't know what to call it, the traffic stop report back to the supervisor, who then sends it back to the officer and requires them to complete it. And, I think if you do that enough, then people will take care in filling out the all of the categories of data. I know that when in a few years ago that Vermont State Police they had like a 50-slide training that they did in all of their barracks on data reporting. And they felt that it improved the quality of the data, that people understood what is an investigatory stop versus a different type of stop, for example. So I think it takes that kind of training and just requiring officers to go back and complete their report if they haven't.
All set, Counselor Paulino?
Yes, thank you, President Tracy.
Great. One thing I'll also wanted to let counselors know is that we do also have Chief Murad. Should you want to pose any questions to Chief Murad, he is also on the line or on the Zoom as well. I have Counselor Hightower to be followed by Counselors Shannon and Pine. Counselor Hightower.
Yeah, my first question is to Dr. Seguina, which is when you were talking about the different kinds of violations and the disparity between the percentage warning rate, how many violations did you look at overall, and how many violations had that disparity? Was that all of them, or was that a sample of?
No, those were what I chose were the most frequent violations. I think the ones that I showed you encompassed probably 40 to 50% of all traffic stops.
Okay, so you didn't.
Go ahead.
No, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say that there are many violations that, might have only occurred once or twice. The sample size would be too small to say anything anyhow, but I just looked at the ones that were the most frequent.
Great. So just to clarify for me, is those were all of the ones you looked at, and all of the ones you looked at had the disparity?
That's correct. Actually, I'll tell you 2 that didn't, that was of interest to me. They were less frequent, but still important. And one of them was called SL1, which is speeding 0 to 10 miles over the speed limit, and SL2, which is 10 to 20 miles over the speed limit. In that case, there was no disparity. And those were moving violations. Most of the ones that you looked at were actually what I would call pretextual stops. They were vehicle equipment stops. So that was interesting to me. I don't know if Chief Murad has looked at this in more detail, but I think it's worth digging into more deeply for the police department just to understand itself kind of these racial disparities.
Great. And then the second question that I had is to Chief Murad, specifically on the data collection gaps and what, if anything, the department is doing to address that on all counts, racial and otherwise.
Chief Murad, you're on mute.
Thanks, council member. Yeah, we are concerned about these data gaps, and we've been doing a lot about fixing them. We've removed the ability for supervisors to automatically approve traffic incidents. That was actually something that was done by our new acting deputy chief of operations, Wade Lebrecht, but while he was a while ago, not since that promotion. We are auditing each month's traffic stops to find data issues so that we're regularly staying on top of the idea of missing data issues. And we are also we have adopted, as many agencies in the state have, e-tickets. And e-tickets is an electronic system that eliminates the recording errors that you get from paper tickets. And we are reviewing past stops. Nancy Stetson routinely goes through, reviews past stops to understand how and why data is missing. It is very important to us that no traffic data gets, no traffic incident gets closed out without a race data. And that is something that we're very clear on. We did the same online training essentially that the Vermont State Police did. It was part of fair and impartial policing rollout. And it is, all of this is part and parcel to making certain that we have the most accurate data that we can have. It's important to us just as it is to Professor Seguino, and we appreciate the ways in which she points out some of these gaps. Nancy Stetson identified a lot of them. Frankly, we think some of them come from the way in which we actually dig into the data deeper than some other agencies are able to do, owing to the fact that we have a full-time data analyst and somebody that really does work out on that. Anyway, the work that we are doing is very much important it's very important to get this data right, and we thank Professor Seguino for that.
Is that Councilor Hightower?
Great. Just one follow-up question on that. So is there a goal that the department has in mind in terms of a time frame or a percentage that you're trying to get to? So is it by the end of next year, like 100% like data compliance? Is there a goal that you're going for?
Well, 100% data compliance is always going to be the goal. But the fact is that we've been sharing with Professor Seguino and using in our own traffic reports and also releasing online and making public all of our raw data. And that's different than what many other agencies are providing through just the ticket data. And so that raw data does have bigger gaps, and we are looking to plug all of those to the best of our ability. Do we have a hard deadline for it? No. Am I confident that we'll be able to plug all of it? Also, no. Sometimes tickets get lost in the bottom of an officer's bag after he or she finishes the shift, and we catch those in those monthly audits that we do. Sometimes officers mislabel things as being a traffic incident when it's not. We had an officer that was doing a lot of enforcement against taxi cabs and Ubers and calling them traffic incidents when really it was about approaching vehicles that were stopped and trying to pick up people at bar closing. And so figuring out those mislabels and correcting that in the data record is always going to be an ongoing process. It's one of the reasons why we state in our own reports that the data is preliminary and subject to review, because we're always reviewing it. And I really would urge everybody to take a look at the reports that our agency has done in 2017, in 2018, and 2019. The 2019 report was just released a few months ago. I would have loved to have the opportunity to present it to this body, and next time I'll make a clear offer of that. Our story that we're trying to tell really is one of the progress that's been made. And we have seen a tremendous amount of progress in the right direction over the past several years, past 3 or 4 years particularly. And I understand that there's a huge amount of value too in seeing the overall picture as Dr. Seguino paints. We can't look at what we're doing without acknowledging the history that we're moving from. But there has been a tremendous amount of progress. And the fact is some of these data points are really different when you look at it by number rather than percentage and rate as Dr. Seguino does. The number of searches that were performed in 2019 on Black drivers was 0. And we're talking about very small numbers of incidents overall. Arrests last year, and there was a discussion of this increase in arrests. We're talking about 4 arrests of Black drivers in 2019 and 9 arrests of white drivers in 2019. That's a disparity between those two groups. That absolutely is, especially when Black drivers by crash data, and we far prefer crash data. It's a much fairer measure than the census, but Black drivers by crash data are about 7 something to 8 something % of the driving population. 4 versus 9 is a big disparity, but those are very small numbers, and those are driven by very specific cases. And if you were to if you were to interrogate those specific cases, those 4 are not unjustified arrests any more than the 9 are. So we're talking about, the same data and the same kinds of things. It's just some of the conclusions, I think, depend on whether we're looking at the incidental individual picture or this sort of picture that is being drawn from a much larger trend.
Okay. Councilor Hightower, the floor is yours.
I think that more than answered my question. I guess that I think rates is an appropriate measure of looking at discrepancies, but found that helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councilor Shannon to be followed by Councilors Pine, Hansen, and Jang. Go ahead, Councilor Shannon.
Thank you, President Tracy. Thank you very much, Dr. Seguino, for taking the time to present this to the City Council. And I think it's really important for us to understand this data and how to read it. I think that Chief Murad's comment is an interesting one. And I kind of have been thinking about, in my own neighborhood, if we have 2 arrests for drug dealing and 1 arrest is a white person and 1 arrest is an Asian person, that is very disproportionate in terms of the number of white people versus the number of Asian people in my neighborhood. But that doesn't mean that either is unjust. And I wondered 2 things. At what level do you can have statistically insignificant numbers just because your numbers are so low. And I think that was the point that Chief Murad was alluding to. And I'd like to hear what your comment is about that. And also, I recall when Chief Del Pozo talked to us about some of this data several years ago. He pointed out that you have to take it a step further and look at not just how many people are getting pulled over or searched, but what are the results of those searches. And that's very telling. If you're searching 10 white vehicles and you find out of those searches, you find, or maybe a better number is 100, if we're talking statistical significance, 70 times out of 100, you're finding contraband in the white vehicles. And when you search blue vehicles, you're only finding contraband 20 out of 100 times. That really starts to say something like you are discriminating against the blue vehicles. You seem to be pulling them over at an increased rate for, no positive effect or just cause kind of. So I wonder if you could, I would hope that we're tracking more of that data at this point. And I'd like to hear from both Chief Murad about the data that's being collected in regard to the results of searches. And also if Dr. Seguino can speak to that issue of statistical significance and the size of the numbers that we're talking about, and how do we fairly interpret that? Thank you.
My co-author Nancy is here. Nancy, do you want to take a stab at answering that? I'm happy to answer, but you might have another perspective about this. And for example, that there were 4 arrests, and why should we pay attention to that, for example?
Yeah, and I think that was the reason why we did the 3-year averages, right? So we know that. So that's why our most recent data is 27 through 2019.
not 2019 for most of the statistics. And so that means, yes, we're aware that in 2019 was kind of an extraordinary year where, you know, Burlington is not doing a lot of traffic stops. It is not doing a lot of searching. And, you know, that's, you know, if that's consistent with public safety, that's really great. And so we hope that trend continues. But those numbers are very small. So that's why we chose to use these 3-year averages.
I'm going to just add that, Joan, do you mind? I'm sorry, Councillor Shannon. I want to just add to that. You know, this issue of the small numbers comes up, and we always take care to not make assertions unless the sample size is large enough. But there's another thing that I think is beneath the surface here, and it is the following: that somehow 4 arrests is just not a big deal. I think it is a big deal if there is a racial disparity in whether it is 4 to 9 arrests or 40 to 900. And that is because these data aren't just about the arrest. They're telling you something. The data are telling you a pattern. And the pattern is telling us that in each and every one of our indicators, there are racial disparities, and usually to the detriment of Black drivers and to Hispanic drivers. So that arrest rate disparity, albeit small numbers recently, is part of a broader picture that this traffic stop lasts from the, you know, it has a duration to it and various aspects to it. And we don't have information on all of the traffic stop. We don't know the duration of the stop. We don't know how respectfully the police talk to drivers. We know from national studies that typically stops last longer for Black drivers, and they are treated with less respect in studies that have recordings and do video and language analyses. So I think it's useful for you to think about this. This isn't just about arrests. It's telling you about the relationship between police and Black drivers as compared to white drivers. So I would just encourage people to understand that we only have certain moments in the traffic stop that are indicators of the broader experience. I would say that also that traffic stops are the most frequent interaction that citizens have with the police. And so because we have large sample sizes, we can say a lot that we can't say about other types of interactions like foot patrols on which we don't have data, and other calls for service. But it is a microcosm, and I think it is a window into other types of police-citizen interactions, and that's why we should pay attention to it.
Do you have any number or threshold for statistical significance in your valuations, or you just consider it all significant? I mean, like the example that I gave, you know, I don't think that that's necessary. I don't think that that's statistically significant. If
typically the rule of thumb is that you have to have an event happen roughly 20 times in order for you be able to assert statistical significance. Nancy can back me up on that. Am I getting that right, Nancy? So that's why we don't, for example, you'll see that we don't report data on small towns, is because we just don't have enough events happening to be able to say something with statistical significance. I wanted to go to the other point that you made, Councilor Shannon, with regard to the outcome of the stop, what we call the hit rate. That slide, I do have a slide in the presentation, but I had to cut a few just to be able to not extend the presentation too long. So the hit rate is the percentage of searches that yield contraband. And what we find in Burlington and many other agencies is that Black drivers are more likely to be searched, but less likely to be found with contraband. And that has been the case in Burlington, although in the last few years, that hit rate disparity has actually diminished, which suggests more efficient policing, if you will, or more efficient decisions with regard to when to conduct a search.
Okay, thank you. And I want to give Chief Murad a chance to answer too, but when you said the threshold is 20, does that mean 20 if you're looking at stops? Does it mean 20 total stops, or does it mean
a minimum of 20 stops in each category that you're looking at: white, Black, Asian, Hispanic.
Exactly. So if I'm talking about Blacks, it would have to be at least 20 searches of Black drivers in order to be able to say something. And that's true for each racial group, right? Good
Thank
question.
you. Chief Mura, did you have, I was curious about the data that we're collecting, but I guess Dr. Seguino did answer. We do collect that data on what I guess is called the hit rates.
Yes, and as Professor Seguino said in 2018, the hit rate is the gold standard for how you measure this. And the fact is it's done more than diminish. They really have reached parity. The hit rate over the past few years has reached parity. And in fact, again, when you have a sample where you have 0 searches in 2019 of Black drivers, you're talking about there is no hit rate there. Much of this stems from marijuana. The essential legalization of marijuana removed a huge vector of reasonable suspicion for searches. And officers generally do obtain written consent for searches. They certainly obtain verbal consent via, and it's documented on Axon or on other reports. But with regard to searches, they've plummeted since marijuana. And that's an example of how legislation can really improve the experience of every citizen in these kinds of issues. And the other thing that I think that legislation could really help with is the disparity of why Black drivers don't get warnings as often as white drivers, because the almost entire source of that is driving with a suspended license. If you remove driving with a suspended license from the picture, and when an officer stops someone who has a suspended license, that officer essentially has to issue a ticket at that point. They certainly can't let the driver continue on and proceed. That driver is not supposed to be driving. But when if you removed driving with a suspended license from the picture, in 2019, the warning rate actually reverses, and we give more warnings to Black drivers than to white drivers. So those are things too that have legislative potential solutions. And I've been talking with the state's attorney, with others, about how we can proceed to try to differentiate between licenses that are suspended owing to purely financial reasons versus licenses that are suspended for safety reasons, because all of this does in fact come down to safety. And I differ with the professor about what pretextual stops are. Lights off at night is not a pretextual stop. That's a safety stop. And equipment violations can be safety stops too. So the notion that all of those are somehow merely a means of getting to the vehicle so that you can explore other kinds of suspicion is not accurate all the time. And I contend not even the majority of the time.
Is that Councilor Shannon?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I have Councilor Pine to be followed by Hanson and Jang. Go ahead, Councilor Pine.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think it would be helpful to hear from Dr. Seguino and Dr. Brooks, and maybe even Mr. Attilio, if the topic of whether this data, and I'm sorry, whether the analysis that you've put together is robust, and if it's gone through rigor, and what does peer review mean, and is this peer reviewed, I guess is what I'd like to know.
And so you want to take a stab at that?
So this is public data, and we've analyzed it, and now we've sent this out for the public and for discussion. So I guess in that sense, we're sharing it with the public. I mean, formal peer review is a process by which you send a scholarly article to a journal, and then it goes through, sent out to peers and is reviewed and for publication. And Stephanie and I have a paper that comes from basically looking at how this data analysis, how we think it's led to positive trends in Vermont, that is coming out for publication soon. So our methodology has been peer reviewed. I mean, has this particular study, I guess in some sense you are part of the peers.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's an important point.
Thanks, Pat.
That the method. This is Pat. Hi. The methodology
is not only something we brought forward from the earlier study that Drs. Brooks and Seguino had done a few years ago, but also they've had that reviewed with other academics around the country who have done similar traffic stops and gotten validation on that methodology. And so, we're taking data from all over Vermont, from the 70 plus agencies and the state police. We've got a database of over 1 million rows now, 1 million stops, if you will. And so the methodology is getting very exercised, and we certainly review between the three of us. So we, our confidence in that at that level is pretty high. Thank you. From a public policy standpoint, I mean, the whole idea of racial disparities in policing, or really in anything, fundamentally just bothers me. But from a public policy standpoint, tell us a little bit about why this is a big deal. Well, I get it, but I'd just like you to explain why is disparities in traffic stops something to be as focused on as we are focusing on it now, if you could.
There's a strong relationship between interaction with the police and many other aspects of life. Interactions with the police that lead to some kind of criminal record or involvement with the police, increases your visibility to the police. And officers have said this to me, that if they found a driver that they've stopped that they may have found marijuana on, when they see that driver, they will continue to stop them. This actually is from an officer in Burlington. And the problem with that is, of course, that excessive surveillance, apart from the stress that it causes, it also can lead to job losses. Inability to get a job, for example, either because of involvement and removal from work, or just because on your job application you have to indicate that you've had involvement with the police and a criminal record, you can't get a job. So it has a variety of effects. If there is that kind of involvement, it affects employment, it also affects the family and affects children. So I think that what we see in policing, and I want to make this clear, that what we're seeing here in terms of racial disparities in Burlington Police Department is similar to what we see across the country. And it is not the only institution. We see disparities in schools, we see it in employment, and we see it everywhere. This is not to suggest there's something nefarious about police compared to other institutions. The police are simply reflecting, in a variety of ways, disparities that exist in other parts of our system, either because of prior involvement with other police departments that may be discriminatory or otherwise. And so it's simply a burden we all carry. And we're focusing on the police because involvement with the police does have impacts on many other aspects of life. And I think it is fundamentally important for us to resolve that.
I just want to ask, if I could, Chief Murad, if you could tell us how your department, how leadership uses this traffic stop data to possibly, affect the performance review and evaluation of officers, and perhaps to get them to see what their patterns are, if they have patterns around bias, and to move forward as an employee to improve themselves in professional development and really change the way they are doing things.
Well, so there have been officers who have shown more, not patterns per se, but certainly have disparities that are outside the norm, the center line. And we have had discussions with those. Sometimes those are driven by specific kinds of intelligence and the idea of casework that's being done. For example, we will have some searches in 2020 that we did not have in 2019. One was done last week that precipitated a very significant arrest. And so there are, and it was as part of an ongoing investigation. So those kinds of things do happen. We notice when, you'll have officers who are, for example, members of our narcotics unit
or who are involved in more warrant executions because they're part of the detective bureau. And sometimes you'll see disparities there. You'll also see disparities in those officers because they're not on the road anymore. So they're not doing traffic with any great regularity. And if the handful of instances in which they do it has certain kinds of markers, whether those are race or hit rate, for example, that'll really, really stick out. But we definitely use it as a tool to monitor for issues if we see them. And that's the point of having it in order to go forward. We collect traffic data for two primary reasons. One, where are traffic incidents occurring? Do we see places where there's danger? And are we tracking the way in which we serve our neighbors? Thank you. And my last question is for both Dr. Seguino and Chief Murad. It's often said that, the vast majority are really excellent officers. And I think that most people might, we could probably discuss that further. But the idea that somehow the old bad apple theory that, there's just a couple of bad apples that need to be dealt with. Is that something that you feel is a legitimate response to this type of data?
I think Chief Murad have a different approach to answering this, but I will just say that when we initially got data a couple of years ago, a number of Vermont agencies gave us officer level data. So we could look at traffic stop disparities by officer within agencies. And actually, another law enforcement agency in Vermont just called me today and is going to give us their officer data to look at. And what we see is what Frank Baumgartner found in North Carolina, analyzing 20 million traffic stops. And that is that the disparities cannot be accounted for by a few bad apples. It's largely a culture that, and again, we are representing the internalized racial stereotypes that we have all been imbued with. And so what we found when we looked at the data a few years ago is that in all of the agencies we looked at, the majority of officers showed racial disparities. It wasn't just one or two officers. So that's our approach to it. That's the level at which we can analyze that.
Also, Councilor Pine.
Unless Chief Murad wanted to speak to that, Council President Tracy. Yeah. Only to say that the issue of culture, I think, is a real one. I think that what we've been able to do over the past few years is radically drive down the number of stops overall. And the impact of that has been great. As the professor states, traffic stops are a common place where police and citizens interact. And it's generally not a good place where police and citizens interact because nobody likes getting pulled over. I don't. And it is a place where there's a certain amount of tension. The fact that we've reduced it 69% since it's high is in and of itself an achievement and a cultural turnaround. Now, that could have a certain amount of elasticity that has really reached the edge. And I do believe that we are seeing small amounts of changes in traffic safety issues, and that enforcement may in fact need to bounce a little bit up, but certainly not to where it was in previous years. Nevertheless, we're talking about 5 stops a day that's the statistical average over 365 years. 5 stops a day in a city of 44,000 with usually 9 officers on each shift, 8 to 9 officers. And that is that's a change in our culture. And you'll see on the page in Professor Seguino's PowerPoint where it talks about the rate per 1,000 of stops, we are right at the bottom. And that is a means of changing the game. Thank you. I think it's worth just saying that if you were to focus on people running red lights and people running stop signs and people texting while driving as a focused enforcement, traffic stops going up wouldn't be a terrible thing, right? Thanks. I agree with that. That, by the way, is when Professor Seguino mentioned speeding, that's a tiny fraction of the kind of enforcement that we can do. We just don't have enough roadway for people generally to be doing a lot of speeding in Burlington, which is a good thing, not to say that they don't, but it's not our bread and butter as it is in, say, a place like Williston that has the highway, for example, and has the interstate. We do focus more on those kinds of infractions that you're talking about, council member. I know from the NPAs, back when we still had live NPAs, how much neighbors want that kind of enforcement, and we certainly do pay attention to it. Thanks a lot. I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay, I've got Counselor Hanson to be followed by Counselor Jang. Go ahead, Counselor Hanson.
Great, thanks. Yeah, this data is definitely really troubling and really concerning. And I thank you all for working hard to put it together and present it for us. I guess my question kind of goes off of what Counselor Pine asked, but just to clarify with Chief Murad, are all officers at BPD aware of these disparities, both the overall disparities as well as their own individual disparities for officers that have those?
So we publish the traffic report internally just as we do externally. And that data, we are looking at the exact same data that Professor Seguino is. We're oftentimes coming to, we focus on numbers and not rates or percentages, but we give the same data, we talk about that data, and officers know where they are in that data pool as well.
Got it. And what are some of the steps that the department's taking to, and I think you spoke to one of the sort of decreased enforcement, and what other steps are being taken to try to eliminate the disparities or minimize them?
Well, that's part of an entirely ongoing process that we're in the midst of with regard also to the joint committee. It comes down to a fact that it's not disparity driven by, as Professor Seguino notes, specific actors who are doing overt amounts of different enforcement. It's across the board. And if we are talking about that, then we're talking about something that is nestled into not just the officers, but into the culture at large. It's this issue of do we see bias? But what we've done again in the past year, if you use crash data as the representation, which is the fairer measure, the rate of stop for 2019 was identical to the crash data. So that disparity has been removed. The question is, are we talking about a story of progress and looking only at 2019 and saying yay us? Or are we actually looking at this larger scope that Professor Seguino presents and saying, see, there is an issue here. It's one that we need to keep working on and we need to keep thinking about as an agency. And I think that certainly 2020 and the events of this summer, and now as we work with the Joint Committee and think about the various RFPs that are out about how to assess the agency and what it does and what our neighbors want from public safety, the answer has to be yes, we are looking at all this. It's part of an ongoing process and we want to be a part of it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay, Counselor Jang.
Thank you, President Tracy, and thank you, Stephanie, Dr. Seguino, Dr. Nancy, and Dr. Pat, I believe. So I was just wondering if you had the chance to present this data to the Police Commission so far yet.
Yeah, we haven't been asked to. I'm sure we'd be happy to at some point.
No, I mean, I'm talking about also in terms of process, in terms of structure, because they work directly with the police officers, they review their discipline and all of that. Don't you think it would have been more impactful for them to hear this before the City Council?
Yeah, I think it's beneficial. I mean, given their mandate, I think it would be beneficial. I mean, you learn a lot by looking at these data and understanding how data can shed light on police practices.
Absolutely. And I was also wondering what type of recommendation, other than these are the problems that we found, and this is not the first time you're coming in front of the council about this, and was just wondering if you can also provide some recommendations in terms of, for the police to look into processes around this. What are the recommendations you want to share with us?
Well, I'm going to ask Nancy and Pat if they'd like to chime in as well. I think I think every agency might approach this differently. The most important thing is for the law enforcement agency itself to use these data, ask questions about why are these disparities occurring. Like I hear Chief Murad and I've heard other chiefs say, I've looked at the searches, they look like good searches. There's no bias here. But we see these patterns. This pattern is so persistent. It is always Black drivers treated worse than white drivers, often Hispanic drivers. And
rarely Asian drivers, year after year. And so something is going on. And from the outside, we from the outside as researchers, it's like, I've used this example, but I'll use it again. It's like, we can diagnostically say the patient has some problems. It's like you go to the doctor and the doctor takes your blood pressure and it's 200 over 120. That blood pressure test doesn't tell you what the problem is, but it tells you to dig deeper. There is research, and I shared some examples of policies that could be used. I think, quite frankly, Vermont State Police is doing a superb job in developing mechanisms, and it would be great if there was more interaction amongst police departments. I spent some time talking to Chief Burke from South Burlington, and one of the things he told me, he said, one of the things that we need is training, and we as an agency can't, we don't have the skills to put it together. And the training isn't just about implicit bias, it's about racial history in the United States. So, it's a mechanism for us to reflect on how our perceptions are shaped by the culture we live in, and to interrogate and revise those perceptions. So I think every agency will approach it differently, but I personally can't see how we can make progress unless we can begin to come to terms with our unconscious biases that are correlated with race and racial stereotypes. And I want to say that we all have those biases. I have them. You catch me sometime, and I won't do it in this meeting, but I'd be happy to give you some examples. None of us are immune. I think the most important thing is to acknowledge that we have them, and then begin to do the process of work of making them more visible. Also changing policies and practices. And I'll give you an example. I think Chief Murad referenced it. My understanding is that Sarah George has convened the police chiefs from Chittenden County to look at how to respond to criminally suspended licenses, because Chief Murad can correct me if I'm wrong, but as I understood it, it's the policy that they have to be arrested if somebody has a criminally suspended license, either because it's been taken away because of DUI or something like that, and they're exploring alternatives. That's not something an individual department can do. It might be done across police departments or with state's attorneys' offices. So I don't think I answered your question fully, Councilor Dieng, but I think that there are some specific policies and practices. And I really can't see how we can do this work unless we also invest the time in understanding our racial history and the problem of bias that comes from that history as well.
Absolutely. And I think you answered my question. And I mean, you underlined it, and it is basically the need of coming together and working together with your expertise of your team, the expertise of the police. How about now moving forward, you consider playing that peer review body? And I don't know if the city attorney can weigh on this, if civilians can play that role for the police department, instead of having Dr. Seguino and her team providing data, the police department providing data. How about you provide one data that will also come with recommendations as we move forward? I don't know if city attorney can weigh on that. Is it practical to do that?
I think, the police department represents itself as an institution. Its goals and interests are different. Outside investigators, I think, play an important role. We have an arm's length relationship. We don't have political ties, so I think that perspective is always important. And I think in, talking here tonight with Chief Murad's perspective on these reports, there's clearly a lot of areas. I mean, the data are the data. I don't, that we don't dispute. Our numbers match. How we analyze them, I come, and Nancy and Pat come from an experience of analyzing large data sets and a lot of experience in looking at hundreds, if not thousands, of studies on policing. That's a different perspective. It's a different lens. And I think it's useful. And I think the chief's perspective and his department's perspective is also a useful lens.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And I think the last question is for Chief Murad. And I know that there has been some restructuring, and it seemed as if Mrs. State Stetton, if I can tell her name directly. I think she's a data guru for the police department. She has now been moved to the innovation department, and now was wondering who is collecting the data for the police department, if Chief Mirad can speak to that.
Sure. Thank you, council member. It's still Ms. Stetson. Nancy Stetson's great. Nancy Stetson comes in to the department on a regular basis. I still consider her an employee. She certainly reports to Director Lowe and is on his team, but she's still part of ours and is in our building regularly because that's where she can get access to our systems, which are all separated from the rest of the city owing to Department of Justice and FBI rules and DMV rules as well on data. It all has to be sort of air gapped and secret. But she comes in, she does that data. We're still working with her. She's great. Some of the data, on a more day-to-day kind of basis, I do it. Other supervisors can do it. But for the big-term pictures, the long-term pictures, it's definitely Nancy. And figuring out how that fits into a bigger picture, Professor Seguino is absolutely right. We're right now working with a person who's a facilitator and intend to follow the suit of both the VSP and the South Burlington Police in viewing 13th. And using that as an avenue, the Netflix film as an avenue of talking about this larger historical picture that you're talking about, Professor. It's also part and parcel to what what former Chief Del Pozo did with his trip to Montgomery last year. But those are very, very important parts of looking at this and tackling these issues that are in everyone's hearts.
Okay. All right, wonderful. And it seems the only recommendation that I have heard from Dr. Seguino and team, if there has been missing data, and it seems as if you proactively will be looking into it as we move forward.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And no further question, President Tracy.
Great, thank you. I don't have any other counselors in the queue. We have spent. Okay, Counselor Hightower, I'll give you briefly. If on second round, go ahead.
Sorry, yeah, just hearing all the discussion as I went first. I have to say I'm a little bit disappointed by Chief Mirad's responses generally. I feel like with the first question I asked, started to get an answer of what we're trying to do, but then this isn't as brief as you want it to be, President Tracy, but I've heard BPD say of past studies that when you look at the traffic accident data comparison, the racial discrepancy goes away. And it sounds like that maybe happened in 1 year. Which to the point of small sample size, like maybe that'll happen in years going forward, but I think we don't know that. And I don't think we can conclusively say that we fixed this problem. And then per the report, there's still so many other discrepancies. And then the next move is to try to explain those away. And I think you can't perform badly across so many different categories and say that we don't have a real problem of systemic racism, which I haven't heard said in this discussion. And I would hope that a department looks at this and says, we have a problem and we will try to fix it, rather than I can debate some of these points. And I'm not hearing that. And I'm not saying this as a political point. I'm saying this because I'm genuinely sad, because I don't know how we will fix it then. I think we all know that the first step to admitting or to fixing a problem is admitting that you have it. And I think we all have biases, to Dr. Seguino's point, including myself. I have negative biases towards Black people that I have looked at and examined. And I hope it's not too much to ask my police department to do at least as much work as I have done in that, and all the officers in it to do at least as much work as I have done in that. And so I really want the department to take this report and say, oh my gosh, maybe some of these we can explain away, but clearly we have a problem. Otherwise it wouldn't be this way across so many different metrics, and we will fix it, and we're sorry. So that's my final thought.
Thank you, Councilor Hightower. Any additional thoughts from counselors? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close this item. I just want to thank our presenters for joining us this evening and sharing your data and your work with us. We'll continue to need, as Councilor Hightower, to recognize that this is a continued issue that will require additional focus from this council with policy measures to come. So very much appreciate you helping us to name the problem and identify metrics around it for sure. All right, we will stay on the topic of policing and move to our next item on the agenda, which is 7.02, a communication from Mayor Weinberger, an update on police transformation. Mayor Weinberger.
Thank you, President Tracy. Thanks for this opportunity to speak to the full council. I think the juxtaposition of these two presentations is helpful and speaks to what the administration is attempting to do with the creation of a new position for police transformation and to ensure that when there are questions police department, that we are not responding defensively, but that we are in fact responding cognizant of the terrible history of racial injustice and law enforcement in this country, and the ownership of responsibility of the Burlington Police Department to be aware of that and to do something about it. And that is something that when I introduce Kyle Dodson in a moment, I think he will speak to further. I have a PowerPoint presentation I'd like to share with you. Let me see if I can get this going. President Tracy asked me also in this presentation to speak to our racial justice work that we have been pursuing in 2020 that goes beyond simply the work of the police department. And that's actually where I'm going to start in this presentation. See if I got still working out the controls here. There we go. And we wanted to start with an update on the other elements of the racial justice work that that Taisha Green, our director of racial equity, inclusion, and belonging, is doing, and that is consistent with the budget that was passed this year and other non-police work that the city has committed itself to. And I am going to turn over the microphone to Taisha to lead this part of the conversation. I do just want to embarrass her a little bit and note that she is a cover girl this week. She has just appeared on the 100-year-old publication, Public Management, which is the publication of the ICMA, which is the International City County Management Association. It's really a very significant publication within local governance, and she spoke to what the work that we have all committed ourselves to and that she's leading here in Burlington. And with that, Taisha, I'll keep trying to run the PowerPoint if you want to take over the presentation here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's a pretty good picture. I mean,
it sure is.
All right, so basically, the things that I'm doing is laid out in these two different PowerPoint slides. The RFP for the Racial Equity Strategic Plan is posted, so looking forward to getting some applicants on that. The city's REIB Employee Resource Group, we've been doing so much. One of the things that I'm very, very excited about is planning the Juneteenth celebration for 2021. Will be the city's very first Juneteenth celebration, so it's going to be a big deal, and I'm excited about that. Another thing that I am really excited about is the Racial Equity Employee Engagement Survey and a census. It's kind of like the census that we took for the federal government, although it does give us more, and I don't like this word, so more diverse options. So it'll allow us to say, okay, I am a Black woman, I am also a lesbian, I also have a disability. So then we can set up different affinity spaces. We do have affinity spaces set up that are racialized affinity spaces, but this will allow us to go further. Training for city employees, I'm starting to work on the curriculum for that as well. Hopefully that will be done as an anti-racism training, which the police department will also be involved in. So that's a good point of that training. We created a rapid response team. As you know, last council session, I brought in a resolution. Well, I brought in a memo to add some funds to the rapid response team as far as getting some BIPOC grants out to BIPOC business owners. That's one of the things that the rapid response team does. But another thing that they do is the 8-point plan that was announced by me and the mayor back in June. And it is to ensure a racially just recovery from COVID-19. We're also working with the Population Health Alliance to develop a plan to address racism as a public health emergency. We meet on a bi-weekly basis, and that's been going really well. Hopefully we can start getting the ball rolling a little bit more and get some fire under our butts to actually say this is an emergency and act as if it's an emergency. As you all know, the Slavery Task Force is coming up soon. We should be able to make an announcement on who our nominations are. I think Max is going to do a little bit of that later on today. I'm sorry, Council President Tracy. And I have a public art project that I'm doing with the BCA. And this is for BIPOC artists. We're gonna have kind of like a map, an online map and a paper map to show where all of these different art pieces will be throughout the city. It's going to go throughout the winter, and it's going to be a cool little experience. I don't think you can walk to the different places that we're going to put them. However, you can drive to them or bike to them. And I think it'll be really good for the city to see BIPOC artists put up throughout the city in that way. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the Phoenix Rise mission, we are implementing cultural empowerment. Feasibility analysis for cultural empowerment will be conducted after the strategic plan process, and it's going to inform the strategic plan is going to inform the feasibility analysis study. And this is going to be for the hope and the dream is for a brick and mortar building that will house several different options for BIPOC community members, and hopefully in a BIPOC community area. Securing equal opportunity. I talked about the small business grant program that's targeting BIPOC business owners. And we're also going to review the CEDO's economic empowerment programs just to make sure that they're doing what they set out to do as far as helping BIPOC community members and businesses, et cetera. We are expanding the Racial Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging Office. Right now I'm in interviews for my final candidates. Hopefully those interviews will wrap up by the end of next week and be able to make a decision on that. We had a lot of interest in it, and we had a lot of very, very highly qualified people apply for these two positions. I'm very happy, but my decision on this is going to be a really, really hard one for me and for the panel. We are evaluating the city's grant programs and make sure that those funds are being distributed equally. And that's not just grants that the rapid response team are doing, it's also grants that CEDO's doing. And then I'm gonna have some other grant options that we'll try to get through the rapid response team as well as Trusted Community Voices. I think that's a bird's eye view of what I'm doing. If anyone has any questions, I'm available to answer them.
Thank you, Director Green. I can't see everybody very well, but I think I may have seen Councilor Hightower. Did you have a question at this point, or?
Yeah, I don't know who's controlling the slides, but if we could go back just one of the.
Oh, that still.
I guess the first question is, Director Green, if you could talk a little bit more about the training that you're doing, the anti-racist training, and like what that's going to look like, you know, if it's going to like, yeah, if you could just talk a little bit more about what the details of that is.
What it's going to look like, that's a really good question, Councilor Hightower. My goal is to make sure that we're not just focusing on implicit bias. While I think that implicit bias has its place in this area in this anti-racism fight. I think that it doesn't go far enough to describe what we're actually dealing with here, which is systemic racism. So the anti-racism training will have that historical context piece that is always missing out of implicit bias trainings. And it'll be able to actually satisfy one of the things that Chief Murat was talking about as far as making sure we have that historical context so that we can push it to the present day and understanding why we are here and how anti-Black sentiment has basically controlled everything that we do in this country.
Great. And then
and I'm sorry, Councilor Hightower. And so as far as creating that curriculum, that's a lot of work, and I am getting started on that. However, I do want to allow whoever the two new teammates that come on to help me figure that out and help me build something that can go through every department without having to specialize it department by department, something that can be kind of broad, but not really, like we won't just say, hey, this is just for the police. This is just for the city clerk's office. This is just for the mayor's office. Everybody's going to receive the same type of training, and it's going to be easier to navigate those spaces and to have those discussions in the racial affinity groups that's going to tie into those trainings.
Great. A comment on that, which is just to say, to the extent that, and this I think is both for you and for the mayor, but that, employees can take some of that training and go back to the department and create a plan for reducing based on what they learn. So the training not being customized, but then them being able to customize to what that means for their department and creating a plan to do that. That's a whole nother lot of work, but I think that would be great. And then just a bigger picture question, which is clearly have a lot of work plans. You're still a department of 1, soon to be a department of 3. And so I guess I just want to ask how you're feeling about all of these bullets as a whole and how that will kind of move forward on what your overarching goal is for the city of Burlington and how you feel about how much progress that will imply.
Right. Well, as far as your first point, I do want us to have I've talked to several different department heads about doing exactly that. After they have their training, that they can go in their within their own departments, within their own teams, and create somewhat of a debrief. Like, what did we just learn? How do we feel about it? And talk about that as a team, in addition to the affinity spaces that will be racialized. So we'll have a white ally space, a Black only space, and a BIPOC space for people who identify as a person of color. They may be Black and don't want to be in the all Black space. They may be biracial and don't want to be in the all Black space. So we're making space for that. And as far as how I'm feeling about the bullet points, I wish that I have done more. I really want to do more, and I want to seriously focus more on anti-racism and systemic race and dismantling systemic racism. This is a good start, but for me, success means that race is not a determining factor in any measurable outcome. And so I guess I will never really feel 100% successful. However, I am working towards that.
Great, thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
I can't see everyone. I had Councilor Pine and then Councilor Carpenter I can see on this. Let's try and...
We can take this down for now if you want.
Yeah, if you could just take that down for just a second, we'll get back into that. Councilor Pine to be followed by Councilor Carpenter.
I just wanted to ask Director Green at the Racial Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging Committee last week. I thought you had something that was particularly insightful and poignant for me, which was that if we focus on recruitment, hiring, and retention, we need to address some of the cultural aspects of what it means to be an employee in the city of Burlington. And I wanted you just to speak a little bit more about that, because I immediately think, what can we do to recruit more people? And you're like, wait a minute, wait, we don't want to recruit right away. We got some work to do. So if you could share that, that would be helpful.
Yes, thank you, Councilor Pine. In the REIB committee, we were talking about bringing more people from out of town into Burlington, particularly BIPOC people. That makes me pause a little bit, because I've been here for 7 months, and it doesn't seem like this is the environment that I would feel comfortable enough in to say, yeah, let's welcome you. I can't recruit that person honestly and tell them that, yes, this place is on the up and up. Yes, we're doing this work, because of the culture that surrounds me is different. You get gaslit all the time by, you know that something is racist, but then you're gaslit for a whole bunch of people to tell you that it's not. Then you start to question your own sanity. And I don't want to bring anybody into that situation until we have that under control. We have to start focusing on how BIPOC employees are feeling at the city of Burlington. We have to focus on why more than half of the BIPOC employees are temporary or part-time employees that don't receive any benefits, or and don't receive any time off, don't receive any pension. So we have to really start looking into the culture and seeing why that is. Why don't we have very many BIPOC leaders of color? Why don't we have BIPOCs in positions of power? I mean, I am in one, and we do have Kyle now, but we're lacking there. And I don't think that that's by accident. I think it's probably by design, and it's probably that implicit bias showing up again. And so I don't feel comfortable recruiting, in particularly a Black person, to come and work for the city of Burlington at this time. Now, once we go through our anti-racism training, we do a cultural analysis, and we start to restructure how we do business as a city, then maybe I will feel more comfortable doing that, but not right now.
Thank you. I appreciate you sharing that.
No problem.
Thank you, Carpenter.
Thanks, Taisha. You've done a lot in a short amount of time. And I'm just going to ask one more thing, is that in your training protocols, can you include us, or can you find a place to put the city council? Because I would like to be included. And so if you could just put that on your plate, I'd appreciate it.
I actually think that was one of the mayor's ideas earlier on, was to include council in the training when we had one of our earlier conversations about this. So yes, I think that that's a great idea. That, and I believe I told the mayor that back then as well.
Thanks.
Councilor Jane?
Yes. Councilor, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to do that.
No problem. Yeah, so I mean, I think, would you consider bringing the great presentation you just provided to that committee, the racial equity, at next month maybe, what you just provided here? Because I have a lot of questions. I know we don't have a lot of time, but maybe you can answer this one. What is the slavery task force?
It's
scary.
I know, right? We're rounding everybody up again, Councilor Jane. Be ready. No, it is actually the reparations task force. So it should have been probably named the reparations task force instead of the slavery task force.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
No worries. We're not going back there.
Okay. Any other questions from councilors? Okay, Councilor Hinton.
No questions. I just wanted to say thank you so much, Taisha, for all your hard work. And just, I know you said you feel like you haven't done enough. But I want to say, like, you've accomplished so much in a short amount of time and done so under extremely, extremely difficult circumstances. So we really appreciate it and excited to keep working with you going forward.
Thank you, Councilor Hanson.
Okay. Other questions before we get back into presentation? Okay, Thank you very much, Director Green, for sharing all this exciting work with us. Very much appreciate it. Mayor Weinberger, I'll turn it back over to you.
Great. Thank you, President Tracy. Thank you, Director Green, for the presentation, and moreover for the for your service. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get the, there we go. Is that showing up clearly for people again? Yeah, so yeah, I do just want to echo the point of counselors. I do think Director Green's had an enormous impact in a very short period of time with us. And again, I'm very thankful for being part of the team and for the collaboration with the council about a year ago, a little more than a year ago, to move forward and create this position. Taisha and I meet on a weekly basis on all of these efforts. We also typically most weeks meet with the Racial Justice Alliance to keep moving this work forward. I share both the sense that a lot has happened in a short period of time with this work, and Director Green's sense that, of course, you know, we see the need and we want even more done. I particularly think with respect to the public health declaration, that is an area where I have great optimism for the work that we're going to do as a community. And we have had good planning work, and at the same time, there's a lot more to do there, and we're all hoping to see that effort accelerate. One thing that will accelerate that effort is one additional position that we are working to create is the public health equity manager position, which is something that was part of our declaration of what we're going to do to address the racism as a public health emergency. That job description is written and is getting sort of final review from the various steps in the process, and hopefully we'll be on the street soon, and that will be an important milestone when we have that position. With that, just one further kind of clarification, not as important in one about the title of the task force, but I do just want to be clear here, the feasibility analysis for the Cultural Empowerment Center, I don't think it's going to fully follow, as it sort of suggests here on the slide, the strategic planning process. Just the point is we want to get the strategic planning process started first, so that will inform the feasibility study. But those will not be, it's not like we're going to wait for the strategic plan to be done for that work to, for that additional analytical work to get underway. All right. I'm now going to shift to what I have been increasingly thinking of and talking about as the work before us to forge a new consensus on policing in Burlington. In some ways, I think we've been working at this a long time. I know it's something Chief Sherling and I had conversations about when I first came into office. He was very much an innovator and was frustrated at times that there seemed to be a lack of consensus about policing here and a disconnect between the community and the police department on numerous issues. In 2015, really since 2015, I would say that one of the top priorities of this administration has been to try to address that disconnect and to implement 21st century policing reforms. I was looking for a new chief in 2015, just as President Obama was issuing that report on 21st century policing, and together unanimously with the council, we selected a chief that we knew would be very committed to that work. And we did many things in the year since 2015, from changing our response to the mental health, acute mental health calls, to our response to the war on drugs and the opioid crisis. This isn't the place to recount them all. Despite that progress for the last 18 months, clearly we've had very substantial controversy regarding policing in Burlington. And then kind of capping that period of challenge and controversy off, the this summer, the events across the nation, as well as here in Burlington, to me, really, I thought the message was pretty much unmistakably clear that we are at a moment of crisis in policing that has been building for a very long time. It is certainly a moment of challenge and pain. At the same time, it does feel to me like it is a moment of opportunity and a chance to finally try to get policing, law enforcement, and racial justice right. I know the council feels the urgency to act in this moment as well, and we together over the course of the summer have committed ourselves to many substantive, significant processes, and I've listed them for you here. The operational and functional assessment that is really going to, we think, be the kind of groundwork, the framework for what is the Burlington Police Department going to look like, and how is it going to be resourced in the years ahead. The joint committee process headed by Councilor Hightower, also created in that June 29th resolution. The city council charter change committee work around reviewing the way in which our charter lays out how police disciplinary decisions are going to be made, and considering structural changes to that work, and similar work happening at the police commission. Over the course of the summer and certainly since after the protests in Battery Park began, came to the conclusion that we were not going to get all of that work done, that the administration was not going to be able to be to do the hard work that the administration needs to do for those committee processes to be successful without some additional capacity and some additional perspective. And it is to do that, to make the most of this moment of opportunity, to help fill the void that is created by the lack of a permanent chief, as good a job as Chief Murad is doing in his acting chief capacity. Is a different thing to be a fully approved permanent chief. I thought we needed some help to get through this moment, and to be the partner to the council and the commission that the administration needs to be to get this work right. And so that is why I created this director of police transformation position. And the reason that I chose Kyle Dodson to serve in this temporary role, and it is a role that is projected to last approximately 6 months. It will not be a permanent role. I do think that there is a chance that we come out of this period with some differences in the way that we include non-sworn officers, non-uniformed personnel in the leadership and the kind of oversight of the police department. I think that is a conversation we may have, but this position will not be permanent. The reason I thought Kyle was the right person for this job is in part about his commitment to this community, his long service to the community, the role he has played in this community, serving as a school board member, advising me and the council and the hiring of a police chief back in 2015. He was on a committee that worked very hard and reviewed a number. It's a long, extensive process. He was committed throughout and played a major role in that. And that was one area among others where my relationship and confidence in Kyle as a thinker in these areas deepened. He was a co-chair of the city's diversity task force, which we created to create the first strategic plan for on race and diversity issues back in 2012, the first summer after I'd been elected. Kyle served as one of the co-chairs of that group. He also currently serves as on the Vermont Business Roundtable Racial Equity Committee as a co-chair, and He's been very outspoken and engaged since the killing of George Floyd, and was led the YMCA to be one of the original signatories to the Racism as a Public Health Emergency Declaration. Kyle started last week, October 1st. He brings to this job extensive relationships throughout the community, and he is already got an office at the police department, and I appeared with him at a roll call meeting this morning, and it's clear to me he's already having an impact in that building. With that, I think Kyle is with us, and I want to turn over the floor for him to share a few thoughts.
Okay, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can, Kyle.
Great, and got my video on. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. It's great to be here with all of you. I just want to start first by speaking. It's been really wonderful to sit here and listen to the comments by others. It's really helped to further form and refine my thoughts. The first point I want to make is it was really wonderful to have just some of the myriad activities that Director Green is involved in. I would argue that her plate is incredibly full. I was really struck. I hope the council was struck by this. Actually, I know that Councilor Hanson was, because he commented. But she spoke to a challenge that should be petrifying to all of us. And she spoke candidly to say that she would not encourage a Black professional to come to our community. And what I appreciate is there was a time where you couldn't have worked for the city and said that, because everyone would be like, oh my God, she can't work here. She won't even promote our city. But luckily, the mayor, and I presume the council, is ready to support someone in being honest about the reality that it's a complete coup that we have Director Green here, someone of her background, her fortitude. I love the way she speaks, takes no prisoners, doesn't apologize for what she has to say. And we need that, because there are lots of really highly qualified, competent, hardworking, all the things we want. And those people are not looking to come to Burlington, and that will be the death of us. The fact that we cannot attract those professionals will become an increasing problem for us. And the fact that she's working on that, and that we're supporting her in that work is, it's a step forward. I've been here 25 plus years, and I would say we have not always been prepared to have someone speak truth to us like that, and do the work. I couldn't help but think funny, Director Green and I are just making arrangements to get together. It's been a frenzied week, but you heard her talk about having, a director role, and that she was recognizing and pleased to say I'm here. Things are so bad. She's like, I'll just take a brother. I don't even know what he brings to the table yet, but it's good to have him on my team. At least I have some sense of who he is, what he looks like, where he comes from. That's a start. That's a low bar, but that's where the bar's at here, is for someone, to be in a position and just be happy that we hire another BIPOC member before you don't even need to know anything about them. So I was just struck when she said that. And also, I must admit, in some anticipation, I think there's been some question about overlap. And it struck me that there's more than enough on her plate. All those things aren't discrete activities, but they're processes that require to be carried out. And none of the things that the mayor spoke about that he has asked me and charged me to engage in are overlapping with what she's doing. Really, they're separate areas of our overall municipal picture. So I was struck with that in her comments. I wanted to speak just some questions about what I've been doing. As the mayor said, I started October 1. It's really drinking from the proverbial fire hose. I don't know how many of you have any sense of what it takes just to be able to work in the building where the police are located. It's actually FBI controlled, it's an FBI driven process, and just the clearance, the security, the things that, and I'm saying this to thank the people there. in tech and the chief have been really incredible about expediting that process. Jordan and the mayor have been great, but the time that has taken, because it's a long process. First time I've been fingerprinted. I had to take all kinds of tests in some database that's national, but just give you a sense of what I've been up to without even actually, that's to be able to do the job. That's not doing the job. That's putting me and giving me clearance to be able to do the job. But several things I've done. I attended a police commission meeting last week and was able to sort of connect again with people I already had a relationship with. I'm really I appreciated that. I've actually had several hours of conversations with Chief Murad, and I would say that so much of the potential for this work will rest in our ability to grow this relationship that we've started. That's respectful. We disagree. That's and for me in relationship, that's certainly not necessarily a problem. But that ability for us to connect and understand each other and talk about how we see these things and move forward, I think is critical. So I've had an opportunity to create, I think, some nice groundwork for that. I was able to, with the support of Chief Murad, address a reasonably critical mass of officers. It's tough to get in front of the whole BPD because of shifts and other issues. They don't congregate all at once very commonly. But he called a special meeting this morning where there were a number of folks on Zoom, and then another number that came to the community room there. And it was really important because just like the relationship with the chief, I hope to be able to establish individual relationships with as many people in that building as possible, informally and formally. So that work has begun. Excuse me. Also have had several media interviews you've probably seen. And the reason I bring those up is because I think one of our tasks is to create as much transparency and accuracy around what we're doing, why we're doing it, what different players have to say. And so those opportunities to be in front of the public, kind of sharing that information, I think is valuable. And it's been great to get feedback from the community when they see those things. And then I have the next thing I want to talk about is that's some of the overview. There's the mayor shared with you those four. There's certainly many more than four, but the four pieces of work: the assessment, the police transformation, the looking at the who makes and reviews disciplinary decisions, and then the actual disciplinary measures available. And the hope is, or the intention is, to bring capacity and perspective and relationships, all of which I would like to argue that I have, to those processes as an accelerator, as a clarifier. They're going to be deep processes, not to usurp or take over those processes. Many of those are in a joint committee function, and those there's expectation that those will continue apace. But there's a belief, which I share, that hopefully I can come in and help to move those things along and give attention that the mayor certainly doesn't have time for, nor, quite frankly, not to any way diminish the time that folks on this council or that the commission give, but all of you are volunteer. And, I'm a dedicated staff member, so there's time that I can dedicate to things that are different than what a volunteer can provide. Through that process, I've been thinking, and I would imagine there's some question about focus and what I hope to accomplish by in those 6 months. And one thing has emerged through conversations and just thinking about it and looking and being part of the dialogue. I think that RFP for the functional assessment is huge. We need to have someone with as much breadth and depth of knowledge about this kind of work, meaning police transformation, what happens in police departments, what the precedent is, what's currently happening in the field, so that they can give us a sense of where we are, so that we can better strategically decide where we're going. And I know many of you have been observers of it, but I feel like I lived through a process at the format level, not the specific content, but the format level, when I was at Champlain College. I was at Champlain College from 08 to 16. Dave Finney was probably there from 06, maybe around that time, 06. He was there through 16. And I think many people would say that he led the college through his greatest transformation in its history and made it a robust player on the national scene in ways that it had not been. And part of it was because he had a strong assessment. Dave Finney had a sense of urgency. He came in, he assessed the external environment and what was happening on campus. And, he put in the core, he did all the, the tech and gaming. And it was because he had a really strong sense of where the school was. And I'm just giving that as an example that we want to be able to do that with what's happening in policing. And that's not to say that what's happening now isn't good, but this is about getting better, about being more progressive and forward thinking. So I'm meeting with Commissioner Hart and give me a second here. I've got so many different people I'm meeting with, spacing out. And Councilor Hightower to discuss the RFP. We just recently made that arrangement today, so I can learn more about that process and see how I can support that. So that's one concrete activity that I want to focus on. And then something else that has come up recently, which is completely connected to tonight's conversation, and that is this issue of traffic stop data. I actually was listening and thought that Councilor Jang kind of anticipated my question when at one point he asked, I think he asked Dr. Seguino, is there a possibility that what you have to say, Dr. Seguino, and your team, and what the chief has to say and his, aren't you all looking at the same data? And isn't there some way to create some sort of alignment in what that single source of data says so that then we could communicate and have a conversation with the community about that? And that struck me as makes a lot of sense. It's a revolutionary idea that there could be, some agreement about that, but it doesn't seem like something that outlandish to expect. And I actually had an opportunity. We were at the station and with Chief Murad and Deputy Chief Sullivan and Lebrecht, and I thought the conversation went well. When I raised that, there were eyebrows raised, but there was some sense of, rather than having it play out in front of you folks with two very smart, articulate folks, Dr. Squino and Chief Murad, both kind of, making their positions and feeling like they had to make a position, which quite frankly, I would argue creates some confusion, and you have to respond to one who's saying one thing and respond to the other. Wouldn't it be better to have those same folks in good faith before they come to the council, grapple with some of that stuff in the room, have Dr. Seguino's points that she wants to make about how the police are interpreting made directly to Chief Murad, and have him have to grapple and account for that, and have some time, more time than we have here, and get to a common understanding where ideally Chief Murad would say, that's right, that's a good point, in a way that he wasn't going to acknowledge before. And similarly, maybe there's some interpretation piece that Chief Murad really thinks is important for, for Dr. Seguino to know. I just think it would serve the community and our movement forward in these issues much better if we could play it out that way, rather than, quite frankly, how I observed it playing out this evening. So that was one concrete thing. I actually haven't talked to Dr. Seguino yet, who's a colleague, but my sense of her is I think she would be quite amenable to a process like that. And I hope that moving forward, that we can do that, because I think it would be wonderful to get more of the community beyond the council engaged in this dialogue, and the more clarity and succinctness and alignment we could have in that conversation, I think it would be best. And then I just want to I want to address this is the more challenging, but I really think if we are able to do anything, quite frankly, to address what Councilor Hightower said, I was deeply moved. I thought it was an interesting shift for her to just what I observed as go raw. She spoke about sadness and disappointment, and I think that's the core of this issue. I've had this conversation. I don't think I'm speaking out of school. Chief Murad and I talk about this. I've been disappointed. I would agree. There has not been, from my perspective, a single acknowledgement that institutional systemic racism exists in the Burlington Police Department. It exists everywhere else in our society, but somehow our police department has just escaped having that impact. All around the country in different areas, Dr. Seguino pointed out, it's in housing, it's in schooling, it's in policing, and there are big, municipalities and cities who are acknowledging this and digging in and doing the work. And somehow it just doesn't exist here. And I thought about it. These things I wrote down, whether it's homophobia and sexism, sexual assault, etc., they're not regional. They don't exist they inhere in people. They show up everywhere. And racism is the same thing. It's not just a Southern issue or a rural, West Virginia issue. It is an American, is our legacy as Americans. And so part of the work, I hope, is to get to the place where we can get our department to acknowledge this so they can start addressing it, which doesn't mean, back to Dr. Squino, it's not that police are particularly nefarious, but as Chief Murad himself pointed out, traffic stops are a very difficult interaction. He said, I don't like traffic stops. So if you take the premise, which I hope we can get to, that racism exists, and police are no different in their human heart, but what the difference is they have what Chief Murad himself says is a difficult encounter. And in that encounter, you got guns, batons, tasers, pepper spray, handcuffs, and a legal ability to use force. That's the problem. Not that police are particularly racist, more so than the next person, but their job and the ways they interact with the public, to the degree that that exists, it is deeply problematic and more problematic than other functions in our society. And that's what we're trying to address. And that's why the BIPOC community is so hurt and so upset and so desperate at this moment in time, because George Floyd is the what number, right? And so this is what I hope, not through banging people over the head and not through only pointing fingers and saying you're a horrible person, but from being an insider who's there day in and day out, eating in the break room, having individual conversations, bringing in resources, movies, lectures, books, conversations, additional BIPOC folk from the community, and getting to a place where we can turn that corner. If we could do that in 6 months, that would be a big move. If there was if just alone in 6 months, everyone in that building, everyone in the police department owned and said, we are part of this system of institutionalized racism, and we are completely committed to working on it. We're not there. We don't have all the answers on what that work looks like, but at least we own it, we acknowledge it, and as part of your training, when you come in this building, when you're part of who we are, that is part of our understanding of who we are and getting better. I argue that would be a pretty big move. I'm not saying that this is going to achieve that, but that's the goal, and I think there's some things in place to move the needle a little bit on that issue.
Okay, thank you for that explanation of your position. Mayor Weinberger, are you going to speak to the other 5 items that you raised, the police items? I just want to make sure that we cover those before opening it up to questions from counselors, so that we can make sure that we have all the full menu and then get into questions from counselors.
I can do that, President Tracy. Yes, I wasn't sure how you wanted to do it. So I will just quickly pull, I've got one more slide that speaks to that. Just a summary slide here. Sorry. So here are the 5, and I will try to speak to each of them briefly. So the first is an executive order that really codifies the way in which I, as mayor, or future mayors, if they continue to use this executive order as long as it's relevant, will be formally involved in future disciplinary decisions. To me, this is a response to the conversation we've been having this summer, where clearly, and really longer than the summer, where clearly the public expects elected officials to engage in, care about the outcomes of these disciplinary decisions. There is a limitation to we all know, we've had a lot of discussion that formally the decision is the chief's decision. This executive order really structures, codifies, ensures that the mayor has a role in these serious disciplinary decisions, an advisory role. It is, I've seen some critique of this as somehow undermining of the work that is going on to consider different forms of different ways in which our disciplinary process could work. And I want to be clear, that's not the intent of this at all. This is simply an executive order that changes, when it was issued last week or 2 weeks ago now, it formally changes the way in which disciplinary decisions can be conducted now. I understand that there are charter changes that seek to do the same thing. At best, those are many months away. We'll need to go through a number of processes, including a vote by the public and then the legislature before those can take effect. This is something that changes the status quo and I think adds some accountability to these decisions immediately. Number two, this is really due diligence for all of us. Again, this is intended to really, my sense is there is a growing interest from the public, from the council, in the BPOA contract, the Burlington Police Officers Association contract. We will, about a year from now, be starting the negotiation of the next contract that will be in place as of July 2022. There has been recent media focused on there being a number of the kind of increasingly recognized as problematic elements of police contracts in sort of national conversations. There's been recent media suggesting that a number of those elements are part of the BPOA contract. And I thought we could all benefit from some good work from our city attorney's office, analyzing that and laying out for me, for the council, for the police commission, areas we are going to want to talk about. I do fully expect this is going to be a conversation at the time, we're negotiating the next contract. It's a way for us to start doing that due diligence work and respond now, not a year or more from now, to a conversation that I believe the public is very interested in. So again, this is intended to supplement our efforts and make our efforts stronger. Body camera footage release policy. I am, as I know many of you are, frustrated by the fact that we do not have a formal policy at this point still for the release of body camera footage. It is clear that the lack of such a policy really contributed to the distrust and anger in the community over the incidents that came to light in the spring of 2019, about 6 months after they took place in September of 2018. The reason that they came out when they did, from my perspective, was entirely about the lack of a formal policy about body cam footage release. The chief at the time had long wanted to have the footage released, but there were a number of obstacles to the release, and there was no policy. There was a sort of ad hoc decision-making process, and I think that very much was very unfortunate. And it's been clear to, I think, all of us that we needed a policy for some time. It was one of the things that the Special Committee on Policing Practices was charged with about 18 months ago, when that committee was created. But that committee was unable to, they got some other important work done. They did not get this policy done. I'm really concerned that it has been 2 years since some of these incidents take place, and we really still are left with just an ad hoc policy. So after consultation and this with the police commission, this is something they're already working on. I reached out to them before making this announcement, and they confirmed that it would be helpful and would accelerate their work if we could provide some principles for a new policy, and that the timeline of having a policy in place by the end of October was realistic from their perspective. And so that's why I made that announcement after that coordination. And we'll continue to work with the commission. They're the ones that will formally approve the policy. Hopefully we've helped tee it up to get to a place where we have this important policy in place. Community service liaisons. This is something also that I announced only after some consultation and work with others that will be involved in signing off on this as and making this policy happen. If there is consensus to do it, I attended several weeks ago one of the joint commission meetings to lay out a conceptual proposal for community service liaisons. The feedback from the special committee was very positive, and so my announcement here at this press conference announcing these 5 actions was really just to commit that we are going to take that conceptual proposal, turn it into an actual proposal for council action this month in October. I share Councilor Hightower's sense that we should not, we have to do this full functional and operational assessment before we can, where we want to land in many areas. It doesn't mean that we should feel that we cannot take any actions until that work is done, where there is consensus to act. And I sense that there may be consensus on this item to bring this additional social work capacity into the police department. I think would be very beneficial to the community if we could act while the broader analytical work is still underway. And then finally, this last item is one that just came up recently as a result of a public records request for the release of internal investigation documents. And I was faced with a decision that was a challenging decision. Basically, on the one hand, the request seemed reasonable. It seemed in keeping with our current views on the desire for greater public transparency about disciplinary records and internal investigations. And on the other hand, to just that there's increasingly case law suggesting this is what the law is saying we should do. At the same time, what the request is asking was a dramatic departure from past policy and past practice. And there's all sorts of questions about where a line, if there is going to be some line in the keeping some of these policies confidential, where that line should be drawn. And this seemed like something that was best not done in the several hours or days that you have to make a decision in response to a public records request. This seemed like something that should be done as a formal policy by the police commission. And again, after checking in with the commission, we've asked for their help in finalizing this policy. So those are the 5 additional actions. I want to be really clear, in no way were these, suggested. These are minor actions relative to the much larger work that the city, the administration, and the council has committed itself to with the other processes. And these are simply additional actions that I felt could, and should be done now. And I did hope that between these actions and the appointment of Director Dodson, we could start to refocus the conversation on forging this new consensus about where we're going, as opposed to continuing to be focused on these events from 18 months and 2 years ago. And I am hopeful that shift in focus is starting to happen. And I think we've had some really hopeful conversation about that already tonight. And I certainly welcome, I hope the council is, I hope the council sees in this our full commitment to this forward-working critical work, and welcome the opportunity to work on this with you.
Thank you, Mayor. And if you could just please unshare the screen so we can get back. Okay, great. All right. So the floor is now open. Councilor Hightower, go ahead.
I feel like I used to be proud of myself for not saying the most as a counselor, and I think I've reversed that completely, or will have by the end of today. So first of all, Kyle, welcome. Good to have you on board with the city. Then to direct my comments to the mayor, I think this certainly seems like a good thing, and I think I can speak for the council as a whole, maybe, when I say that we all hope that this is a step towards community healing. That said, personally, I'm a little bit disappointed by how this happened. I understand that the mayor has the authority to make this hire on his own. But if this is supposed to be a first step in community reconciliation, it feels like making this a process that excludes fellow elected officials and the community in decision making is not a good start. I understand that sometimes you get all of the input and you have to make an executive decision with the information that you have, especially if folks can't come to agreement. I don't believe that's what happened here, especially because I think I and certainly other members of the council have found out about this the day before it was announced. And so this isn't a comment on Kyle or what he can or can't do. I don't really know him. I've had the joy of hearing him speak twice now, so getting to know him a little better and reached out to him. I look forward to working with him both as a counselor and as chair of the joint committee. But it is a comment on if we're setting him up for success in how this happened. And I can pause there, but I have a few more points on the 5 policing things. The first one is I don't see this as a move, the executive order on police discipline and use of force. I don't see that as a move to replace the charter change process. I think they can happen at the same time. But of all the bodies to try to include more formally in that process, I'm concerned that it was the mayor. The mayor spoke earlier to some of the controversies in Burlington Police Department over the past few years, including use of force controversies. And I think over the past couple of years, the mayor was aware of some of this controversy before the public, and I don't believe that he used this information in a way that the community maybe would have called transparent, nor maybe in the best kind of public interest. And so I know some of those decisions were personally difficult, but I also don't feel like that is, I don't know that the community would feel confident that this is a new and helpful transformation. So I just don't know that it belongs on the list, I guess is maybe more the comment. Items 2 and 3, I'm very supportive of, glad those 2 processes are moving along and that we're encouraging those to happen on a faster timeline. And then my last point is the community service liaison pilot program. The mayor and I do share this concern that we need to have kind of another process happening at the same time. And I'm really glad that he's committed to moving this forward. There are 2 issues that I have, which I have already communicated to the mayor, but I'll list here just so folks know. The first is that both of the liaisons are still slated to be housed in the Burlington Police Department, given that I believe the department, by all accounts, from the BIPOC community to former Chief Morrison to Chief Murad to the mayor himself, has been many times said to be made overly responsible for quality of life issues. I'm not sure that the decision to continue to house future quality of life issues in the Burlington Police Department makes a lot of sense to me. I would want at least, at minimum, one of the CSLs to not be housed in the Burlington Police Department so we can start to pilot what it looks like to have that communication outside of the Burlington Police Department and have it work in collaboration. I've also asked that the second thing is the focus on crisis response, which I understand is a tremendous need in our community, and I'm glad that we're focusing on it, but I also think it's not the only need. And again, to the point of we continue to house quality of life issues in the Burlington Police Department, I'm also extremely interested and think it's important that we start to pilot what it looks like to have some of the non-crises, so some of the type 1 calls addressed by non-traditional police officers or by other community resources. And I think that, again, we should be putting some resources towards piloting that and making that happen outside of the police department or in a different way within the police department. And I don't think we've done anything to address some of those non-crises situations. And I think we're missing an opportunity in this moment if we're not doing that as well. And the 5th point, I'm also happy to see happening. So sorry, that was long-winded, but those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Councilor Hightower. Any other councilors interested in asking questions? Or okay, Councilor Pine, go ahead. To be followed by Councilor Jang. Go ahead, Councilor Pine.
Thanks, Mr. President. I'll be very brief. I think the list is great. It's a start, and I have great faith in Kyle. I've known him most of the time he's lived here, and I consider him a really proactive member of the community who knows how to work with folks from really diverse backgrounds. So I don't have any doubt that Kyle is going to be able to contribute to this process in a pretty meaningful way. I just want to add one thing to the list and sort of begin to discuss in a more focused way and socialize the concept of really ending qualified immunity as one of our items that we need to take seriously. It is really problematic as a doctrine. It's not required. Local city legal departments and state's attorneys and the Attorney General. I mean, there's got to be a coalition here with Sarah George and with T.J. Donovan that that doctrine is something that can be essentially no longer deployed, and it would have a huge, I believe, a huge effect on what kind of conduct people view as acceptable. So I think we should be looking very closely at the issue of qualified immunity. I hope we will add that to the list, and I hope that both Kyle and the Joint Committee and the administration will really look at that issue, because I think we could do a lot, and we could lead the way on that. That's something that many will claim it needs to be dealt with at the federal level. Well, actually, cases that are tried at the local level, local prerogative is really available to handle that. So I think we have to dig into that a little bit. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Pine. I have Councillor Jing to be followed by Councillors Freeman and Stromberg. Go ahead, Councillor Jing.
Thank you, Mr. Kyle, for being here and for all that you do and been doing for the community. That didn't start today. And I think in 2012, when we were co-chairing that committee around racial strategic planning, I sat in a meeting with you, with others. And I remember a question that I asked, and I remember your answer and how it made me feel as also a Black man. I'm sure we will find the time to sit down and talk more. And I think from your perspective, I wanted to know, what is it to transform from your perspective in the police department? As a community member, a leader in this community, what do you see that needs to be transformed that made you take this temporary position?
Thanks for that question. I think I would point back to Dr. Seguino's comments. I think she answered this fairly well. She pointed out that the data and the analysis and the work of looking at traffic stops certainly isn't only about traffic stops. I think she might have suggested, or I would suggest, it isn't really about traffic stops at all, except as it relates to how traffic stops can give us insight into some broader phenomena. And I thought, once again, Director Green stated something that Black and BIPOC folk have always felt, to be moving through an experience that is palpable and concrete and oftentimes overwhelming, and to have it kind of smoke and mirrors is not there, such that you think you're crazy. And so transformation would be moving past what I think we've gotten better at. And I think this is part of what Chief Murad speaks to. We have gotten better at identifying specific behaviors and actions and figuring out ways to deal with those. But we're still here in 2020, however many years after addressing this challenge, and the evidence looking around the country and the kind of conversations we have and the breakdown in community, you would think we had done no work at all. And it's because we're not getting at these deeper issues. And the fact that it's difficult, once again, in a conversation with Chief Murad, he said, if something's everywhere, how do you go after it? To that, I would say, exactly. I don't necessarily have the answer, but the answer is you don't try. The answer is you just let it be and let it go on and fester and continue unabated. That's not the answer. So I don't pretend to have the answer, because lots of good people, John Lewis, MLK, Malcolm, like amazingly powerful people have come before us, and we still don't have it right yet. This is Burlington in our relationships and our scope and scale. We talk about relationships. I see Councilor Shannon. We talked about this a lot. We don't always agree. She calls me. I think she trusts me. She respects me. We both get into a conversation, willing to move, I think even eager to move, eager to learn something that helps us grow from where we are. Councilor Pine spoke to it, Councilor Mason. I've got a lot of relationships here. I think that the ability to meet with someone, you're not just two opposing views, but you're two human beings who have clear, you respect it, you have things in common, you're willing to grapple, roll up your sleeves, do the difficult work. For me, that's transformation. It changes fundamental change in perception, sensibility, etc., as opposed to just functional. But they're both important. You need to have structures and frameworks and rules and policies. But I would argue that those things alone won't get at the problem of our racist history present and moving beyond it.
Well, thank you. And I think, the answer is framed in a philosophic way, and it seems as if we're not even talking about policing, but we're talking about relationship building. That's more of what I'm hearing. And I think the title of your position, and was wondering why you even didn't challenge it. The issue here, I think we all get it wrong. Because the issue is not the police. The fundamental issue that the community, people of color, the police officers themselves are experiencing is about public safety. I would have loved this title to be public safety transformation instead of police transformation. And as you said, it's been here. John Lewis, Martin Luther King, all of those great leaders have done their part and they left. And now, why do you think a 6 months position should transform or can transform the issue, the public safety issue we have in front of us?
That's a good question. I would go back to, I would think it would be valuable on such a massive challenge to do just what Councilor Pine suggested he has some confidence could happen, and that is that I can contribute. I didn't say yes to the position expecting to have a complete transformation in 6 months. But the beginning of transformation, some movement towards transformation, understanding of transformation, I personally, more, not as college director of transformation, but as a 25-year resident, I raised 3 boys here, I've paid taxes that whole time. From that perspective, I'll take it. You give me some movement towards transformation, I'm just one taxpayer, but I'll take it. That's okay for my tax dollars. So that's what I'm going for. In terms of definition, you can imagine there was some significant amount of conversation. At some level, I think that gets to politics. One thing is to the degree that this part of the work, and Director Green and the mayor outlined that the work is broader, but this part of the work was about the police. And there's a certain mentality, whatever. Everyone know in the building, I feel pretty confident they know I'm there to work on police issues. I think that's important. They don't think it's something broader and diffuse to the degree that there was the police are the tip of the spear. They're not everything in public safety, but if you ask a BIPOC member, probably in Burlington, what part of public safety is a big issue for them, I bet you the police will come up a lot of time. So it's a good place to focus some energy. And if you were to actually achieve that transformation there, I think there would be some collateral effect that would be positive, because it's such a hot spot, such a point that brings us together and causes what we've seen across the country. So I think it's actually efficient. It's a good leverage point to get at bigger things, but you get at something there, and I think you start to loosen up other stuff. That's my. So if you ask why did I take it, that's why. I believe in that, and there could be a different opinion about that.
I think that's good. That's good. But now, I think, again, maybe we don't agree, and we will never agree about this. And I think the approach around how we want to handle this situation, scandals after scandals, so many things about the police department. And the framework about this work is not about the police itself, but it is about public safety. And I think that's my approach. And we have to respect each one position. But now I wanted to circle back here, and you have been trying to interact with the police officers, within these 5 days, and was just wondering, what's your position actually around the city council resolution that passed reducing the number of police officers through attrition? And I just want, please, a very simple answer. like not your philosophy. I know that.
It's a question of strategy. Is there some need for police transformation and reform and looking at how we most effectively create something that's resonant with the community and actually creates public safety for all? Yes. How we get there, there's a difference of opinion. So I think I would be a proponent of knowing what we're going to do on the back end that gets us to a better place, how we manage the transition when we go to make a decision like cutting the numbers. They're going to be, and being inside the building, I see firsthand the kind of impact. And so my personal opinion is I would want a strategy. That might be where you end up, but I'd want assessment, which we're about to do. The RFP goes out, and some a little more thinking behind than I've been made privy to. It may be there. I have not been seeing the level of strategic analysis that I would like. So strategy and that, reduction of positions could very well be one of the strategic answers.
Okay, thank you. And I know many councilors have questions, and I look forward to the opportunity to talk more. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Jay.
Yes.
Okay, I have Councilor Freeman and Stromberg, but before that, it's past 10:30, so we do need a motion to suspend the rules. I would just request that I please be able to make my announcement. I have a very brief, less than a minute announcement as council president, so I would request that please be included. I would like to make my announcement around the reparations task force as part of that. So may I please have a motion to suspend the rules? Councilor Stromberg.
Yeah, I'd move to suspend the rules and incorporate the city council president update and finish through deliberative agenda.
Okay, we have a motion on the table to suspend the rules. Is there a second to that? Seconded from Councilor Shannon. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, hearing none, that passes. We've suspended our rules. All right, I have Councilor Freeman in the queue to be followed by Councilor Stromberg.
Thank you, President Tracy. I just have a really short technical question around this position, the police transformation position. Where is it being housed? Like, and I might have missed this, but like, is it under the police department? Is it in the mayor's office? Is it just sort of its own entity? How does it work sort of structurally within the city?
Mayor Weinberger.
The position on the org chart reports to the mayor and has supervision over certain elements of the police department, but certainly not day-to-day operational policing decisions. But the position does have oversight over communications, policy, and planning decisions, and is kind of an extension and part of the mayor's authority to oversee these elements of policing.
Councilor Freeman, you still have the floor. Councilor Freeman, you're on mute.
All right, I think I hit it with my notebook. Okay. Okay, so not within the police department, but oversees aspects of the police department and reports to your office, Mayor Weinberger.
Yeah, that's right, Councilor Freeman. I mean, again, this is a temporary position. We haven't made a formal change to the org chart. The position is being housed at the police department. Kyle is spending his time. He has an office in the police department, and the funds for the position are coming out of a combination of mayor's office funds and some of the vacancy savings related to Chief Morrison's early departure. So, those are the kind of elements of the. I think all those things sort of add up to where is this position? That's the best I can do to describe it.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you. I think I have some other thoughts, but I know folks have a lot of questions and it's getting late, so I can hold off for now, but thank you for the clarification. I appreciate it.
Okay, I have Counselor Stromberg.
Thanks, President Tracy. Yeah, Kyle, welcome. I'm thrilled that you're involved, and I look forward to getting to know you. I do not know you, admittedly, but very much looking forward to it. So I do want to echo the importance of what Councillor Pine brought up in terms of qualified immunity. I think we really do need to focus on the elimination of that. And on top of that, and if anyone's been to a charter change meeting, I constantly talk about that and defining a reasonable officer standard. I think that these are incredibly important aspects of this topic, and they're only becoming more and more important. So that's something I would like us to focus on. And then I have two questions, one logistical and then one kind of like just more of a feeling. One, is this position something that can be extended or expanded in any scenario? Not necessarily with Kyle, not necessarily without, but would this be something that could become more permanent? And this is a question more so directed toward the mayor.
Okay, Mayor Weinberger, can you speak to this, please?
Yes. So again, I see this very much as a temporary position. Could it last a little longer than 6 months if there's a compelling reason to do that? Perhaps, but I will not be coming back asking for this to be made a permanent position. I do think that as we do this operational functional assessment, as we are, doing this, hopefully, very, very significant thinking, planning, analysis about the future of the police department, as we were talking about bringing in, non-sworn officers and to potentially to social workers into certain roles, as we're looking, we're in a time where clearly I think we're trying to figure out where's the future of, as Councillor Jang said, public safety and could there be a role for a senior non-uniformed officer playing a leadership role at the police department? Frankly, I think that's an interesting thing to think about and something that I've been giving some thought to. But I think we're at a time where kind of the public is asking us to think really creatively and innovatively, broadly about the future of public safety. So I wouldn't rule that out, but I want to be really clear. This is not some sort of backdoor way to kind of create a permanent position. This is a temporary position created to respond to this moment of challenge and opportunity, and to help us, make them, get through a tough time and hopefully make some considerable progress as we've been talking about tonight.
Got it. Okay, thank you for that feedback. And then I guess this is more of an overarching question and stuff that other councilors have touched on, but why to me does this feel like a very unilateral decision to make this position and just kind of the pace of it? And I asked that respectfully. I just was wondering if there were other factors playing into this that I did not know about, and if you could just elaborate a little bit on that for clarity of the public.
Thank you, Councillor Stromberg. I will, I know this critique has been raised, and I've been, I tried to address it at the press conference the day of the announcement. I've addressed it in writing to some of you. I have spoken to the media about it, and I appreciate this chance to try to kind of speak to this directly in this forum. Again, I believe it is the mayor's job to make sure that the administration is properly organized and resourced to meet the challenges of the moment. And I believe that this crisis, this reckoning on policing and racial justice that has been playing out nationally as well as locally, demanded urgent action, and I took that action when I had the opportunity, when after consultation with Kyle and Chief Murad and Director Green and others within the administration. I took that action. I think the public expects the mayor to act in moments of crisis and urgency, and I have to say that the feedback I've gotten from the public has been very positive to this. I genuinely can't remember an appointment over the last 9 years where I've gotten as much positive feedback as I have about Kyle, and I think it speaks to the broad respect from a really wide swath of Burlingtonians that he brings to the position, and that was another reason why I felt confident acting on this temporary appointment the way I did. That's where we are on this. I understand that that there has been this question. I hope you can accept that response. I hope hearing from Kyle directly tonight has given you some broader sense of where my confidence come from, that he will be really effective in this role. I did try not to surprise the council with this, and that I did reach out the night before the announcement to which was basically as soon as I had confidence, this was almost as soon as the decision had been made, as there was something to share with you, I shared it. I hope that having heard from Kyle tonight and having made this explanation, that we are able to look forward to this work of transforming policing, transforming public safety, and work together on this in the relatively limited time that we are going to have Kyle in this position. I think he's done us a great service by stepping into this role, and I hope, having had this discussion, we can together kind of join in the work ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, don't have any other counselors in the queue. Councilor Hanson to be followed by Councilor Shannon.
Great, thanks. And echo a lot of what's been said. And Kyle, look forward to getting to know you and to working with you. I too think it's worth addressing just the process, because I think we're talking about working together. We're talking about forging consensus, and I think part of that means actually working together and actually forging consensus by bringing different stakeholders together. And even if a decision, needs to be made unilaterally, still getting input from key players on these decisions. So I just really hope that moving forward, like as we make major decisions, we are legitimately working together and consulting with each other and working as a city and as a community on these things. I don't really agree with some of the excuses that the mayor provided around this. And, this has been, I agree that the mayor needs to do everything it can, but these issues have been around for a very long time. And to make a snap decision without, taking a couple extra weeks to get input, I don't think is acceptable. And I want to see all of us doing better going forward. So I agree with a lot of the direction that's been laid out and a lot of things we're working on, but I do think process is really important with this delicate work of racial justice, and who we bring to the table is really, really important to process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Hanson. I have Councilor Shannon to be followed by Councilor Jang. Councilor Shannon.
Thank you, President Tracy. I just want to say that if you open the window and Kyle Dodson is willing to walk through it and help this city out, I would move as fast as I possibly could to get Kyle to sign on the line. And I am so grateful that you are here with us, Kyle. I don't think anybody has any objection or question your ability to do this job, you know, as well or better than anybody we could imagine. And I think possibly what we're feeling a little bit of is I would have loved to have been able to say, oh, that was me. I did that. But I am really glad that when the opportunity arose, and I appreciate the mayor's work to make the opportunity happen. I so appreciate you being willing to help out Burlington. And I think you are doing this for no reason other than that you believe in this cause from the bottom of your heart. You want to make a difference and really give your time and dedication to Burlington for a little while to kind of turn things around here. And we have never needed you more, and I couldn't be more grateful for you being here. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Shannon. I have Councilor Jang. We're starting to get into second round. So if this is your second round, councilors, we do have quite a few other items. So please just be mindful of that. Go ahead, Councilor Jang.
Thank you, President Tracy. And I think it will be imperative for me to clarify a couple of points here. No one has doubt the leadership, the charisma of Kyle Dotson in this community. As a Black man, I know he's one of the few that we looked at and say, here is someone that we need to follow, his leader. He led a great, wonderful organization, which is a YMCA. And before that, Champlain College, for so many things. He's an excellent and wonderful person. But again, for this position, to me, Kyle don't know much about policing. He has no background, and I think during the press release, he spoke about it. One of his board members told him, "Are you crazy?" Right? And I think what I want is for Kyle also to not fail in this. I would have loved someone with expertise and knowledge about criminal justice reform, who have expertise around policy, who knows the ins and outs about police to do this job, temporary job. But to me, his setup failed. But he's a smart person. These kids who are also incredibly smart. But now this is just a question for the mayor, and was wondering if the process of hiring the new police chief can be started now while Kyle is on the job. Because I think he can bring something that no one else can bring in the community in finding the next chief of police. I think that is something consistent and concrete that Kyle can drive starting right now. It's just a proposition that I'm putting on the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Jang. I don't have anyone else in the queue. Okay, seeing none, let's wrap this item up. I very much appreciate you being with us, Kyle, and Moreau for your presentation, as well as Director Green for starting us off, updating us on her work with the city. Thank you all for bringing us these important updates and sharing your perspectives. So we will now move on to our next item, which is item 7.03, which is an update on the move of parking over to DPW. We have Jeff Paget with us to share that update. Jeff, if you could just please provide us with a high-level update around the work that you're doing. And then I believe that Attorney Blackwood is might be able to share some other policy steps. Again, just trying to look for that higher level overview so that we can just get a sense of this work, because I want to make sure that people understand what's taking place here. All right, go ahead, Jeff. Thank you.
Yep, really quick. So I think you all remember during the budget deliberations back in July, one of the recommendations was to begin moving services out of the police department that didn't need to be in the police department. One of those services is parking enforcement. So over the past couple of months, we've been imagining how we're going to approach moving the enforcement folks into DPW.
And we thought of it first as like a migration process. Then we realized it's really not. It's really an integration process. So we wanted to start finding ways to frame this in a positive way. So what I'm going to share with you tonight is sort of a preliminary roadmap of how we're going to do that migration. So I'm not going to go, I've got slides for all these. I'm not going to go through all of it. I'll spend a little time on project timeline and phases because I think that's what's most important. But I think what everybody should understand is that we spent quite a bit of time with John King, DC Murad, Chapin, laying out why are we doing this? You know, where are we headed and how are we going to get there? What are our values? What are our principles for this process? And who is going to be impacted by this change and who's going to help us make those changes? So let me just jump into the project phases and timelines, because that's really the meat of what people really want to understand is how what's this going to look like? Basically, we've broken into 3 pieces. We've thought about it at first as an administrative integration and division reorganization. How, basically do the simple, relatively simple task of taking the budget, taking it out of police and putting in DPW, taking the HR org chart, taking it out of police, putting DPW, and then starting to look at, okay, now I've got all these more new boxes on my org chart. How do those get rearranged and optimized? And that's when we start going into phase 2, which is operational integration. If you think about it, the police sell parking products. They sell residential parking permits. We sell parking products, monthly parking passes and meters, et cetera. How do those integrate? How do we have one point where the public can come and buy parking products? And then after we sort of figure that bit out, then we say, okay, how do we integrate our infrastructure? How do we move the parking enforcement folks out of the police building? Because they're not a police operation anymore, they're a DPW operation. Do we move them to 645? Do we move them to an office on Church Street? We got to think about the infrastructure. And then, Kyle was alluding to all the background check stuff that he had to go through just to walk in the building, basically. We have the same issue, right? Who's going to be the janitor in this space that is now a secure space? Well, we have to subcontract that out to the police. So there's a lot of infrastructure. That's why that's phase 3. So once we figure out how we can administratively combine, then we organizationally reorganize, then we get our infrastructure reset. So this is the basic timeline of what we're looking at. So like I said, back in July, the impetus for this came. We spent the past 2 months basically working out this plan, fleshing out the purpose and need and all these things. And then we've gone to the Public Works Commission, we've gone to the TUC, and now we're coming to you to share that we're being very intentional and very deliberate about how we move forward with this. So now we're entering into this phase 1. So I'll be back to you, I assume, more for approvals to do the budget change, do the personnel change. And then the big change will be the reorg. And this is, where we're looking at, how do the parking garage staff integrate with the parking enforcement folks that walk on the streets? Is there an overlap there? And if we make those org chart changes, those may also create charter changes and ordinance changes. And this is where we get Eileen Blackwood involved, and she's one of the players, and her whole legal team. So anyway, so that's the quick blow through. I'm happy to talk about, I've got slides on all these other things that we can talk about, but I think the hour dictates, I guess, questions at this point.
Okay, if you just pull us out of share mode.
Oh, sorry. I can. Am I still sharing?
Yep, your screen is still shared. I think you got to do it in
Oh,
Zoom.
there it is. No,
there we go. Thank you. Okay. Attorney Blackwood, did you have any? Did you want to share just from your end the policy side of things and what you're working on?
Sure. There have been a number of areas. I can give 2 examples. One is the scoff law, where the city tows vehicles that have racked up a number of parking tickets or a certain amount of it. And there've been a lot of issues around it and a lot of concern that it's updated. So that it is out of date, needs updating. So we are in the process of looking at that. That it also entails a sense of
who makes that decision, Public Works Commission or the council, because a number of these parking issues, some of them have fallen in ordinance, some have fallen in parking regulation, and we're trying to look at how do we integrate that. And all of that seemed like it makes sense to do in the course of this functionality. Another issue has been the issue of contractors being allowed to park on lawns. That one we're probably moving forward on an ordinance, and with that coming up in the next month or so is likely ordinance committee. You're probably going to hear from us fairly soon about that. So that's just a quick update. The rest of it we're trying to integrate into this move, because some of these things about how parking works are and how we better deal with the quirks and the quirks of the parking system. How's that? We think will be helped by this integration of the parking enforcement into DPW.
Great, thank you, Attorney Blackwood and Assistant Director Paget. Appreciate that. The floor is now open for councilor comments and questions. Okay, don't see any. Appreciate the presentations. We'll go ahead and close that item, and we'll be on the lookout for additional steps on both the process and transition, and appreciate the work on that. And then also be on the lookout for some policy moves that'll be coming to the council regarding parking enforcement. Our next item is 7.04, which is an ordinance, offenses and miscellaneous provisions, trespass on city property. Councilor Mason.
Thank you, President Tracy. I'd like to make a motion to waive the second reading, adopt the ordinance, and ask for the floor back for a brief introduction after a second.
Thank you. We have a motion from Councilor Mason, seconded by Councilor Hightower. You have the floor, Councilor Mason.
Thank you, President Tracy. I had to dig out my file to sort of remember the genesis of this. This is some amendments to our existing offenses and miscellaneous provisions trespass ordinance that this council started back in 2012. The amendments before us flow out of a challenge that was brought by an individual who was issued a trespass ordinance in City Hall Park. His case was picked up by the ACLU. There was a settlement reached between the city and the ACLU to basically go back and propose some amendments to the trespass ordinance. City Attorney's Office worked with the ACLU over the course of the last, 15 months before finally coming back to the Ordinance Committee on a few occasions, but then finally coming back with something that was acceptable both to the City Attorney's Office as well as to the ACLU. These amendments, again, continue similar to what is already on the books, balancing public safety with constitutional rights. These amendments implement the settlement agreement between the ACLU and the city attorney. Eileen is on the phone, and she negotiated this, so I'll defer to her with any specific questions. But in essence, this attempts to balance, again, by putting in, some, I will say, benchmarks or parameters around what is, unreasonable behavior, and afford a city attorney, or excuse me, a city official with the ability to issue a notice and actually issue the trespass ordinances. Not surprisingly, as the behavior gets more serious, the simplest is sort of open container or some minor offense, which is a one-day no trespass, to the far more serious 180 days up to a year for violent or other offenses. They do afford a provision for allowing an appeal, and also create some exigent circumstances for those who this would create big problems. I'm going to leave it at that, turn it over to Eileen, because the alarm in my office is about to go off. So excuse me 1 second.
Okay, thank you for that, Councilor Mason. Attorney Blackwood, did you have anything you'd like to add about this?
Sure. I'd just like to make clear that the basis for this law is that I was starting to work on, independent of this lawsuit, to work on when can city public officials tell someone that they need to leave city property. When can you provide them with a notice of trespass saying you can't come back on, because the case law around the country had been changing about how that can be done. And the city needed some guidance, and we needed some clarity on who's authorized to issue those notices and when and how they get noticed. And then in the course of my working on that, this lawsuit came up, and the ACLU and I worked out an ordinance that I think we both sides can live with. So that's what's before you. The ACLU has signed off on this version of it for your consideration tonight.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Blackwood. Is there other comments from counselors? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of adopting the ordinance, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. We will now move on to item 7.05, resolution allow permits for safe operation of contained outdoor fires during COVID-19 winter. Councilor Shannon.
Thank you, President Tracy. I think that this is fairly straightforward. Oh, I move to adopt the resolution, ask for the floor back after a second.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Chang. You have the floor back.
Thank you. So this has come up. It actually was a request that originated on Twitter. And I think it's something that a lot of people have wanted outdoor fires for a while, but there are legitimate public health concerns with this, and the city has not deemed it appropriate to move forward with this. But I think that the difference in this moment in time is that we are approaching our COVID winter, and we as those responsible for governance, we have to weigh different and competing interests sometimes. And in this case, I think that a lot of people are just looking for a way to continue to socialize outside as winter approaches. And the hope is that we can have some level of controlled winter fires in approved safe environments that would allow more socializing outside. If we don't have that socializing outside and people come inside, we run the risk of spreading more disease. If people don't socialize at all, because it's not safe to socialize inside, it's not comfortable to socialize outside, there are a lot of mental health issues that we know will arise. We got a little taste of this as COVID started last March. We had, at least 2.5 months of pretty severe isolation. And then I think most people were able to get out in the summer and rejuvenate, but it's really our winters are of course always long, but this year is really going to be a long winter. So the intention here is really just to do it for this winter. The proposal is from November 1st to April 30th of this year, not of every year, not a continuing event. It automatically would stop April 30th of 2021. And requests that the fire chief create this permitting process, which he is willing to do, and to inspect the sites and give some guidance to homeowners on how to safely have a fire in their backyards and evaluate the type of appliances that might be appropriate for that. I want to be really clear that this is not in any way a license for backyard brush burning, getting rid of the old wood from your porch. These things are very problematic for air quality. They happen today. They're not acceptable today. They're not going to be acceptable under these provisions. And I've suggested in this resolution several constraints for consideration by the fire chief in developing more rules about how somebody might be eligible for a permit.
I expect that the fire chief is going to come up with quite a few more rules than this, but this was just a start to kind of frame this conversation so that people understand that this is not letting the city run amok and have people burning whatever they want, whenever they want. We do allow people to have grills today, and it's a little more akin to that is what I am envisioning. So just want to go over a few of the suggested things for the fire chief to consider. The fire shall be contained in fire-safe receptacles as determined by the fire chief. The fire shall be continuously attended. You cannot leave a fire, even smoldering. A water source must be readily available at all times. Burning of non-wood materials, painted wood or treated wood is prohibited. The fire must be a minimum distance from any structure, fence, or property line. The container must be located on a non-combustible surface, and fires must be extinguished by 10 p.m. And in addition, neighbor complaints may result in the termination of the permit. I think we need to demonstrate an effort to all work things out with our neighbors. And the other thing that has changed since we have banned all fires is there actually are smokeless devices now where you can burn wood in a smokeless device. I don't think they're 100% smokeless, but they have a double burn airflow mechanism that dramatically decreases the amount of smoke. And in areas where smoke might be bothering the neighbors, this is a type of appliance that could be approved. And it also has the advantage of those that are around the fire would experience less smoke and actually be able to benefit from more warmth from the fire, because you can get a little bit closer to it since it's not all smoky. I think that is, that is all that I wanted to cover, and I appreciate the sponsor's support on this, and I hope that you will all support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Shannon. See any comments? Councilor Hightower, go ahead.
Yeah, I saw this on Friday and I thought this was a great idea. And one of the people in my ward is extremely excited about this, who's a renter and has been wanting to have a fire pit for a long time. I know certainly for myself and some of the others, as concerns started rolling in about the health issues, that started to be a concern for me. I know some of the impacts that fires can have, like cook stoves fires can have, and I hadn't quite considered that for this. And so I appreciate the work that's gone into this. I think it's a good idea. I think given that this came in on Friday and I don't totally understand the health impacts that recreational fire can have, and I've seen some materials coming across into our inbox from this, I'd like to have one review from the Board of Health to give their opinion, the city's Board of Health to give their opinion, to weigh in on whether or not this is something that they think could be detrimental to health, given the short time frame and given that this is over one winter. So I personally would move to refer this to the Board of Health to report back to us in time for that November 1st deadline.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilor Hightower, seconded from Councilor Stromberg. Did you want the floor back after that motion, Councilor Hightower?
No, I said it.
Okay, great. There are comments with regards to the motion made by Councilor Hightower. Councilor Shannon.
There's a fair amount of work that needs to be done by the fire chief in order to make this happen for November 1st. And if you wanted it to come back to the council to move it forward, I'm not quite sure what the timeline was that you were envisioning with a referral to the health department, when it would come back to council and when the fire chief would develop all of his rules. My preference would be to request that
the fire chief consults with the Board of Health on this in developing the rules. Yeah, I don't actually see how it would work to refer it to the Department of Health. I also want to acknowledge that it is well documented that inhaling smoke from wood fires is not healthy. And there is a health impact. And that's kind of what I was saying in the beginning, is this is a matter of balancing different health impacts, I think, because we're in a unique moment in time with regards to health concerns, both the spreading of COVID, avoiding the spread of COVID, and maintaining some mental health and giving an opportunity for outside socializing. I keep losing, I'm sorry, it's late and I keep losing my train of thought. I just want to, well, one of the other reasons for why I would suggest doing it this way in the winter is because people are mostly living inside with their doors and windows closed, unlike in the summertime. And I am personally a very severe asthmatic, and I am very affected by smoke. There are times when I can be around it when I'm doing well, and there are times when I really can't be around it. But I think that being inside really eliminates a lot of that exposure. And it also depends a lot on what people are burning. If people are burning leaves and stuff, that is very problematic. And I really wouldn't mind more strictly enforcing the rules about fires outside of this permitting process. The permitting process actually exists in the ordinance today. The fire chief is allowed to give permits to residents. There just isn't any process in place for the fire chief to do that, actually, and that's what we're asking to create. So I'll just throw that out there, that I won't, unless somebody can lay out a timeline for me that works for this, I would not be supporting sending it to the Board of Health, but I would be supportive of asking the fire chief to consult with the Board of Health. And that also might inform what kind of appliances might be approved. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Shannon. I have Councilor Mason to be followed by Councilor Pine.
Just first a point of order. I'm not sure, is there an amendment that's been made and seconded and we're debating the amendment?
Yes, that's
And
right.
the amendment is to send it to the Board of Health. Am I correct?
Yes, that's there's a motion to refer to the Board of Health.
Okay. I would echo many of the concerns that Councilor Shannon raised. I'm pretty confident we all know the answer, that they're going to come back and say, yes, there are health problems associated with an outdoor fire. We all know that. I somewhat echo, my thought is this was not opening the floodgates. The reality is, my street and many of yours, these already are out there. I'm sure my assessment or understanding is, the fire department sort of responds when there's a complaint, but they're not, going around driving through the South End trying to find where these outdoor pits are. And I'll be honest, without telling on my neighbors, they're all over the place. So I don't believe that, creating a permitting process, where the chief has to go and make sure it's the right place and there's enough, not close enough to the neighbors. I don't believe we're creating a greater health problem than one that already exists. So I'm not supportive of sending it to the Board of Health because I'm not sure what we're expecting or what we're going to do with the report back. So thank you.
Councilor Mason. I have Councilor Pine to be followed by Councilor Jing.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be real quick. I think sometimes we hear councilors who support something say we're not rushing, and then we hear councilors who don't support something saying we are rushing. I would just say we have a Board of Health. The Board of Health has a doctor who also has a PhD. It has 3 advanced practiced RNs, and it has 1 member who has a master's in public health. I think we should do the obvious thing here, which is ask those who serve our city with a health perspective, what are the health consequences? I think just rushing ahead and saying, let's do it because it's getting cold and people want to do it, I don't think that's a good enough reason. I think it's incumbent upon us to think about what's the impact. So I hope people will consider it. The health impacts ought to be considered as part of this discussion. It ought not just to be that people are already doing it and the fire chief, the fire marshal thinks they can handle it and we should issue permits. It ought to be, what are the health impacts? I think we got to use data and not be afraid of that. I think there's no reason to hurry on this one. So please.
Okay, I have Councillor Jang to be followed by Councillor Stromberg.
Yep, I was a sponsor of this, and I believe that this also, in the other hand, there are many community members that would really welcome it. Really, really, they would love it. As a city council, Chief Law can attest. The first thing that I ask him as a city council is why we're not allowing people to have backfire in their backyards, right? But at the same time, what I heard today, and I'm a sponsor of this resolution, but what I heard today from so many constituents that never, ever reach out to any issue if they are concerned about this for their health, the health of their children, I think we can take the time to step back a little bit. And I am not saying no to this, but the education necessary, I am willing to open to it. I'm open to exploring it and would love if the Board of Health can give us some guidance. At the same time, I would want to hear also from Chief Locke around those type of appliances, and even people watching, everyone need to understand what are they? What are those appliances we're talking about? I think instead of maybe, yeah, I would support it. I would support this amendment, but maybe we can just simply table this until our next meeting, right? And then have this conversation again by giving us the time. The first aspect, how I heard about all of this is in the media before even going to the city council to board up. But personally, my family, my direct neighbors would welcome this. And like Chief Mason said, there are already so many people doing this and we are now trying to regulate it. There are so many aspects about this, but let's not rush to it too. It's an important point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jing. I have Councillor Stromberg to be followed by Councillor Hightower and Carpenter.
I'd like to call the question.
Okay, we have a motion to call the question. Is there a second? Seconded by Councillor Paul. Motion to call the question is non-debatable and requires 2/3. Will the city clerk please call the roll?
Councillor Carpenter.
This is on calling the question.
Yes, this is.
Yes.
Councillor Jang is a yes. Councillor Freeman.
Yes.
Councillor Hanson.
Yes.
Councillor Hightower.
Yes.
Councillor Mason.
No.
Councillor Paul.
Yes.
Councillor Paulino.
Yes.
Councillor Pine. Yes. Councillor Shannon.
Yes.
Councillor Stromberg.
Yes.
And President Tracy.
Yes.
Okay, that's 11 ayes.
Okay, so the motion to call the question carries, and we are now on the question itself, which is the motion to refer this item to the Board of Health.
Point of information. Do we have a time certain in which the Board of Health can bring us recommendations?
There was not a time certain as part of the resolution, Councillor.
But maybe can we ask about when are they going to meet?
Councillor, that's not part of.
So, point of information, I think I did mention November 1st.
Okay.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. Is that a point of information, Councillor Pine?
Yeah, they will meet in October, but it looks like it's probably, I don't see the exact date, but it looks like they meet around the third week of each month.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. All right, will the city clerk please call the roll on the motion to call the question? I mean, the motion to approve, to refer this to the Board of Health. Thank you.
Counselor Carpenter,
Yes.
Counselor Jang,
Yes.
Counselor Freeman,
Yes.
Counselor Hanson,
Yes.
Counselor Hightower,
Yes.
Counselor Mason,
No.
Counselor Paul,
Yes.
Counselor Paulino,
Yes.
Counselor Pine, Yes. Counselor Shannon,
No.
Counselor Stromberg,
Yes.
President Tracy.
Yes.
10 ayes, 2 nays.
Okay, so the motion carries, and we have completed that item. It will go now to the Board of Health. We are now on
That was
to,
a motion to point of order. Point
Yeah,
of order.
you're recognized, yep.
Oh, sorry. I thought that that was a motion to amend the motion, but we have not, I thought we were just voting on the amendment. We first voted on calling the question, we then voted on the amendment. We haven't voted yet
On the motion.
on the motion.
I thought we voted twice. We voted to call a question and on the motion to refer.
Then that was an amendment to change the motion to refer. So we amended the motion, but we have not voted on whether or not to refer.
Okay, all right, I will, I'll sustain that point of order. We are back to the original item. Can we please bring this to a close? Counselor Shannon, go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify the expectations. My understanding was that Councillor Hightower's motion suggested that it go to the Board of Health to be returned in time for enacting November 1st. Is that, I don't know how that works, but I thought that was the intention.
That was my intention. And I'm sorry, because it was late at night. I think everything went a little faster than I expected. I'm not opposed to the chief coming up with recommendations and rules at the same time, or doing that collaboratively on the back end. Personally, not that that matters now that
I appreciate it.
Okay, any further comments on the resolution as amended? Councillor Hanson.
I guess I just don't understand time-wise because we don't meet until November 9th. So the November 1st seems a weird timeline given that we meet on the 19th of this month and then the 9th of November. So I don't understand how we would implement this before November 1st.
Councillor Shannon?
I think it would have to come back to us in time for our October 19th meeting in order for us to act on it for November 1st.
Councillor Hanson, you still have the floor.
Yeah, no, again, I thought that Councillor Pine had said the Board of Health was meeting.
Point of information on that, I can correct.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Pine.
Correct information is it's the second Thursday, so it would be the 15th that they would be meeting. It assumes they will make room for this on their agenda, but I'm just telling you when they meet.
Got it.
Councillor Shannon.
Could I, if that's the case, that they're meeting on October 15th, Councillor Tracy, could I request that this item be placed on our October 19th agenda, and that again, and that we'll get the feedback from the Board of Health included in that agenda? It would be past the deadline. Getting the feedback piece would be past the deadline, but I'm hoping that you would
place this item on the agenda, meeting that deadline. And then the information piece we can get from them after their meeting.
I need to understand the full agenda.
So you're not agreeing to put it on the October 19th agenda, which is the only way we could possibly get it for November 1st?
Fine, I'll put it on the agenda. Ready for a vote? Councilor Carpenter.
I'm not sure what I'm voting on here. I'm just not understanding. We just voted an amendment to refer it to the Board of Health, and there's just been a discussion that will put this on the October 19th agenda. But what am I voting on right now?
The I understand it as we've amended it to refer it to the Board of Health, and that's what we're doing with this action. That
Okay.
is the motion. So it's essentially a repeat vote, which is
It's a repeat vote.
Which is partially why, if you can sense in my tone, a bit of frustration because we've already voted on this again. So now we're just reiterating the same vote.
Okay.
Okay, are we ready for a vote? Okay, thank you. Will the city clerk please call the roll?
Counselor Carpenter.
Yes.
Counselor Jang.
Yes.
Counselor Freeman.
Yes.
Counselor Hanson.
Yes.
Counselor Hightower.
Yes.
Counselor Mason.
Yes.
Counselor Paul.
Yes.
Counselor Paulino.
Yes.
Counselor Pine. Yes. Counselor Shannon.
Yes.
Counselor Stromberg.
Yes.
President Tracy.
Yes.
12 ayes.
That passes unanimously, and we are now on to our next item, item 7.06, the extension of emergency COVID group size requirements in Burlington. Councilor Mason. You're on mute, Councilor Mason.
Sorry about that. I would like to make a motion to adopt the resolution, waive the reading, and ask for the floor back for a brief introduction after a second.
Okay, seconded from Councilor Hightower. Go ahead, Councilor Mason.
Thank you, President Tracy. The resolution before us is short and simple. It continues sort of our efforts to try and deal with emergency orders on dealing with COVID. This resolution seeks to extend further the limits on gathering size, but does seek to lift the restrictions on alcohol service hours. On August 20th, we enacted an emergency order that put limits both on crowd size as well as restrictions on service in bars. That order was renewed on September 14th, or until we rescinded. We extended again on September 14th until this evening. These orders were put in place in part to deal with the uncertainty of the kids going back to school, Champlain College and UVM students arriving, and I think have facilitated or enabled us as a city and as a county to keep our numbers low. My understanding, reading Brian Lowe's memorandum, as well as, with input from the state, is that, limiting or removing the hours of alcohol service in bars is something that we should entertain now. We've all heard from the bar owners and restaurant owners who are legitimately expressing frustration about lost business. And we've also heard from the science that sort of says the data simply is not there, or the COVID numbers are not there to justify these continued numbers. So with that, this resolution, again, seeks to lift the restrictions on alcohol service hours, but keep in place until November 9th, when we can revisit, again, the limits on social gatherings. So with that, I know Brian Lowe, Chief Innovation Officer, is here, as well as others from the Mayor's office who may answer specific questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I see Councilor Pine to be followed by Councilor Carpenter. Go ahead, Councilor Pine.
If I could, if Brian Lowe is on, there is a statistic in the memo about 29 confirmed COVID cases for both all of UVM and all of Champlain. I just wonder how many students were tested roughly.
Hey, thank you, Councilor Pine. That's a cumulative number since August 7th. And so between UVM and Champlain, they are testing almost 12,000 individuals per week. And so you're looking at a pretty substantial number of total tests. The positivity rate for the college and university is close to 0.1%. Or 0.01%.
0.01, yeah, thank you. Okay, thanks. That's it.
Councilor Carpenter to be followed by Councilor Freeman.
Well, just a comment, and I support this, but at this point, I believe most of the students are going home around Thanksgiving. And so I'm just wondering if, do we just keep doing this week by week, month by month, or whether we should look at that week of Thanksgiving as a deadline?
It's a great question. The group size restriction is based on noise complaint data and quality of life patrol data that the city has historically. And there's a real precipitous decline in noise complaints and quality of life patrol expenses right after Halloween. The weather gets cold, and so those group size restrictions are much harder to enforce after that point. And that's why we chose that date of November 9th. It's the first council meeting following Halloween.
Okay.
Okay, Councilor Freeman.
The only thing the only thing I was concerned about was just a little bit with the timing. So I understand that, like, initially the concern was the impact around students and community spread with that, but just the only thing that concerned me a little bit about the timing right now was that we are moving into cold and flu season and just sort of colder weather overall. So I'm a little bit nervous about that. I think I am willing to support at this point the easing of those restrictions, but I just am a little bit concerned about that aspect. I know at my work we're sort of starting to have a lot of conversations about that and how that might impact, and just in terms of like community spread. So I don't know if that's something that we'll just have to consider going forward, but I understand that we're sort of reviewing this as we go, and I think that's a reasonable way to do it. So yeah, that was the only thing that sort of flagged for me in terms of the timing right now. But yeah, that was all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Freeman, any other councilors? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to a vote on this. Will the city clerk please call the roll, or will CEO Shad please call the roll?
Councilor Carpenter.
You're on mute, Councilor Carpenter.
Yes.
Councilor Jang.
Yes.
Councilor Freeman.
Yes.
Councilor Hanson.
Yes.
Councilor Hightower.
Yes.
Councilor Mason.
Yes.
Councilor Paul.
Yes.
Councilor Paulino.
Yes.
Councilor Pine.
Yes.
Councilor Shannon.
Yes.
Councilor Stromberg.
Yes.
And President Tracy.
Yes.
And that's unanimous.
Excellent. Thank you for that, for calling the roll. That passes unanimously, as she just said. So we will now move on to our final item on the deliberative agenda, which is a emergency order regarding use of the Champlain Inn by a new place. I will go back to Councilor Shannon. So Shannon, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. I move to adopt the resolution and ask for the floor back very briefly after a second.
We have a motion from Councilor Shannon, a second from Councilor Hightower. You have the floor, Councilor Shannon.
There's a very exciting opportunity for a new place
to take over the Champlain Inn on Shelburne Road and create a low barrier shelter there. And one of the challenges for them is that if the zoning use converts from an inn to a shelter, it actually allows less than half the number of people as a shelter use than it would as an inn use. So what this is requesting is that the shelter use, I want to see if I can find the right number here, but it allows the shelter use to go up to 50 beds at the property in order to accommodate this use for the COVID emergency, in order to house people this winter, which has been a problem, I think, as everybody knows. The low barrier shelter had housed people all together, which was a problem for spreading COVID. The inn would allow them to house people either individually or 2 people to a room, and be a much safer environment than the previous shelter had been. And it also will be a supervised facility, and we've had a couple Zoom calls with neighbors, and I would say that the neighbors have been very supportive of this. So I think that I'd really like to support a new place and trying to address this need in our community.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Shannon. I see Councillor Pine. Anyone else looking to be recognized? Go ahead, Councillor Pine. Got you, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. President. My question is really just more procedure, really. Are we essentially granting a permit in a sense without, because underlying zoning doesn't actually permit the use? Is that what we're doing? I guess I need a little help understanding what exactly we're doing. And does it last beyond COVID, or is it just for COVID?
Should I?
I see Attorney Blackwood. Go ahead, Attorney Blackwood.
Yes, well, we're still working out exactly how this is going to end up working. We're working the attorneys for a new place and Vermont Housing Conservation Board that is going to be the funding entity for the project. We're still working out exactly how this is going to work, so we may end up not needing to use this emergency order, but we wanted to get this emergency order in place so that if they need it to move forward, they can. And the idea of this, Councillor Pine, was that we were debating, do we suspend the zoning ordinance, do we not? Well, we're still looking into exactly how the zoning ordinance is going to operate here, because, and just to be frank, we're looking at whether or not it can actually fit the definition of a motel hotel, which is what the current use of it is. And if it can do that, then a lot of these issues go away. But we're not sure if we can get there. So we're trying to work towards that. We want to have the emergency order in place so that if we need it, they can move forward without it. And the idea is really that it seemed, the way that I'm looking at this is that under an emergency, if you need to use a place to house people, you don't worry about permits. You don't deal with the zoning ordinance. You don't look at it, because you're not doing a long-term use. You're doing a short-term use, and you're basically saying for a short-term period during this emergency, we're going to say we're allowing this to happen. That's what we're looking for this emergency order.
Okay, and if the need continues, if the need persists beyond COVID, we would then have to go through a different process to preserve that use, it sounds like. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's why we're trying to work out a zoning issue, because you know, if we got to be able to work that out in this case to get the funding in place.
That's my worry. I would like this to continue. I believe we need it, and I think it's a totally appropriate use. I hope you'll get very creative with the interpretation of what is being used as now, for I think is long-term stay or long-term suites or short-term suites, I guess, and what it will be used essentially as short-term suites. So I hope that you'll make it work. Thank you.
We're doing our best.
Thank you, Councilor Pine. I have Councilor Freeman next.
Thank you, President Tracy. I had a few specific questions. One was around the aspect of it's a low barrier shelter. Does that mean, is it a dry shelter? I'm not sure if that's the correct term, but, or is it like, will there be curfews? I know there's like different rules and different setups. Do we have like any sort of level of detail around that, or is it going to be, do we know?
Mayor Weinberger just clicked on his camera. Mayor, do you want to answer that?
Yeah, no, I'd be happy to. No, a low barrier shelter is sort of the opposite of a dry shelter. It's a shelter where people are able to access the services even if they are continuing to use drugs or alcohol. We did not have such a shelter at all until about 6 years ago. The low barrier shelter on South Winooski has operated during the winter months ever since then, and has been successful at both preventing exposure deaths, as well as it's actually saved the state a great deal of money as well, and that it's a better way to serve this population in the winter. For a number of years, I have, with council support, attempted to create a way for year-round low barrier shelter. We have budgeted each of the last 3 budget years additional funds to help make that a reality. It's been challenging to do. This with a new place has really stepped up to be a partner to help make that happen. And this would really be a significant change in the safety net that's available to people for Burlington if this goes through. And I fully support it. I hope the council will support this action.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that clarification. And then on line 38, just is it's the resolve clause. Subject to conditions already on the property. That doesn't mean anything really specific. It's just sort of a general legal term, where I don't know why that phrase stuck out to me, but I just was wondering, does it mean anything specific, or is it just sort of a general phrase? I don't know if the mayor.
I can't speak to that. I'm not sure. I saw Luke was here as well. I'm not sure if that's sort of general boilerplate, if they're speaking to some actual limitation.
Attorney Sturdivant, did you want to address that?
Yes, thank you. That's more general. It is already, a permitted pre-existing legal nonconformity, so it's just to have the conditions that's already, since there's not an actual permit coming in, that it wouldn't be any, differently acting any different as far as other conditions.
That makes sense. I was just curious about that aspect. I mean, just while it's a good initiative. I just was curious about some of the details. Thank you for the explanation around the phrasing of barrier shelter. I was curious about that aspect versus dry shelter. So I appreciate the clarification, and I look forward to supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Freeman. Anyone else on this item? Councilor Mason.
Thank you, President Tracy. I will be supporting this. I just did not want us to vote without some recognition of the efforts that have gone into coming back with this proposal, both at a new place as well as within CEDO and the mayor's office. Councilor Shannon and I were sort of pretty closely involved with the proposal, the first proposal. And I know when that did not go, I really appreciate, for those who are needing this because of the failures or, the inability at the existing South Winooski wet shelter to accommodate in light of COVID. And this sort of seems like a miracle dropped out. So I know miracles don't happen without a lot of effort, and I just didn't want to not recognize and hopefully see a unanimous vote in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mason. Councilor Jing.
Yes, I think I will be very, very much supportive of this. This is great. Thank you for bringing it forward. This is important. And was just wondering when the funding is coming from. It was just mentioned by city attorney or somebody else. That's a question.
I can answer it.
Yes. Go ahead, Brian Pine.
Yes, the state. It's the state of Vermont, but it's really federal money coming through the state, the Vermont Housing and Conservation Board. So it is coronavirus relief funds, is what it is.
Perfect. And it seems as if there are over 166 other homeless that were housed in another hotel in Shelburne Road that are being contemplated to be released. They've even been released already. And I think at CVOO, they're contemplating a plan in making sure even those folks as well will have somewhere to go. But I'm glad that the city is stepping up here, at least to provide 50 beds for those who need it in this winter. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and all those that brought this forward. Thank you.
Councilor Pine, go ahead.
I'll be very quick. I just want to recognize Grace Siffo, Luke McGowan, and Kevin Pounds. A conspiracy of goodwill is at work here. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Is there any further commentary? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, any opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. We have now completed our deliberative agenda, and I just wanted to offer a brief statement as council president, just because I do want to make sure that I'm updating you all. I believe I've spoken to most of you about this and had sought feedback from you on this. You had, as part of the reparations task force resolution, I had been tasked with appointing someone to that resolution. I had tried to find and sought out a number of people on this. As part of this process, I was able to identify one person in particular who I will be extending the council president nomination or appointment to. That is a person by the name of Frederick Randall II, who is at Vermont Law and whose work focuses primarily on the intersection between environmental and racial justice. In speaking with Mr. Randall, his motivation really that he came to this work for was really that he is originally from Alabama and noted that he knows that he was the descendant of sharecroppers and slaves, and that he wants to bring that personal lens to this work and is very focused on that, as well as bringing a legal lens to the work at hand. And so that felt like a good fit for this committee, and I felt very confident in his excitement and passion for the work as well. That came across very clearly, which I think is very important given the tall task at hand. And so I am excited to be bringing Frederick on board. Director Green also shared that she would like me to share that Rashad Williams will be her appointment. Rashad is an economist and at the Humphrey School of Public Affairs. We still have 3 more appointments to be made to fill that out. I'll be working with those entities this week to try and finalize that work. So that should be coming across. The other piece that I wanted to update the council on, as I had sought out, I had asked councilors if they would be interested in serving as the council rep for the school resource officer task force that the school board passed as part of their June 25th resolution. I got 2 responses from Councillor Jang and Councillor Hightower, both of whom were interested. Councillor Jang graciously deferred to Councillor Hightower, who will be serving on behalf of the council in this case. So those are the 2 updates that I wanted to share with the council. Thank you for indulging me with those. I really appreciate them, though I do feel it was not necessarily an indulgence, but a necessity given my role to share that information out with you and the public. So I will... A motion to adjourn is now in order.
So moved.
Moved by Counselor Jang, seconded by Counselor Pine. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Good night,
Any
Councilor Paul.
opposed? Passes unanimously, and we're adjourned at 11:52. Thank you, Counselor.